Okay, I'm so sorry about that. If you got 2 notifications of me going live, I'm so sorry. I went live for like 2 seconds because I thought that I had everything fixed, and then I didn't. So what I have done is I have adjusted the BRB screen music to be a bit louder because I noticed it was kind of quiet. So I made that a little bit louder. And then the other thing that I did was we have a new starting stream music. And here's the best part. I didn't have to go looking through Harris Heller's website for a song and spend like a couple of hours listening to songs over and over again and slowly whittling it down. I had already done that. I had already grabbed like excess songs. So I have the current song that we just listened to, which I think was called Colestown. And then I had another one called Phantom, and then I have another Phantom Knight, I believe is what it's called, like KN Knight, like a warrior knight. And then the other one that I have is a oat latte, I think is what it's called. So I have a couple of musics we can have as backup choices. Okay, just want to make sure the thing is working. So as you can see, we're going to try this layout a little bit. It should be fine. As I said before, I still have the other scenes. So if I click the one that says speedrun, it's going to take us over to the speedrun layout where we can have live split and stuff. I've also adjusted the bottom text a little bit, so we got that. The speedrun one specifically can keep the clock because I think speedrun purposes, I would like the clock to be present. All right, let me grab settings. Okay, wait, hold on. Sorry, I did my dailies already and I want to make sure. Okay, so I have 50. Okay, hold on. The top of the map now tells you how many condensed resins you have. See that little tiny little 2 at the very, very top? 2, and then 52 out of 200. And that says the floor chamber. That number 2 did not used to be there. That is new. They added that. Now it tells you how many freaking condensed resins. I don't have to keep counting manually and checking my inventory. It just tells me. It's such a luxury. So, okay. I actually did really good last night. I was tired at like 3 to 4 and felt like I was really, really cold, as you may recall. And so I went ahead and I got blankets on me. I drank a hot liquid and I cranked the heater up. Because I have multiple heaters, so I cranked the other heater on, just like the blower heater, just to like inject a bunch of heat on me. And I know why, because like it got so cold yesterday and then it was raining too. Today was actually not that warm, but I fell asleep with my heaters on. And so I woke up and my house was warm. My cat came and woke me up at like, he came in for snuggles at like 7 because he wanted food because he believed he didn't have food. So I gave him food. And then the other thing that he came in for, I think, was food as well. I'm not quite sure at what time he came in for that because I didn't look at my watch. He came in for snuggles and stuff, and then eventually he left me alone, and then I woke up at 2:30. So I did really good. I think I stayed up until like 7 or 8. I think I stopped being on my computer at 7, and then I just did a couple of other things around the house. So our main story quest is over in Natlan, if I remember correctly. Yep, right? That should be it. Let me double check the quest tab. Yeah, because the character stories, yeah, they both have... Do they not require keys anymore? Huh. Did they get rid of the key system? No. The key is still present on the date chapters. Do you need the keys to unlock the date chapters? Is that how that works? No, it doesn't say. Interesting. Okay, I want to make sure that we're on... We're on Japanese language. Let's switch it to English just to see if there is voicing. I'm not sure if it will be. I assume it will be. We'll find out together, she says as she cringes, worrying that I'll be all muted. I did see the news that Paimon got gone. And let's I don't want to talk about the politicking of it all because I frankly don't care. I understand unions, contracts, business, you have to make a living. I understand all that. I really do. I don't want that conversation to be based around that because to me, that's not what matters. To me, it is a character voice that has been established for 5 years is now going to change. And that is what bugs me. That's the thing that bugs me is the character voice that has been established for 5 years is now going to change. And I don't know if I'm going to like the new voice. I don't know what the new voice is going to be. So that is the thing that bugs me more so than the Paimon voice actress did X, Y, and Z, politic, union, strike. I don't care about that. I care that it's going to change. And like on the one hand, I don't understand why, because they've reached like tentative agreements and stuff just during the same time that it said that Paimon got fired or she left on her own, whatever the word that they're trying to spin it as. So there's that happening. So like Paimon wasn't quiet at all during this entire time period. So and in fact, Paimon was starting to sound a little bit better, not as helium. I don't know. Oh, we'll see. So I changed it to English. So let's see how it goes in terms of voices and stuff. If there's a lot of non-existent voices, we're just going to switch it over to the Japanese. That's just the thing it's going to go. But yeah, I woke up at 2:30. So this is like... So let's say I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning for me. And I'm going to stay up as late as I can tomorrow. There's a couple of things I want to do in town that'll help that I can get done in the morning. I have to double check what time the store opens. If it opens at 10 or if it opens at 8. I think it opens at 8. Okay, Yan-san was a muted character before. Is she muted now?
Oh, Tulani and Paimon. Fancy that. I didn't expect to run into you two here.
Is that a new voice for her?
Oh hey, Coach Yan-san. What are you doing here all by yourself? Just so you know, Paimon didn't come here to train. Paimon's not looking to sign up for any diet plan or bodybuilding class right now.
I hate it. Can I back out? So, Yan-san has a new voice. Okay, that's fine. I don't like it, but I honestly don't really remember what Yan-san's voice was before because she's been muted for so long. And I honestly thought that it was a boy. Paimon's voice sounds like my voice when I'm mocking Paimon. It's helium, and there's nothing endearing about this voice for Paimon. My biggest problem that I've had with English in anime and video games in general is, especially the girl characters, and this is why I can't watch kid cartoons and even a lot of animes, is they take the female character and they give her this helium voice because they think that girls are supposed to have this helium voice. And if they don't have this helium voice, you won't know it's a girl. And I don't like that logic. And that's what they have done to Paimon, is she was finally starting to like go deeper, lower into her voice and having some more character like she did in 1.0. And because she got away from that, she was all heliumified. And now we're straight back into helium territory. I hate it. Freaking hate it.
All right, got it. But seriously, what do you take me for? Some coach from hell? I'd never force a student into something they didn't want to do.
The other thing that I'm noticing is these two characters basically sound like they're voiced by the same person.
That being said, a little aerobic exercise would probably do you some good. You could take over my patrol for a while. That would count. Yeah, all jokes aside, you're right. I'm looking for some help.
Why?
The Collective of Plenty is holding a bodybuilding competition soon, and so many people have been busy squeezing in their last-minute workouts that we've run out of staff for patrols.
Oh, so you've stepped in to cover their work. But don't you have a last-minute workout to do, too?
Doesn't it just sound like the person they got for Eon-san is the person voicing Paimon, and she made her voice deeper and lower for Eon-san, and then she went, "Oh, so you stepped in to cover for their work," and she just went helium for Paimon. Does it not just sound like it's the exact same person and she just changed to helium versus not?
I'm good. For one thing, I believe peak conditioning can only be achieved through consistent training over a long time span. Cramming in a workout at the last minute does next to nothing for you.
Especially where she said, so for one thing, when she said thing, her voice pitched up. I don't know if I can mimic that. For one thing. I can't mimic that. For one thing. When she said thing, her voice pitched upward, and it sounded like Paimon. That's why I'm wondering if this is just the same.
But more pertinently, well, as you can probably imagine, I'm not able to compete in any of the most popular weight classes, and there's no real competition in my own weight class.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, no. Don't look at Paimon like that. We are not the same weight class, and no way is Paimon competing against you.
Okay. The voice actress is trying to give some impact while remaining helium. Why don't you just hire a person that has a naturally high voice? That lady that was in, she passed away like 2-3 years ago. That's been longer than that, 4 years ago now. From Everybody Loves Raymond, the Amy Robert. So Raymond has a brother named Robert. Robert gets a girlfriend and eventually, I believe, wife called Amy. And Amy has parents that are filthy rich. And the mom has like this, it's not a haughty, breathy voice. It's a soft-spoken, sweet sort of tone with this little like she's sucking on something. Her cheeks are stuck to her teeth as she speaks, and she's just got this like that kind of sound to her voice. Why don't you just hire someone who has that natural cadence to their voice, and they don't have to go, "Oh no, don't look at Paimon like that." You don't have to go helium fakeness, you know?
Traveler, let's just help with the patrol, all right? Otherwise, Eon-san's gonna make Paimon enter a bodybuilding competition.
See, like, okay, the second sentence, she has emotion. The first one, she read her line too quickly. And so, like, yes, in real life, you would say that too quickly, but you also have to account for enunciation. I'm so nitpicky about this stuff, especially just because there's a great YouTube video out there from like a director or something who was talking about how everyone is turning on subtitles. Everyone is turning up the volume to listen to people speak and turning it down when action noises and explosions and crap happen in movies and television shows and video games and stuff now, because they have adjusted the engineering to some degree. That's part of the problem. They've adjusted the engineering to make voices sound like you're in the room with them instead of being belted like a theater to the back of the room so you hear all the words over the music, over the noise. Because that was, if you're saying something, it has to be important, so people have to hear that. And then you get to the other part of the problem, which is enunciation. And I'm guilty of it too. I mumble sometimes. I try not to. But that is part of the problem. Like I was watching Frasier yesterday, and Frasier will say something really, really quickly when he's angry, and you don't miss a word he says. And it's super, super funny because Frasier usually is so composed and slow in his tone of voice and has a very good cadence that whenever he gets irritated and angry, he talks really fast. And it's not that he's just talking fast and mumbling it, he's talking fast and enunciating it. And that's something that, like, I remember when I was in choir class as in elementary school and stuff, there'd be, especially the boys, would want to do these rap songs, and they just sounded like they were mumbling because they didn't understand that to rap effectively involved, you have to move your jaw, you have to move your lip muscles, and if you are not moving those two things, not just your tongue to make the noise, but you have to move them in simultaneously, tangentially, you have to move them. If you are not doing that, you are not enunciating, and therefore you're losing the rap. If you listen to the song 1 week, it's been 1 week since she looked at me, like like that is a rap song. It's not a pop song. It has a pop beat to it, but the actual lyrics are in a rap format. And you can hear the words because the guy enunciated them. He's not mumbling them at all. And that's how, like, you could hear that one cartoon with the Sailor Moon. You can hear that because he's enunciating it. He's saying every word crystal clear because he's not just saying it. He's singing the word as a note and saying, It's a bigger problem is what I'm trying to say. It's not just like Paimon or Yansan or Genshin. It's a larger problem as a whole. And it's so annoying that, we hired 2 new people and they have the exact same problem.
Perfect. I managed to get you on board with just one look.
See, I know this isn't the same Yansan because the previous Yansan had a lower voice.
Thank you both. It should be pretty routine. Just keep your eyes peeled and make sure nothing strange is going on in the area.
Why do I have to help you?
To check the other section. Let's meet back at the settlement when we're both done.
Why do I have to help you?
Just leave it to us. We're experts at strolling and patrolling, don't you worry.
I will say this Paimon does, because it's a different person, she has a slightly lower voice. So it's an actress, probably the Yansan actress, who is speaking in a helium voice, but her natural tone is just lower, so it's not as helium. So, like, that's okay? I'd rather just hear it in, where is it? Why is that way over there? So yeah, that just bugs me. And it's hard because, like, we're in this era where, I made a video game, it's voiced. I made a video game, it's not voiced. Well, then I'm not gonna play it. Like, we tiptoed around that kind of era in,
What's this? Was there always a... Hey, there's a hilichurl here. Is it sleeping? Doesn't look very hostile.
what's the drawing next to it?
Why is it hiding away here? Ah! You woke it up!
You're the one talking.
Huh? It ran away. Oh, guess our reputation in Natland is more fearsome than we thought. Even Hillich...
Shut up, Paimon.
You mean that shiny thing? Huh. Must have dropped it as it ran off. Huh. Paimon bets that hilichurl thought it was a priceless treasure. Let Paimon take a look. Hilichurls aren't the brightest, so it might not be worth much, but still. What is it? You look so serious. Isn't this just a regular old key? The style is unusual, though. Doesn't look Natlanese. Where do you think it's from?
This is the key to the hibernation chamber on the spaceship. What spaceship? Okay. Let's say that I started the game a month ago, so I remember 1.0. At no point in the trailers that I can recall or the 1.0 of any of that stuff did it ever say that the twins were traveling via spaceship. I mean, that's implied. You can infer that, but it never says that they returned to their vessel. Because when the game starts, the very first cutscene of 1.0, when that cutscene plays, the twins have white energy for their power source. Irene is blue, or is white. They have white non-elemental energy. They have wings, and they are physically flying in the sky, going up into the atmosphere. And that is where the unknown god hits us in the face, kidnaps one twin, and then knocks the other one unconscious, supposedly. And we go hurtling like a meteor back down to Earth. And supposedly we're unconscious on a cave or something underground. We don't know where the hell that is. Because that is where the beach is that we start. We are unconscious on that beach, and that beach is named Starfell Cliff, and basically Starfell Beach, because we are the star that fell. We never had a friggin' spaceship. Star Rail, we have spaceships. We have many spaceships. This, no. This has never been stated anywhere in the game that there was a spaceship that the twins were traveling in. You cannot just, like, there's no buildup. There's no hint of this. There is no inclination. Because, like, if there was a spaceship, the twins should know where it is. Or, like, oh yeah, my spaceship is docked in orbit. My spaceship crashed into the ocean. We have no I'll accept it as stupid. My reaction, although angry, I'm confused. My reaction is that I have felt like in Sumeru, at the end of Sumeru, it was building up to shit hit the fan in Fontaine. And it kind of sort of does, and then nothing comes of it. It's just been a summer vacation. Basically throughout all of Not Long, we've had like the Abyss stuff happening, which is nice. They're finally addressing that. We've had the Dragon stuff, finally addressing that in the open. But the shit that is hinted at to hit the fan in Fontaine doesn't really happen, and there's no recourse for it. Nothing comes of it. That it makes me feel like that they had planned a somewhat detailed script all the way to Sumeru, and then when they got to Fontaine, it became more vague. And so I feel like we are in a section, so we've gone through all of Fontaine, where it becomes more vague. We've gone through all of Natlan, where it's likely just an outline. And then we get to the tail end of Natlan, moving into what should be Shneznaya, but they're putting that off to fill out the rest of the map or something, rumor-wise. It feels like we are dealing with the writers that are not the actual main writers of the game. Like, one of the reasons Final Fantasy XIV has such a good structure to stand on is because the team that built the world. They gave a whole continent, a whole planet. They gave information, resources, and back things that they can pull through. And like a lot of the 1.0 stuff for like going underground and stuff underneath the Black Shroud and things like that got pushed underneath the rug, and it's replaced with Allegan stuff instead. But even then, they've done a really good job of like making things consistent, because they had stuff referring to it earlier, like Zodiark is on the moon. That was not a surprise. There was a Final Fantasy XIV encyclopedia released basically with 2.0 that said Zodiark was imprisoned on the moon. Like, that has been technically public information. It's just that a lot of people that play the game don't own the encyclopedia and didn't read that page. And even if they did read that page, it's a 1-inch little side blurb at the bottom of the page. Like, it's teeny tiny. This spaceship nonsense doesn't even have that. There is no credence, there's no backstory, there's no setup for it, for a spaceship for the twins to have traveled through. We can infer, but they never showed, they never had.
What do you mean? What hibernation chamber? What spaceship? Wait, you mean the spaceship? the one that brought you to Tibet?
That's the one.
So, how did that key show up here? Are you sure you didn't just drop it?
No, I still have mine. I've always made sure to keep it safe and sound.
Whoa! Yeah, these look identical. So, if one of them's yours, does that mean the other one is...
There are only 2 of these. One belongs to me, the other to my sister.
Knew it! Huh, the keys to a spaceship! Huh, somehow that really rams home the fact that you really are an actual alien. Oh, wait, no, descender. But anyway, now we know where it came from. The question is, how did it get here?
Well, the helichurls are lesser intelligent Conrians that are being rounded up by the Abyss Order. So maybe she dropped it, maybe someone stole it, maybe she's given up on going home.
The simplest explanation is that your sister lost her key somewhere not far from here. Then that hilichurl found it and ducked into the nearest cave to hide it.
Why would the hilichurl hide it? They're not that intelligent.
If that's true, it means your sister was here recently.
Which means the Abyss Order was.
Yeah. Man, this is so crazy. We only agreed to help with the Ansan's patrol on a whim, and now we've made this bombshell discovery and found a huge lead on your sister.
I'm not a fan of this Paimon voice simply because I keep hearing the other one, the older one, in my head because there was no time of silence between the 2.
Should we keep following this trail while it's hot? Or do you think we should check back in with the Ansan?
You know what? They should just go and hire the girls from Hyperdimension Neptunia. They all have girl voices that are not helium.
Ah, there you are. Looks like you went the extra mile today.
Oh, hey, Eon-san, what's up? Didn't think we'd see... We were actually just about to go meet up with you.
I came here to let you know that you don't need to keep patrolling anymore. The bodybuilding competition has just been cancelled, so the usual squad will be resuming their...
Wait, canceled?
The Abyss Order attacked.
Ah.
Huh?
I didn't expect our suspicions to be confirmed quickly. Sounds like Lumine is on the move again. I'll find a way to speak with her in person this time. I have to.
I've heard of the Abyss Order, but this is the first time I've known them to take organized action on such a large scale. It's like they're preparing to go to war against our entire nation.
One little sect versus the entire nation of war? How are they expecting to pull that off?
They have magic nonsense, you idiot.
Based on everything we've seen from them so far, they usually prefer to act in the shadows. So, what's different about it this time? What could they be after?
The machinery inside the volcano, perhaps?
No clue. All we know is that they've attacked our tribe, but that doesn't tell us much. Our defenses are holding strong so far, so I'm gonna head to the Stadium of the Sacred Flame and see what Mawika knows. If there's any information out there, she's the one people report to. Oh, want to come with me? I'm sure everyone will feel better knowing that the hero of Natlan is on the case.
Well, I am keen to find out more about the situation, and I can provide information on the Abyss Order.
Great. Then let's head over together.
This bugs me. Am I the only one seeing that this is like a Sumeru flower bomb thing that's like a heart? Am I the only one that sees that? Because like this bugs the shit out of me. Am I the only one that sees that? Because that just, this bugs me so much. Alright, we're gonna go see Mawika. We had no spaceship. We land here. See, Star Snatch Cliff, or Starfell, whatever. We land there. There's no cave that we came out of. We just know that that's called Star Snatch. So we fell there, because it's named after us, the star. Starfell Valley or something like that. And like, you can look and see, there is no cliff over here. There's no cave. See, that has no caves on it. We came from over here, where we fished up Paimon. And you can see I've looked at this area multiple times, many times. There's places where they could inject a sudden cave. Like that's totally possible. But like there's nothing here. You can see it. There's nothing there. Like you can see it. There literally is nothing there. Yeah, see? You can walk all the way around. You can see there's no cave. There's nothing underground. It turns into just ocean stuff. There's nothing there. Around the whole way.
Shower me with praise.
And then, like, if we go back this way, you can see, if you look underneath the water, you can see there's nothing there. It's just watery stuff. The only strange thing that's out here is the Time God Island. And that's one thing that gives, like, credence to Paimon as the Time God. I mean, like, I guess they could try to argue that, like, this rock right here that I'm coming up to is the spaceship in disguise. They could argue that, maybe. But, like, that'd be weird.
Strike a pose.
You know, like, they could argue that, like, maybe this is the spaceship in disguise. I don't know. It reminds me of how, like, I've had the, what is that? What is that? That Musgrave?
Shower me with praise.
But you can always, I have to see. I think this is Musgrave. I don't remember being able to see it. Okay, so I do remember in 5.0 they adjusted, like, draw distances to a degree.
Strike a pose.
Like, that's a thing. So there's Time God Island, which you can see really clearly. Farina is so broken, she can just run on water, by the way. Just broken. I think that's Musgrave. Because, like, yeah, there's Time God Island. Out that way is the Summer Islands. Underneath there. That's the Summer Islands. So this must be Musgrave. I think it is, because you can see, like, trees and stuff on it. But again, like, there's no cave that you can look at that's in that area. Okay, so they could retroactively add a cave in. We've had that before with, like, in 1.0, they had a landslide to reveal the Vishap world boss. The overworld boss for the Vishap daddy. So, like, they could do like that. They could do like what they did for Kaya and other peoples, where there's, like, rocks that have air being sucked into them to show that, like, this is a cave entrance of some kind. The Kaya one is interesting because it is still present after you've done his story. Same thing with, like, the pipes and stuff that lead to an underground factory that you deal with Apple Tart with. Has Child had a character chapter? Or was that his character chapter that I'm thinking of? The one where you're in a factory and he's like proud of Cyclops Man with his brother? Or is that Story? I think this is Musgrave. Yeah, I think that's Muskerry from Rain too. Which, by the way, look how close the red line is of like out of bounds. Look how close that is to the island. They really don't want you going around it, which is just extra weird. And then like, why is there just this open space out here in the water north of Inazuma? See, that is sail. Anyway, let's continue our story. We need to go to Mavika. Spaceship. I'm also not sold with the spaceship key design because it's cool toned. It's blues and grays. And myself and my sister have always been colored in warm tones. We're whites, creams, and beiges. We're not cool tone adjacent. Cool tone adjacent stuff is like Honkai Star Rail. Skirk is cool tone. So I am not. I am warm tone. My color is beiges and golds and creams. I'm a warm toned space creature. And yeah, so that's it's weird that the key is cool toned.
Malika!
Mao? Like meow a cat. That was Mavika.
Oh? Ah, great timing, Yan-san. I was just about to send someone for you. And it's good to see the travelers with you.
Excuse me, that's not what the subtitles say. All the better that the traveler's with you.
How are things looking? What's the latest word from the messengers?
The Abyss Order has been spotted near several tribes at the same time. Clearly, this is a coordinated strike. Also, their numbers are much higher than expected. Their organization appears to have grown considerably, but because they're usually so secretive, this is the first we're learning of it.
It sounds like they're throwing everything they have at us. What are they trying to achieve?
That's what I'd like to know as well. Historically, Natlan has not been a hotbed of Abyss Order activity, and we have no particular quarrel with them.
Could it be revenge, perhaps? Would they want to get back at us for a recent victory over the Abyss?
No.
Oh, seems unlikely. But then again, Paimon wouldn't put anything past the Abyss Order.
It's too early to say anything definite. For the time being, we should continue monitoring the situation.
How are the battles going?
Well, even if they're committing all their forces to the fight, they're in for a tough time. Our brave warriors have just emerged victorious from an all-out fight against the Abyss itself.
Yep. We have a whole nation's worth of seasoned veterans fighting for us.
Yeah, but you guys just had a Mother of Hell festival too. So you're all tired from the friggin' festival you did for fun.
Compared to the true Abyss, the Abyss Order poses a far smaller threat. They cannot endlessly replenish their forces for starters. However, this is still a war, so we must give it our all and do our utmost to minimize casualties. The tribes are organizing their defenses as we speak. Traveler, this is one war that Natlan can handle on its own. If you wish to stay out of it, you'll be safe here at the stadium with me.
No! You had a goddamn Harbinger come and attack you at the stadium. Are you crazy? It's not safe here. This one's personal.
In what way?
The current leader of the Abyss Order is my sister.
Yep, that's...
I see. My goodness, that is very personal indeed. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any idea what her goal could be?
That's what I want to know as well.
Safe to say, they're not exactly on the best terms at the moment. Ever since Paimon met the Traveler, he's been trying to track his sister down and get some answers. But she's been avoiding him.
I see. So you two have fallen out. Huh. A pretty common occurrence between siblings.
We didn't fight about anything. She got kidnapped by a god. And I was knocked unconscious for 400 years. We didn't have a falling out. She just discovered something and is refusing to talk to me because I'm apparently ignorant.
Well,
That's not a fight.
That may be. But the stakes are a little higher where these two are involved.
They certainly are. Although somehow it Doesn't surprise me that a spat between the Traveler and Twin could affect the fate of the entire world.
We're not fighting!
Just so I'm clear, you're still on Natlan's side, and you have no idea what your sibling is after. Is that right?
I might even hate the Abyss Order more than you do.
Well, that's a relief. When you first mentioned your sibling, I was worried we were about to be thrust into an impossible position. Our reports say that the Abyss Order has focused most of their efforts against the Masters of the Nightwind.
I'm gonna try and not be as much of a peanut gallery, but I'm really mad about the spaceship
If
nonsense.
you don't plan on staying here with me, I'd recommend going there to lend them a hand.
Okay.
I'll join you. Right now, the Collective of Plenty isn't facing a serious threat, so we should support the other tribes.
You were just attacked. What are you talking about?
Many thanks, you two. Anything you need, send word to me right away.
Eon-san, you are dumb. You just said that your tribe was attacked. Which is it? Frickin' idiot. I love how they have timelines and then they don't. Oh yeah, we were just attacked. I'm gonna go talk with Mavika to see what's going on. You should go home to your tribe that was just attacked. Not just, oh, our tribe's not being attacked that much. You don't know that. You haven't been home. You went straight to Mavika. The logic thread, I think, is what bugs me. They're like, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. Eon-san didn't go home or hear of anybody to hear that, like, oh yeah, my tribe's fine. I can ditch them. No. Like, no. If this is 5 minutes of dainslef like last time, I'm gonna be mad. What are we loading?
Look, it's Eulalie.
Huh, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Are you here to reinforce us?
How are things looking? Mawika told us to come here.
Oh, the situation must be pretty dire if it's managed to get Eulalie out of the house.
Dire? No, I wouldn't go that far. It's mostly just irritating. I heard we're being hit the hardest out of all the tribes. What are they trying to imply? They just think we're pushovers or something?
No, your tribe has a special connection with the land of the dead.
The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I couldn't exactly concentrate on my novel after that, so... well, here I am.
So, that's how they earned the ire of Granny Eatsley, huh?
They call themselves the Abyss Order, yes? Ugh, so tasteless. It's exactly the kind of two-dimensional name a clueless writer picks because they don't trust the rest of their writing to persuade the reader of who the real villains are.
You mean like Celestia?
Hey, she's saying your sister has poor taste.
I'm just glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. If I were her, I'd have changed the name a long time ago.
Wait, what? Are you saying his sister is a member of the Abyss Order? I only said that because I was mad.
Hey, let's save the chat for later. We've got some enemies incoming.
Good. A much-needed chance to vent my frustration. And not a moment too soon. Things were getting awkward there. Luckily, I'll never have to find out just how badly the rest of that conversation was gonna go.
You didn't have to say that last part out loud, Eulalie. Anyway, let's get 'em!
See, Lolly is such an idiot.
Strike a pop!
Hello? Thank you.
Time to say hello. Let the mighty be humbled.
Where's the button for... I guess that
Your
works.
head.
Bye. Oh, hello. Why are there dogs here? Did they train dogs? Did they train the cancer dogs to work for them? Because that's
Phew.
rude.
Much better.
Oh, impressive work, Granny Eatsley. If I'd known you were on the case already, I might have reconsidered whether your tribe really needed reinforcements.
If anyone should be reconsidering, it's the Abyss Order. They picked the wrong target this time.
Experience says that if we head in the direction they were attacking from, we should find their stronghold. Why don't we press our advantage and destroy their base? They won't know what hit them.
Hey, was there a battle here just now? Need any help?
The warriors from the Masters of the Nightwind are here!
The warriors for the Master of the Nightwind are here! God. I hate the helium. I hate the helium voice so much.
The battle against the Abyss is still fresh on our minds, so everyone's used to working together. Well, morale's high and everyone's here. Let's go take down that stronghold!
See, Lolly never said yes. Let me just point that out. Hello? Thank you.
Be sanctified.
No, I didn't want to press that. You're a water fudge ball. Is it L1 and triangle? It is.
Get to work.
Shower me with the
Not too far now.
Can you stop backstepping?
forward! Crush them!
Dark like candles.
What is that thing? It's like it's draining the strength right from my body. Find a way to destroy it!
Okay, that's easy.
The Abyss Order's resistance is faltering. Now's our chance!
Why are there all these water abysses? That's really rude. Do you mind? Go away.
Again.
Go away, dog.
Warriors! Attack! After them!
I honestly cannot tell if that's Paimon or Yan-san supposed to be talking, because, like, I'm sure it's Yan-san, but, like, her voice sounds, I don't know what, like, it's not right. So I'm trying to get rid of, like, random ass food that I have that I don't care about.
Let the mighty be.
Oh, I don't want to hit that. I'm trying to hit to switch to what's her face. At least a frickin' burst.
Suffer the wrath of the...
Farewell.
Ow.
Justice is blindsided.
You must be the boss here. Time to show you what happens when you mess with the Masters of the Nightwind.
How's a herald?
Resist the Abyss will pay the price!
Can I even hurt you? No.
Time to go. Too slow.
Sir, stand over
Time
here.
to say hello.
Clouds high. The birds call.
It's fine.
Rude. Can you stop that?
That hurts.
Ow.
Fulfill our pact.
Wind Strider.
I can freeze him? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, go away, Herald.
This stronghold is neutralized. Good work.
The Abyss Orders...
To be honest, this was anticlimactic. I was hoping for a personal apology at the very least. And ideally, a whole speech acknowledging the superior might of the Masters of the Nightwind. Well, whatever. I'll just have to make up for it with some extra wine at the victory feast.
With the stronghold cleared, this area should be safe for the time being. But still, something tells me we can't afford to let our guard down yet. Maybe it's just me, but an enemy under siege normally defends their stronghold at all costs. The fighting gets more and more intense right till the bitter end. But this time was different. With a few exceptions, most of the enemies here gave up and fled the moment that... Well, I don't know, but it seemed like they sensed something.
Huh? Not sure I follow. They did a tactical retreat, that's all. It's just a different strategy.
I'm not convinced. Don't forget, they're radicals who chose to wage war on an entire nation. They don't do things in half measures. It seems out of character to cut their losses and run like that.
So you're saying there's more to this than meets the eye?
I'm saying we don't know enough to be sure of anything at this stage. So let's stay alert and keep our defenses at the ready.
So, we're no wiser as to the Abyss Order's objective. Back to square one. If only I could get Lumine to talk to me. I could get answers for all of this.
Paimon had a hunch you might say that. But you're right. If we can somehow use that key to track down your sibling, maybe we can end this war before things get serious.
Wait, you're leaving? But I was still debating whether to invite you to the first victory feast.
Go ahead, you two. See, Lolly and I will take care of things here.
This wasn't even really a stronghold. At least whenever you're dealing with like the hilly trolls and stuff, they have fences put up around their thing. There wasn't even fences here. It was just go to this point on the map that's not even like beneficial to defend from. It's out in the open. Oh, it teleported me back here. Okay. Where was the cave? Oh, it's up that way. Okay.
And we're back where we started. Let's look around for clues. There's... Oh, we've scoured the entire area. Are we supposed to believe that it just fell out of your sister's pocket as she passed by? Huh. Seems kind of ludicrous to lose something so important in such a dumb way. But then again, who knows? Sometimes in life, things just go missing and that's that.
Oh, thank goodness! Someone's here. Please help me!
What are you dressed as? That's not a regular Natlon outfit.
Who are you?
No, now isn't the time. Please, you've got to help me. I'm being chased by monsters and I can't keep running. Can you do something?
Where are the monsters?
Yeah, where are they? Paimon doesn't see any monsters behind you.
Huh? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. They're almost here. This really isn't the time to be joking around.
We're not. We're completely serious. We don't see any monsters.
But how? Ugh, there's no time. They're coming. We gotta run.
Where do you intend to run to?
What's wrong with that girl? She must be seeing things. Oh no! It looks like something really hit her. Maybe she was right. Quick, let's see if she's okay. What's wrong? Are you hurt? What was that?
The monsters! They're right there! You need to get out of here. It's too dangerous.
Let me help you up first. Huh? Suddenly I can see the abyss monsters.
Huh? Oh, now you finally see them. Well, it's about time. I nearly kicked the bucket just now.
Sorry, I'll take care of them now.
Thank you, Savior.
Savior? Yoo-hoo!
Is she from Conria?
You done? It just looked like you were slicing at thin air. Kind of funny, actually.
I don't know what's going on either, but I could see them once I held her hand.
Oh, really?
Let's try it one more time. I want to check that I got all of the monsters.
Sure.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. It's okay. I can see they're all gone now. No need for you to check.
See, her eyes are diamonds, and that's pure-blooded Conrians have diamond eyes like Kaya.
I didn't think much of it when the monsters were breathing down our necks, but now that I've calmed down, holding hands with you like this, I'm just a little shy, that's all.
Huh? Have you never shaken hands with someone before? You sure get flustered easily.
Well, anyway, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. I'm Deirdith. Thanks for, saving me just now. I'm really grateful for your help.
That sounds like a Conrian name.
No worries. Paimon's Paimon, and this is the Traveler. With him around, you'll be safe from any monsters. As long as they're visible. So, what was the deal with those monsters just now?
Your guess is as good as mine. I could see them the whole time, so when you said you couldn't, I thought you were making fun of me.
Whoa! That must have been scary. The idea that we'd stand by and laugh while some poor girl was being hunted down by monsters?
That would have made us more monstrous than the monsters, and I'd never do something so horrendous.
Uh-huh. Don't worry, we aren't like that. When we say we can't see something, it's because we really can't see it.
Look at Celestia in the back corner, all bright and glowing in the sun.
But more importantly, did the monsters hurt you?
It's nothing serious. But I did sprain my ankle back there. I won't be doing any more running for a while.
There's a cave over there. Why don't we rest?
Good idea. We'll take you.
We're right near the friggin' town. Just take her to town. See, you can see the... Oh,
Thank you so much. Despite getting injured, I still feel much safer with you around. I'm gonna stay here until I heal up. Don't want to risk running into any more monsters.
Yeah, you already took a big enough risk coming out here all on your own. So, where are you from, Deirdith?
A small village, far away from here. I walked for what seemed like forever and lost my way, so... Yeah, I have no idea where I am anymore. Maybe all these trials and tribulations are part of the journey. No one said finding the savior is gonna be easy.
Why are you looking at Celestia? If you're a Conrian person, Conrians don't believe in Celestia as gods.
Huh. That's the second time you called the Traveler a savior.
Oh, sorry. It just slipped out. I was caught off guard. The resemblance is so uncanny.
You're looking for my sister.
Anyway, let me start from the beginning. There was once a sage who passed through my village. People got the sense that she was truly omniscient. The sage said that doomsday was coming. But as that day approached, a savior would reveal themselves to us. The day of disaster is almost upon us. So my grandmother begged me to leave the village and find the savior before it's too late.
Doomsday?
I've heard people talk about the savior since I was a kid. Growing up, it really made an impression on me. The description is practically etched into my mind.
So, okay, maybe she's not from Conria, but she saw the cancer dogs. It's possible that she's from, because she's got the cool tone coloring to her, it's possible she's from Nodcry, because Nodcry is part of Shneznaya, which is the nation of snow and ice. Walking from Conria to here, you would kind of notice, because you would pass through a desert to get here. Like, you would kind of notice that you got into Natline area. On the same token, walking from Nodcry to here also sounds a bit far-fetched, because, like, we kind of don't really know where Nodcry is, but it seems like it's not physically tied to the land. It's probably an island.
So when I saw your golden hair for the first time, it was like this image that's existed in my mind's eye all these years suddenly came to life. Everything matched.
Everyone else has blonde hair. I'm not the unique one.
Oh, so that's why you were lost for words when you first saw him. Well, the Traveler's definitely got what it takes to be a savior. And he's already got a ton of titles, so he won't mind one extra.
Actually, I don't think it's him.
What? But didn't you say that everything matched?
Everything except the gender. The savior was described as a young woman.
Oh, for goodness sake. There are gender requirements to be a savior? Really?
There's someone out there who meets all the requirements.
Oh, of course.
Who? Who is it?
My sister.
You have a sister? Well, then that's it. Oh, it's her. It has to be. Oh, thank goodness. Please, can you take me to see her?
No. Nope. I cannot.
Huh. Maybe, if you're lucky. It just depends if we can find her.
Huh? But isn't she your sister?
Sorry. Looks like Paimon steered this conversation back to the fallout between you two. It wasn't on purpose, but that's the reality, so it's hard to avoid.
There wasn't a fight. She's just like, follow my footsteps and find the truth for yourself, and then left. She also pointed a sword at my face.
Okay, fair enough. But since you're looking for her anyway, why don't we team up? We might stand a better chance if we work together.
Have you always believed that doomsday will come?
Yes. Everyone says that the disaster is inevitable. But the Savior will rescue us all from our pain and suffering. I've always dreamed of meeting the Savior.
Do you really buy this whole doomsday thing?
She spoke with conviction. I don't think she's lying. Maybe it's another lie spread by the Abyss Order.
See? She broke eye contact. Sure sign of a guilty conscience. Time to press her for answers.
Oh, shut up.
What's wrong, Deirdis? Something's clearly bothering you. You want to tell us what's going through your mind?
I'm being stared at by a cute boy and I can't take it.
Oh, I just... How should I put it? The Traveler looks just like the savior of my dreams. And it's not every day that the savior of your dreams swoops in and saves the day in your moment of crisis. So I'm just a little overwhelmed, that's all. 3 seconds of unbroken eye contact is the limit. I don't think my mind and body can handle any more than that.
What do you mean, limit? What happens after 3 seconds?
I'm sorry. Please forget that I said anything. Let's just leave it there for now.
She's got a crush. Just shut up and leave her alone.
Until I feel well enough to move again. If you manage to find the Savior in the meantime, please come and let me know.
Are you sure you'll be okay here on your own?
I'll be fine. I might not be much of a fighter, but I know how to stay hidden. And if I get hungry, I'm sure I'll find something around here. Don't worry about that.
Alright then. Well, take care. Being on your own isn't easy.
We found a little kid that was living by herself. I mean, she had the R&R to help her.
Mysterious girl. But hey, at least she seems to like you. And it sounds like she's gonna help look for your sister when she's healed.
I like how they just have Celestia with basically a light bulb on it right now.
Anyway, this is probably all the progress we're gonna make for now. Let's head back to the map.
We made no progress. We literally did nothing, Paimon. We didn't do anything about the key. Literally nothing happened. That was the least important segue in terms of learning about the key. Good lord. We're not even going to tell anyone at the nearby village that, hey, there's this random girl who thought she saw monsters. Can you keep an eye on her or something? God.
Oh, you're back. How did it go? Find anything?
Nothing substantial, unfortunately. But we had the weirdest experience.
So I take it that the war's still on?
Unfortunately,
That's okay.
yes.
I just wasn't sure, because things seemed to be at a standstill while you were gone. The Abyss Order hasn't attacked us. And since we don't know what they're planning, we haven't made a move either. In a word, it's a stalemate. The guards have been keeping watch around the clock, but for everyone else, you wouldn't even know we're at war.
Huh. Really makes you wonder what the Abyss Order's thinking.
I was wondering, Traveler, if you have the time, could you go and pay a visit to the guards? They've been working a pretty demanding schedule. I was gonna go see them myself.
Oh, but you're a great hero too.
Great. Thanks, you.
Where's my quest tracker? Where'd it go? I don't know why it went away. That's weird.
Wow, Tumaini, our hero. We've actually fought together before. You probably don't remember it, though. You do? Then it's truly an honor to serve alongside you once more.
Thank you for standing guard this whole time.
It's all good. Honestly, it's not been that much work. Haven't heard a peep from the enemy.
Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
Nothing that would indicate an impending attack. I've spotted a bunch of Abyss Order operatives, but they weren't acting hostile, just hanging around. There were even moments when they seemed to be meditating. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Maybe it's part of their religion or something. Out of an abundance of caution, I asked some shamans from the tribe to take a look and see if there was anything nefarious at work. But they didn't sense anything untoward, so we just put it down to religious ceremony and left them to it.
Huh. Interesting. Oh well. The more time they spend meditating, the less time they spend trying to beat us to a pulp.
It's suspicious, though. Is that related to their objective?
Well, the shamans didn't raise any concerns, so how bad could it be? As far as I'm concerned, so long as they don't pose an active threat, they can do all the cult worship activities they want.
Yeah, I saw what I did to one little boy, so.
Besides, as soon as everything's in place and we're ready for an all-out offensive, there'll be no match for us.
Huh. Sounds like morale is pretty high. Guess they're...
Yeah, no. No.
Huh? Is that Tumaini? What brings you here? Is this, like, a meet and greet?
What do you think this is, Disney World?
I wasn't... I'm so nervous.
Hey, come on! You'd march to war without so much as blinking. What's so scary about a chat with a traveler, huh?
Look at his smug little face, that smile. I love him.
It's not the same thing at all. There are plenty of chances to go to war. But a one-on-one chat with our great hero? That could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I love that smug-ass face he's wearing.
How can I not be nervous? What if I say something wrong? Or if my posture's bad? Or if I accidentally make a weird expression with my face? One bad impression can stick for life.
No one's here to judge you on your posture or your facial expression.
I'm sorry, great hero, but I have a small favor to ask.
What?
What Paimon guess? An autograph, right?
May I challenge you to a fight?
What? How can you be so audacious and so sheepish at the same time? Huh. Paimon's starting to think your nervousness is all just an act.
No, of course not. I just figured that if I don't ask now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But I am still on patrol, so please, great Paimon, if you wouldn't mind taking over for me for just a few minutes?
Ugh, again with the sheepish audacity. Just pick one or the other, will you?
Get out of here, bug. We're just gonna fight in the middle of town on a rock with no edges. Yeah, that's totally safe.
Obviously, I never expected to win, but until now, I didn't appreciate just how great the gulf was between us. I'll be bragging about the day I got to spar with Hermione for the rest of my life.
Oh, Paimon can't keep up with you.
Well, some people connect through conversation, but we warriors bond by sparring. And now that I've had a bout with the hero, we're no longer strangers. Nothing to be nervous about anymore.
Wow, was this man related to Luca?
Okay. Well, to each their own.
Not at all. We haven't spotted any new enemy movements.
As Paimon expected, nothing here.
I'm sorry I keep cutting Paimon off audibly, but I read what her text is saying, so I don't
did the
care.
guards find anything?
Nothing much, no. Someone mentioned that the Abyss Order has been doing some kind of meditation or prayer, but Paimon wants to lodge a complaint about one of the guards.
Ignore Paimon.
Traveler? You're back already? No one thought to wake me up, huh?
See, Lolly never gets old. She always acts like some stuffy, arrogant little, 11-year-old or something. I don't know.
In fairness, you look pretty hungover.
I'll have you know I'm perfectly sober when I'm hungover.
Yeah, right, sure.
What I meant to say is, I heard something about the Abyss Order engaging in meditation.
Yeah, that's right. Does it mean anything to you, St. Lolly?
I sensed something strange in my dream. It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Oh, what does that mean?
Hard to say. I don't think it had any tangible effect on the Night Kingdom or on our ley lines, but still, it's like a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality. It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that something strange is going on.
Oh. So even someone as familiar with the ley lines as you can't tell what's going on.
No, but she can tell they're doing something with the ley lines.
No wonder the shamans that Satura called to the front lines couldn't sense anything.
Ian-san, I think we should go talk to the chiefs. There's no point dragging this out. We need to take the initiative and drive the Abyss Order out of Natlan for good.
If that's the Council of Granny Eatsley, I'm sure the chiefs will agree. In war, adequate planning...
Sure, but the finer details aren't my concern. Oh? Sure, what is it?
Have you ever heard of monsters that are only visible to certain people?
Huh, you mean only select individuals can see them? Now that's a strange one. I guess they could be manifestations of a disturbed psyche? Or extreme negativity embodied in physical form?
No, these are abyss monsters. They're not special.
It could also be a simple case of dead monsters whose souls got stuck here somehow. Well, I say simple. Things quickly get confusing when you start looking into monster souls. For starters, trying to figure out which classification system to use is a real pain in the...
All right, we get it. Granny Eatsley's learning and wisdom, nope.
Hey, I was just thinking out loud. You really think I was just trying to flaunt my knowledge? Anyway, the short answer is... there are many potential explanations for the kind of phenomenon you describe. That said, it's not something I've ever encountered in all my years.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if Granny Eatsley's never seen it, it might as well not exist, right?
One second.
Hey, I'm not that old!
I agree. It's hard to say what it was for sure.
Care to elaborate on what happened?
Sorry, I have a friend talking to me in Discord about a meeting this weekend.
Really? You had to hold her hand to see the monsters? Sounds a little contrived.
Ooh, are you jealous?
Huh? That's the part that bothers you?
Maybe the point is more that it requires direct physical contact, whether that be hand-holding or otherwise, but that's neither here nor there. What bothers me is, it sounds like she's convinced that your sibling, the leader of the Abyss Order, is a savior.
Yep.
That really makes me question whose side this girl is on, and whether what she told you about her background is actually the truth.
No, I'm more concerned on what she is wearing and where she is from. Because she didn't even say what nation she thinks she is in currently.
Sorry if that comes across as paranoid. It's just hard not to be suspicious of everything when we're in the middle of a war.
Actually, Paimon feels like you make a fair point.
Whoever this girl is, she's...
Okay, well, you're clearly just jumping to conclusions.
Do you think she's some kind of weapon?
It's hard to know what to make of it. A young lady all by herself, lost in the middle of nowhere, sees monsters that no one else can, calls the leader of the Abyss Order her savior. At the very least, we should remain vigilant. Keep a close watch on her.
Sounds sensible. On that note...
Traveler, we still need some time to muster our forces. Maybe you could check on her if you're not busy. Just be careful.
She seems to trust me.
It's settled then. Let's go check on her.
I didn't let the audio play, but Paimon's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have left her in a cave all by herself. No, really? Do it, Paimon. We didn't even tell the Collective of Plenty, the nearest village, that, hey, there's this random girl with purple eyes and diamonds for pupils, probably Conrian, just hanging out in a thing over here. You might want to take a look on her. Make sure she has food or something. Or, right, she sprained her ankle, so can you send a doctor? Yeah, just send one of your healers over. I'm sure it'll be fine. Also, this is a really weird place for, like, a cave. I wanted to dive down!
Here we are. Deirdre will still be here, right? Oh, it's so quiet, though. Uh-oh. What if Yansan was right? Maybe she never...
You can see into the cave! Are you blind?
Traveler, watch out!
Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I heard a noise and I thought it was the monsters coming to get me. Did I hurt you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking straight.
If I'd thought it would hurt, I would have tried to dodge. And somehow it still hurt less than I expected.
Phew. That was scary. Paimon thought we'd walk into a Maybe we shouldn't have sneaked in without announcing it. Then you would have known we weren't
To be honest, I've been really on edge since you left. I just have this constant feeling that any second, the monsters are gonna come back and get me.
Why didn't we take her to a friggin' village where healers could look in on her and she would have felt safe with people?
And it's not like I can run from them. There's also no way to cook here. It's good you got back when you did. Another hour and a half and you probably would have found me starved to death.
Oh, that's weirdly precise. Though, it does explain why your attack on the Traveler was so weak. Wait, if you really thought you were gonna starve or get killed by monsters, why'd you promise that you'd be okay here on your own?
I just didn't want to lose face in front of my hero.
That's stupid!
He already saved my life once. That's more than enough. I just don't want to come across as a constant burden.
There's a village 5 steps away. Oh my god.
Huh. For someone on the brink of starvation, you're pretty preoccupied with your image.
What? That is the real reason. I'm kind of bearing my soul here, you know?
I don't think that's how you spell bearing. That's not how you spell burying my soul. Is she really just an injured civilian?
Anyway, so, could you make me some food now?
I'll take you to a village, just around the corner. It's a short walk. We can take your time. It'll be fine.
Oh, Paimon's getting hungry now.
Friggin' stupid. I wouldn't complain as much if the cave was a lot farther
I am
from
so
a village.
full. Thanks for saving me. Again, starvation feels like a distant memory now.
That's 2 favors you owe me now. I hope you're keeping count.
Huh. You can really pack it away, Deardith. Guess that explains how you had the energy to make it this far.
I tried so hard to hold back, but it looks like I still...
Paimon didn't even realize how late it is. Hey, the night sky here is really pretty.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to you both that I'm able to relax and enjoy it. I was cooped up in that cave the whole time you were gone. Now, I'm finally out. The air seems fresher, and the stars more beautiful than ever before.
It's not like the cave was really deep. This isn't a cave like in Sumeria where they go on for miles underground. That's a little nick in the wall. You could have literally just taken like 2 steps out or just like moved where you were sitting and you would have seen the night sky. I swear to God, this girl is dumb. Like, okay. They're probably like trying to save assets, air quote assets, of like making a really deep cave that goes back and has a long entrance. Think like basically any other cave in this game that have long entrances to them or they wind a little bit. But then they didn't do the follow through. So I think all of this text is implying that the cave was supposed to be a lot deeper, not bigger physically, like taller and wider. Just the entrance tunnel to it should have been a lot longer, and it's not. I think that's what happened, and so the game developers in charge of the topography dropped the ball. It's stupid, and it doesn't make this make any sense, but that's the only answer.
You weren't in there that long.
Time probably passed slowly.
When I was young, I used to lie on the roof of my house, gazing up at the stars. And often, my mind would drift to this question. Is this starry sky actually real?
Why would you think that? What gave you the idea it might be fake? Look, the traveler thinks that!
But my grandma would tell me the answer to that question doesn't really matter.
Yes,
Think
it
of all
does.
the people in our village who spend their entire lives here, she'd say. To them, that little village is their whole world. And so, if it's our destiny to live beneath this sky all our lives, then whatever may or may not lie beyond, this is our world. And that sky is real to us.
Yeah, no, Mona is going to have some words with you because she cannot properly tell a future because the sky is fake.
Paimon, is it kind of like how journeying with the traveler is everything to Paimon right now?
I really treasured my world. For a really long time, the village was my everything. The houses, the scenery, stories I always loved to hear about the Savior.
We're still not anywhere near dainslef, and I'm starting to get irritated.
But I could never bring myself to agree with Grandma. Even if the village was my entire world, I still had to know what lay outside its borders.
Yeah, go!
So, I finally ventured out and set off on my journey to find the Savior.
No, your grandma kicked you out and said go find the Savior because doomsday. This is a different answer.
I'm going to make my world bigger, one step at a time. And I'm not going to stop until I've seen what's beyond the stars.
Yeah, no, your character model is not unique enough that you're going to survive that long. You're not a
Maybe
playable character.
I'll
Okay, wait.
get an answer to the question I
Her
had as a
head
child.
is, the rest of her outfit is not. They could make her a playable character in the future, and that would be cool to see. But she doesn't even have a vision yet, so like we're going to have steps to do.
Who knows? Maybe one day, I'll be sitting and chatting just like we are now, but with someone from another world.
Yeah, one day. Oh, if only we could tell her.
I need to find the savior and protect my world. Then, I can make sure it continues to grow.
Am I the only one who would immediately ask her, what nation is your village in? What god do you worship? Do you worship the Dendro Archon, the Pyro Archon, the Cryo Archon, the Hydro Archon? These are a lot of O Archons. What Archon do you adhere to? Because that will tell me what nation you are from.
That's the most worthwhile thing I could think of doing, so I've been giving it everything I've got.
You know what? That's pretty cool.
Sorry. I got a little carried away. I always get chatty after a hearty meal.
The more we chat, the more convinced I am that she's not a bad person, and it doesn't sound like she's brainwashed by the Abyss Order. If we can afford to trust her?
Hold on. Shh. It's them. The monsters are back.
Where? Oh, still invisible, huh?
In that case, take my hand.
Can you see them now?
Yeah, stay back and I'll handle them. Why'd I suddenly go, Geo? Oh.
Oh, Paimon still can't see anything.
Hello.
Be free. Silence.
Hello.
The tides beckon.
Would it be neat if they just suddenly pulled out the Geo cancer dog that's the boss in Inazuma? That'd be cool. Hi, I need you to die. Come on. You're annoying me now.
Farewell. Ha! Settle down.
Go away. How is this related? Okay, yeah.
Wow, that was fast. Did you get all of them? Oh, Paimon's slowly but surely getting used to the sight of you fighting thin air. You doing all right, Deirdith? Deirdith? Hey, it's okay. There's nothing to be scared of anymore.
Oh, I'm fine. I just spaced out there for a moment.
I have a sinking suspicion that she is from Conria 400 years in the past. Because one of the titles is like space and time. Not space time, single word, space and time.
You spaced out?
I was just... the image of the traveler fighting to protect me. I was trying to commit it to memory. Seems like the least I can do.
She's talking like I'm going to be dead.
All right. Whatever floats your boat.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, there are no more monsters in the area, and it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight?
Why don't I walk you to the friggin' village?
Sounds reasonable to Paimon. What do you think,
I'm personally satisfied that Deirdre isn't a threat, but it can't hurt to monitor her for another night.
All right. Deirdith will be... Huh? Deirdith? Why are you going in alone?
As you stare at the hibernation chamber key in your hands, you start to relax and drift off to sleep. A vivid dream fills your mind. It'd be nice if that text stayed longer so I could read it, or that I could progress it by pressing X. Just quality of life improvement for people who read slowly. Forget, we're in the Night Kingdom. Wow, I am very saturated in color suddenly. Oh, hi! What are you doing here, brat? Who are you talking to? Lumine and the Lord of the Night. My head, it hurts. Headache's gone. I think I hear a voice in the darkness.
Doomsday. A fitting name indeed. A blood-red sky.
So there's cancer dogs, cubes. So see, the world has tears inside of it. So this is an outline. You can see the mountains in the back, right side. The ground is being torn open, and there's cubes floating. So, okay. We've seen cubes and red and stuff before with the Conrian stuff. In the back is not a regular ruin guard, the bigger ruin herdier, and it's shooting a laser out at what looks like the cancer dogs. So we know this, right? We know that the Conrians deployed the ruin golems, as I call them, the very big ones, to defend against the abyss attacking in Conria directly. And then we have a person in the foreground screaming up and crying as someone on their lap is potentially dead. And like the person on their lap has like a fluffy scarf around their neck, and then their sword stabbed into the ground and stuff. So like, interesting. Okay.
Wild beasts that slaughter all in sight. Endless pain. A terrible curse that cannot be reversed. And the birth of a savior.
That music chimes in when it's like something abyss, specifically in Natlan. That hero. She's holding my hand.
You're awake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to,
When did I sit up?
You just look quite distressed, like you were having a nightmare. I thought if I took your hand into mine, you might find it soothing. At least, that's what my family always did when I had nightmares. But it didn't seem to work on you. In fact, I think I made it even worse. I'm so sorry.
Is her character model smaller than mine? Her head looks smaller than mine.
Oh, is that right?
Will you shut up?
Huh. You better not be trying to pull a fast one on the Traveler.
What? Don't be so... I have more self-control than that.
Yeah, no, she's talking about like murdering me in my sleep.
Self-control? What does that have to do with it?
I can't remember anything. What did I see in my dream? I think I saw Lumine in the Night Kingdom at the very start, but I can't remember what happened next. If the memory is gone, I can't force myself to remember it. I'm gonna go back to sleep. We can catch up tomorrow morning.
No way is Paimon getting back to sleep after this. You go ahead. But for the rest of the night, Paimon is staying up to keep an eye on this young lady.
Oh, do I really seem that shady to you?
So, the dream with Lumine, we are seeing because we are sensitive to the ley lines, more or less, we learned in Sumeru. So that's that part. And probably because we have her key in our hand, it's like a tether to her. Then the dream switches to the cataclysm that happened in Conria and that quote-unquote curse, right? That cataclysm of Conria dream with the ground being torn open, the ruined golems and all that stuff, and the cancer dogs. That was Deirdre, maybe like a memory she lived through, and she doesn't remember that she's already lived through the Doomsday. Because we do know that if characters are in certain areas, the passage of time doesn't apply. Faruzan.
There should be enough food for 3 days. Make sure you eat the perishable stuff first, so nothing goes to waste. You can't tell which stuff is perishable, right?
So Faruzan, for example, was exploring Sumeru somewhere and ended up in ruins of some sort. And she was trapped in these ruins for 100 years. Apple Tart is out fishing one day and ends up somehow in the abyss and is gone for 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, something. And when he returns, not even a day has passed since he's left his family. So he had a time jump where the time bubble within Tavat was different.
Yeah, I can tell from the ingredients. Thank you so much for making all this for me.
So Apple Tart's experience and Faruzan's experience are opposite of each other. Faruzan went into ruins and time passed in Tavat, and time did not pass for her. She was gone, lost in the ruins for a while, a couple of hours probably, and outside in Tavat, 100 years went by. Apple Tart was gone, and years went by. When he came back, only a couple of hours had passed.
3 days will definitely be enough time for my ankle to heal. Then I'll continue on my journey to find the savior.
Walk around the goddamn corner, there's a pathway, follow it, and it will lead you to a friggin' village. Oh my god, we don't need to give her food for 3 days!
Alright, then we'll be off. Bye for now, Deirdre.
See you? Wait! But if this is goodbye, how am I supposed to find you again? Oh, I mean, what if I find your sibling? How am I supposed to let you know?
Leave a letter in any friggin' town, and they will get it to the Adventure Guild, and then Catherine will tell me.
Ah, that's a good point. We share the same goal, but we're constantly on the road, so we've got no fixed address. How about this? When the time comes, you can just write a letter to Mawika. She'll be able to find us for sure.
Mawika? Who's Mawika?
Aha! Hold on.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here! But it doesn't look like they're marching to war. More like they're running away?
Where? What are you talking about?
A bunch of Abyss Order thugs! You don't see them? They're heading right this way!
Wait a second.
That's strange. I guess it's my turn to not be able to see the monsters.
I bet the tried and tested method will allow you to see them.
You're right. I see them now. You weren't joking after all. So this is what it's like.
What a weird situation. What is making these monsters invisible? Is it Deirdre? Or the monsters themselves? Or is it us?
Is it the Loom of Fate? It's been completed. Is the Loom of Fate messing with the ley lines to adjust things? So Deirdre is from 400 years in the past, and so she can see the cancer dogs when they were all attacking 400 years ago, when the abyss cracked open due to Conrian idiots. That's also could explain why her clothing is different. She could be Natlan, just Natlan from 400 years ago. Unlikely, but okay, because her eyes are Conrian. But that explains as well that she's living in her own bubble of 400 years ago of reality, and I'm living in the present day, so she cannot see the present day, and I cannot see the past. Does that make sense?
Well, might as well mow these ones down, just so they can't pose a threat to the tribes.
Hello?
Woohoo! All done! Their morale seems super low. Guess they really were on the run, huh?
So there's no more of them, right? I still can't wrap my mind around this. Why couldn't I see them until you took my hand?
I'm as baffled as you are. The plot thickens. Turns out there are also monsters which I can see, but Deirdre can't.
So, any ideas on why those monsters might have been running away? Maybe something went down on the front line. Oh, Paimon's getting a little worried about Eon-san and the others. Let's head back to the Masters of the Night Wind right away.
We're not gonna ask how Deirdre doesn't know about Mavika?
We gotta go. Bye for now, Deirdre.
Because that's the bigger question.
Say
She's
that,
I don't know who
please take
Mavika
care.
is. which means that she existed during a time period or in a nation that didn't have Mavika as a god. Does that make sense? Like, This game already has so many questions. Do they have to keep adding to them? Calvin! Why is there not a voice? Now, I thought I heard people talking about me, but I never expected it to be you. What a coincidence. Well, guess we forgot you have a hot air balloon, huh? Not that you've ever brought us along on it, you stingy. Wow. Well, you never asked, have you? Why would we? Like a random side quest. I don't care about you. I'm here for the main story. Take pictures. Is this an event? And Raurosaurus. Wow! Oh my god, stop talking. I'm not here for you. I'm here for the main story. Stop talking. God, this is annoying. Genshin really needs to get this nonsense together. This is so irritating. I saw that there was a, I think it was for Star Rail. There's a patch note, I think it was for Star Rail, where you can skip dialogue or skip cutscenes, basically. And I'm like, I don't have access to that in Genshin. Are you serious? That's freaking annoying. Good, don't care. Where am I going? Stupid thing. I didn't teleport anywhere near you. I don't want to deal with you. Stupidness.
We ran into quite a big group from the Abyss Order.
2 is not a big group, Paimon.
The front line has...
Huh? But how?
Did the Abyss Order send reinforcements?
No, relax. Their front line has collapsed.
Feels like you could have frightened.
No, we're still mustering troops. So at first, I was also but just now, I got the full story from a guard who was on this... What did one person? Just a single individual. They stormed the enemy lines and attacked with a vengeance, cutting them down like paper dolls. They wielded an unknown power and fought with a sword style that no one recognized. The guard who relayed this to me said that before he even had time to react, the enemy was decimated.
I think I know what happened.
I'm only recounting what I heard, and assuming they're a neutral party, we'll need to figure out how to engage with them. Clearly they're a force to be reckoned with, so we don't want to come across as too weak or too hostile. It's quite a diplomatic conundrum.
You don't need to sweat it, Eon-san. From your description, we're already pretty confident that we know this person. Honestly, with the Abyss Order acting out so publicly, it's about time he showed up.
He never misses an occasion like this.
dainslef.
Interesting. Traveler doesn't have an audio voice to match with that, because that would have been way more impactful if both him and her said dainslef together. That would have been cute. Wait for dainslef to show up. Okay. Am I going the right way? Fret the ground's not attached there. Dainslef, baby, where are you? Oh my god, he doesn't have a voice? Why? He has the best voice actor. They got Eon-san and they got Paimon. They went from Eon-san being muted to having a voice. They went from Paimon having a voice to having a voice. And they muted Dainslef? This is kind of a crucial... Were you waiting for me?
It's been a while, Dane. And yeah, after we heard what went down, we figured you'd shown up. You caused quite a stir, you know. Oh, this is a friend of ours from Natlan. Her name's Eon-san. She insisted on coming here to thank you in person.
It is my honor, Mr. Dainslef. Thank you for breaking the stalemate in our war against the Abyss Order. Natlan is fortunate to share a common enemy with such a mighty warrior as yourself.
No need to thank me. I hunt the Abyss Order for my own reasons.
Please don't mind him, Eon-san. He always talks like that, but he's a pretty nice guy deep down.
It's quite all right. Uezo Eonson respects those of great power. Anyway, since you're old friends, I'll leave you to catch up for now.
Sure thing. You probably have plenty of other stuff to do anyway, right? Since...
Just to hear his voice, I'm gonna switch it to Japanese, because this is bullshit.
Dang. Would it have killed you to be a little more polite? She's our friend.
Eon-san, yes, I will remember the name. But I will not invest more emotion than is necessary when dealing with the citizens of the Seven. It is a matter of principle for me. I will not invest more emotion than is necessary when dealing with the citizens of the Seven. Fine, since Eon-san wasn't offended, we'll let you off.
Ugh, so stubborn. But whatever. So anyway, Dane, do you have any new info about the Abyss Order for us? Any idea what they're trying to achieve with this war, for example?
Shouldn't I, as the traveler, be like, hey, by the way, have you heard of the Loom of Fate? Never before have I seen the Abyss Order take action on such a large scale. Taken at face value, it seems highly illogical. In a war with Natlan, the odds are stacked firmly against them. They surely cannot be unaware of this. Their true goal must be a deeper one.
We thought so too. But it sounds like you're no closer to learning what that goal is than we are.
I've been on the case for some time, even captured and interrogated several Abyss Order members. Yet still, I am none the wiser. I can only assume they have gone to great lengths to keep their real operation secret. I have a bad feeling about this. The Abyss Order is wasting a lot of its forces attacking Natlan. So there's a bug on me. Whatever they stand to gain must hold enormous value to them. Go away, bug.
What do you think we should do?
Since we lack actionable intelligence, for now, we might as well continue to focus on fighting. Leave them to their secret plots. If they're so willing to sacrifice manpower for it, I intend to make that sacrifice greater and more painful than they could ever have anticipated. If we use this opportunity correctly, I believe we can eliminate the vast majority of the Abyss Order's forces. They'll never be able to mount such a large campaign ever again. That outcome is well worth our time. And the sooner we can do that, the better. That's right. The ideal scenario would be to destroy them before they can reach their goal.
Paimon gets it. Nothing in the world can satisfy you like making mincemeat out of the Abyss Order.
Right.
Wow. Okay. A rare, candid response from Dane.
Sounds like Dainslef's one-man attack on the enemy front has put him in a good mood. What about you? Any news to share on your end? Yeah, Loom of Fate! 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 Loom of Fate!
We found his sister's hibernation chamber key near the Collective of Plenty. She must have lost it.
No! No! Loom of Fate! So, she's here in person. Unsurprising given the scale of the operation.
Oh, and there's more! After finding the key, we also ran into this weird girl. She kept seeing monsters that we couldn't see, and then, this other time, we saw a load of monsters, but she couldn't. She also said she was on a journey to find the Savior. Her description of this Savior matched the Traveler pretty closely, so we figured it's probably his sister.
Okay. Paimon says matches Traveler pretty closely. The text says super closely. Which is it, guys? Hold on. That girl called her the Savior?
Yeah, that's right. Is something the matter, Dane?
The last time I heard that term was before the Cataclysm. And not just that, it referred to your sister then, too. But who would still believe in the myth of the Savior when the Cataclysm has already taken place? It makes no sense. That term has been around even before the Cataclysm. I like how there's little bats watching us. They're so cute.
Wait, wasn't his sister called the Princess, though? Where did this Savior thing come from?
Well, when she was first granted the title of Princess, the Vinster King and the entire court of Conria set about loudly proclaiming the might that she would bring to the nation. They made it sound as if with her there, all pain and suffering would be washed away, and the future of Conria would be brighter than anyone could imagine. The Savior was the celebratory title given to the princess by those who believed this rhetoric. So she was given the title of princess. She's not actually Conrian royalty like Kaya is. Got it. Of course, you know how that story ended. In hindsight, the cruel irony is glaring. All that title really stood for was the Vinster King's lust for power.
Oh, sounds like the people of Conria really believed in her.
Is that why Lumine is so determined to revive the homeland? Because she thinks she's failed as a Conrian savior? But that certainly doesn't explain everything. There must be other reasons. As for the girl you met, allow me to offer some speculation. I suspect that she is descended from pure-blood Conrians, afflicted with the curse of immortality. They must have resettled somewhere remote, cut off from the rest of the world. That would explain how her people retained their ancient beliefs, including the myth of the golden hair savior.
Ah, Paimon gets it now. So, a bit like Kaya, except she grew up somewhere more isolated? Still, that doesn't explain the invisible monster situation.
If she can't provide us with any more valuable intelligence, I suggest we shift our attention back to the Abyss Order.
Also, why don't you stay with us at the Masters of the Night Wind for tonight? You must be tired after all that fighting today.
I will consider it, but we must discuss our next steps first thing tomorrow morning. We can't give the Abyss Order any time to regroup. Settings. I'm not gonna suffer with a muted beloved. Wait until the following morning. Whee! That is so annoying. I wish that I had been, prepared that dainslef was muted. It never even occurred to me that his voice actor might have gone on strike, because last year, his stuff was voiced. Maybe they recorded that earlier before he could have gone on strike. I don't know. Where are we going? Talk to dainslef. Where's Dane? Dane! Go away, bug. dainslef, where are you? Oh my god, I was gonna make Kingdom Hearts speedrun notes and I didn't. He sounds so good. No, we can't give them that much time. Sorry.
ちょうど呼びに行こうと思ってたところだ。かがり木の民の伝達師からアビス教団のナタにおける本拠地を突き止めたって連絡があったんだ。
We just got word from Scions of the Canopy. Their intelligence has reported they've discovered the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan.
大半の兵力はそこへ撤退したらしい。指揮の中枢もそこにあったみたいだ。
After their front lines dissolved, thanks to dainslef, the bulk of their forces fell back to that area. It's where their central command is located.
怪人の都にな。
The Cinder City? Why? Are they trying to get control of the spaceship that's in the sky?
いかにもアビス教団が選びそうな場所だな。これって奴らを一網打尽にできるチャンスなんじゃないか？もしかしたらお前の妹さんもいるかもしれないぞ。
Yeah, you can't really talk during a war, Paimon.
ああ、兵力もほぼ集め終わったし、エンジン様のところにも使いをやった。さすがにこれだけの大規模な作戦は勝手に遂行できないからな。
Our army's almost ready. We sent a message to Malvika to inform her. We can't launch an operation this big without her okay.
返事を待っていたのでは遅すぎる。
I beg to differ. This is wasting time.
情報が手に入った以上、即座に行動すべきだ。たった1分の遅れがアビス教団にチャンスを与えることになるかもしれない。
You have the intel you need, so act on it. Every second you delay only increases the Abyss Order's odds of survival.
私の考えはさっき話した通りだ。あんたの考えもわかるが、ナタは今すぐ出撃できる準備が整っていないんだ。
問題ない。俺が行く。情報感謝する。ヤンサ。
Very well, then I will go there alone. Thank you for the intel, Ion-san.
一人で行くつもりか？もう少し待った方がいいんじゃ。
You're gonna go alone? Be sensible. Wait a tiny bit longer and you'll have a whole army with you. I understand his reasoning. He doesn't believe that they should wait for a god to give them permission to do what is correct in war. I understand where he's coming from.
わかった。健闘を祈るぜ。
引き止めないのかよ。
私はダインスレイブさんの勇気を評価してる。それにこれだけの実力があるなら。
I admire his courage. I believe he is strong enough to take on the Abyss Order on his own.
万が一劣勢になったとしても、時間さえ稼いでくれれば、私たちが援軍として戦場に駆けつけられるしな。
And even if things don't go to plan, he just needs to bide his time until we arrive with the reinforcements for him.
じゃあ、ご分を。
What did she say? Kokufmo? Whatever she said in Japanese was not what she said in the subtitles.
感謝する。
That also wasn't really thank you either.
旅人、じっと見られているぞ。
Alright, fine, I'm coming. Allow me to join you, dainslef.
ダインのやつ、かっこつけるんならもっと徹底的に。
And then he called his own bluff. He never said yes. Let me just point that out to Paimon. Why are they at Cinder City? Is it related to... There is a lot of abyss gunk down underground where Coco's body is at. What's that? Assault the Abyss Order stronghold. Oh, I think we had this last time. Or something like that. I think I've seen that seen it somewhere else before. It basically allows you to enter a domain without them using the big mirror with the stairs that you walk up to. We haven't seen that in a long time actually as an asset. We've been here before, you idiot.
アビス教団は昔から潜伏と陣地戦を得意としている。俺が長年奴らの戦力を大幅に削げなかった原因の一つだ。
All these years, the Abyss Order has managed to either stay hidden or fiercely defend their position. This may be the first chance I've ever had to finally make a serious dent in their forces.
戦闘中は貴様のことを常に気にかけられるとは限らない。
Which reminds me, once the fighting starts, I can't promise I'll be able to have your back at a moment's notice.
もしアビスの力で動く装置などに遭遇したら遠慮なく頼ってくれ。対処する。
But if you run into any abyss-powered mechanisms, feel free to leave them to me. I'll take care of them when I can.
ダインと一緒に戦うのは久しぶりだな。イアンサが来る前に、お前の妹さんにも会えたら最高なんだけど。
Okay. In this battle, dainslef will show you the might of the Twilight Sword. Summon him to clear out the obstructions that bar your path. The swordmanship dainslef has mastered as the Conrian's court guard captain allows him to easily espy the weaknesses of opposing elemental wards. His long war against the Abyss has made him highly cognizant of their weaknesses, allowing him to destroy their void wards. Okay, hold on. God damn it! I don't want to press that button! Oh, I thought we could play as him. He's in the party as a playable. I'm so excited. I got so excited there. Ooh. Did you see that? He just came in like Batman and punched them in the face. That was so good. That was so good. Oh my goodness.
私は帰ってきた。観念しろ。そう来るか。
Ow.
静粛に。
I wasn't expecting a herald to be here.
いざ。はっ。
お披露目だ。
Do you mind?
前にイアンサと一緒に拠点を攻めた時とは
We're in
考
bubbles.
えが全然違うな。撤退どころか全力で
I'm on. Can you like stop talking?
そう。
本拠地の構造にこの戦い方。望むところだ。つまらん小細工。
Oh, I don't have to deal with them? Nice.
行こう。参る。はっ。騒ぐな。
I don't have to deal with the herald? That's super nice. Get out of my way. I can just bum rush them. Hello. That's so awesome! He just teleports in and touches it. dainslef, the relentless specter that haunts us. The abyss is all present. To flee is futile. To resist it, vain. Can you not? Right it. There we go. Can you stop? Stop it.
あまり遠くに行くなよ。
歌え僕の名のもとに。
はっ、ほれ。
Come here. Hold still.
そうやよ。し。
Hold still. Can you? Stop it. Stop it.
さあ、みんなに挨拶だ。じゃあこんなはずじゃ。
I dislike that they're putting water ones here. I dislike it very much. Just want it to be known. I'm not a fan of it. That's rude. Nuvolette needs food. Fran needs food. Kazuha needs food. Can you stop that? Am I even hurting him? I don't think I'm hurting him. inventory. Okay, can you stop? Stop it. Interesting, dainslef was able to kill him. Nice. We reached the end, but still no trace of your sister. Is something else going on? Potentially. Inquisitus Baptis. Word Sword of Heaven's End. Twilight Sword dainslef. Is this really what you want?
その通りだ。貴様らを狩る機会を一度たりとも逃すつもりはない。
Indeed it is. I will take every opportunity to hunt you down to the last man. So where's your sister?
我々を狩るか。同情を禁じ得ないな。お前にとっては殺されることすら贅沢な願いなのだろう。
Though this is a hunt to you, I must say, I pity you, dainslef. The death you dole out so readily to others is a luxury you yourself cannot enjoy. Hi, thanks for the follow. But today... Oh, I thought he was done. But today, that is the least of your worries. Do you realize that all your years of pursuing us are being rendered utterly meaningless, even as we speak?
煙に巻くようなその話し方、不快で仕方がないが、少なくとも今王手をかけているのはこちらだ。そろそろ決着をつけるべきだろう。
Your riddles tire me. The overwhelming advantage is ours, at least for the moment. You know what that means for you.
貴様らにはまだ何か切り札があるのか。それともこの戦局を覆せる要因があるとでも言うのか。
I'd like to see what makes you believe you've already won, or that you can still turn the tide of this war.
わかりやすく言ってやろう。教団側からすれば、姫様はすでに別の方法で勝利を収められたのだ。
Then allow me to be frank. As far as we are concerned, our princess has already won by other means.
戦いへの勝利だけではない。姫様は。
And I do not merely mean this battle. No, Her Highness has already achieved something far greater.
すでに我々アビス教団の祝願を果たされた。
For today, the Abyss Order's greatest wish has finally been fulfilled. Their greatest wish? Does that mean...
密かに八神の国に侵入し、ナタが八神の国の地脈を再建した事例を参考に。
Our Highness quietly infiltrated the Night Kingdom to exploit that realm's past experience with ley line reconstruction.
運命の食器を使ってカーン・ルイヤの地脈を再構築したのだ。
And then used the Loom of Fate to reweave the ley lines of Conria. She used the Loom of Fate. It was all smokescreen to give her cover. Correct. As of now, our homeland has been revived.
お前に葬られた我が同胞たちは500年にもわたる苦しみを忘れ生まれ変わったカーン・ルイヤで新たな生を得るのだ。
All of my comrades that you have slain, dainslef, they shall forget the struggles that have beset them these past 500 years and begin their lives anew in Conria, restored to life. Is it 500 or 400? For a long time I thought it was 400, and then the game started saying it was 500, so I've said it was 500, and then the game started saying it was 400 years again, and now we're back to 500. Which the friggin' hell was it?
ざれ言。
What a load of drivel.
つまらん。貴様の言は穴だらけだ。
Your falsehoods are riddled with flaws. My ears tire of your tedium. Isn't there more to reviving a homeland than just reweaving its ley lines?
そうだぞ。なんか肝心なところが抜けてないか？例えば
You still need a few steps after that, such as finding a place to host the ley lines you just rewove.
そんな簡単に済むんなら、マービカや隊長だってアビスの災いの時
Plus, if it really was so easy, Mavica and the captain, Capitano, would have had a way easier time during the previous war against the Abyss. Abyss.
単刀直入に聞こう。貴様の言う復興したカーン・ルイヤとやらはどこにある？
I have one simple question. If Conria has indeed been revived, as you claim, then where is it?
まったくそこまで愚かだとはな。この状況になってもまだ信じないか。
Oh, you poor fools, clinging to delusions even after the truth has been plainly revealed to you.
よく考えてみるがいい。戦争が始まってから今に至るまで。
Think back on the last few days. Have you truly not noticed anything amiss since the start of the war? I sensed something strange in my dream. It seemed as if a noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines. I don't think it has tangible effect on the Night Kingdom or our ley lines. It's like a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality. It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that there's something strange going on. I also saw Lumine in the Night Kingdom facing the Lord of the Night. I can't see monsters at the same time as Deirdre. That's the correct answer! Why is it making me— oh, for frickin' hell. Then another possibility arises. Maybe I'm in a different time and space from Deirdre. If she's Conrian like Dainslef suspects, then that means this revived Conrian that he speaks of might actually exist. And despite hailing from separate times and space, Deirdre has found a way to communicate with us. Whatever may be going through your mind right now, do not trust it. I urge you not to believe his lies. The notion that Conria has been revived is preposterous. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I refuse to entertain it. The only thing that should demand our attention in this instant, and that is silencing this man for good. I mean, yeah? But also, like, no? Dainslef, honey, like, I get it. I get that you're mad. Stop it, stop it, stop it! Get out of here. That should be all of them, right? So we destroyed the Abyssoria's headquarters in Natlan, but somehow that didn't feel satisfying. Daedrith is the only potential lead we have. I understand. You think she might be from the revived Conria, yes? I have said my piece. I doubt Conria could be revived so easily. But if it will give you some peace of mind, you should talk to her and test your theory. I will stay here and do some post-battle cleanup. Perhaps there are some clues left to be found.
声と話し方にどこか覚えがあるとは思っていたが、貴様の死をしっかりと確認しなかったことは。
I thought your voice and attitude seemed familiar. My mistake. I should have made sure you were dead earlier.
貴様もまた不死の呪いを受けたのか、ハーデン。
The curse of immortality has struck you too then, Haden.
500年ぶりの再会だというのに、変わらず呼び捨てとは。
500 years on, and you still refuse to address me as master.
たとえお前が高貴なる真っ向の剣になろうとも、好みがもはや剣を握ることすら叶わなくとも。
Don't forget, dainslef, you may be the renowned Twilight Sword, while my arm has grown too feeble to swing a blade.
私はかつてお前の剣術の師だったのだぞ。
But I taught you everything you know about wielding a blade.
敬意などとうの昔に消え去った。貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
Ha! Your arrogance and malice cost you all of my respect long ago.
そうか。しかしもはや争う必要もあるまい。どうせお互い不死の呪いを背負う身。
Be that as it may.
永遠に決着がつくことなどないのだから。
Stop talking. Under the circumstances, I see no further reason for us to fight. The curse of immortality means neither of us has a way to completely destroy the other.
俺は貴様を100度だって殺してやる。
Speak for yourself. I intend to kill you 100 times over. I hope this means we're getting close to having dainslef as a pullable character, but I don't know. Have you finally had enough? You weren't joking then, huh?
100度も死の淵をさまようなど、悪夢ですら経験したことがない。過去の恨みを全て私一人にぶつけるつもりか。
Never in all my worst nightmares have I experienced anything close to the pain of 100 deaths. Surely there's no point taking out all your hatred on me alone.
アビス教団の分だけだ。かつてカーン・ルイヤで起きた全てを含めるならば、貴様の悪夢は想像もつかないほど長く暗いものになるだろう。
That was just for your actions in the Abyss Order. If I took into account what you did in Conria, you'd soon find out how much darker your nightmares can become.
そうか、わかった。お前も疲れただろう。少し座って話でもしないか。
All right, I believe you. Still, aren't you at least a little tired now? Why don't we sit down? Perhaps chat a little.
どうした？昔話は嫌いか？まあ、お前にとっては忌まわしい思い出ばかりだろうからな。
What? Not a fan of reminiscing about old times? Well, I suppose you don't have many fond memories to look back on.
まさか貴様がアビス教団の側につくとはな、ハーデン。
I never thought you'd side with the Abyss Order, Haden.
貴様らの姫はかつて貴様らを裏切ったと言ってもいいはずだ。
You could have easily blamed the princess for her betrayal.
ああ、その通りだ。かつてカーン・ルイヤの最悪が起こった時、誰もが救世主による救済を願った。
Indeed.
だが、どこを探しても彼女は見つからなかった。
Indeed. When the cataclysm first struck, everyone prayed for the Savior to deliver them. But she was nowhere to be found.
彼女の絶大なアビスの力がすでに削られていたことを分かっていても。
Yes, we knew that the great abyssal power within her had been divided up.
それでも彼女が一人で去ってしまったことに 我々は深く失望したのだ。
Yet we still despaired at her choice to leave us.
だが私は信じている。あのお方がなそうとしていることも、その胸の内の後悔も、全てが偽りなきものだと。
Still, I believe that everything she's doing now, including her regret over what happened, comes from a genuine place in her heart.
この状況で我々が信じられるものなど他にいるか。カーン・ルイヤの民が今さら神に頼ることなどありえないだろう。
And besides, who else can we place our faith in? We are proud Conrians, are we not? I mean, we can hardly turn to the gods.
彼女を許すとは、この500年で貴様も随分変わったな。
I suppose you have changed a lot over the past 500 years. Otherwise, I'd have never expected you to forgive her.
もし、貴様が騎士学院で俺に国者剣術を教えていたあの頃、今のような心の持ちようでいてくれたなら、俺もここまで貴様を憎み続けることはなかっただろう。
Had you been so generous during your time at the Knight Academy as my instructor in Black Serpent blade work, I might not have come to loathe you so much. Is that so?
そうか。
俺の行いは学院が掲げる騎士の精神にのっとったものだった。にもかかわらず、冷静さを欠いているなどという理由で罰を受けようとはな。
All my good deeds were clearly... Sorry, I just got liquid all over me. I moved, and my cup just spilled right where I sat on my chair. God dang it. Hi, Hajin. I don't understand the story update. Every update confuses me more. I spend... Oh my god, the cup's leaking more. Let me just put this on the ground. I understand a lot, and yet there's always more questions. Like, they solve one thing barely, and then they bring in more questions. And they're like, here's more story. Like, this basically is backstory for dainslef right now, which is good. But, like, they just added a whole nother... They added two more elements. One, so Lumine, the twin, has used the Loom of Fate. So we know that the Loom of Fate was created. We know that a person, Karibert, was sacrificed basically for it to a dark god, we assume, to get the Loom of Fate to be finished. And then she came to the Night Kingdom, did some kind of negotiations, probably talking with the Lord of the Night on how it's done, and then used the Loom of Fate itself. Whether or not it actually worked, I don't really believe it, per se. And then we get to the opening of this story is, oh, hey, I found a piece of the spaceship. What spaceship? That's the biggest thing that I'm still held up on is, like, yes, it's implied the twins came here via spaceship, but, like, it doesn't... They had wings. And the spaceship is also, like, both Lumine and Aether, their dress code is creams and golds and warm tones. And the key that we find is a cool tone piece of space metal. That doesn't fit. That fits, like, Honkai Star Rail 1.0 with the weird space dragon you fight. It just doesn't work. And then, like, we just found out that, like, she absorbed abyssal energy and then divided it. So we know that we, as the twin, can absorb it because we're able to heal people. But then how is she dividing it? It doesn't... it's another thing where, like, I wonder if translations are having an issue too, because, like, the god power that the Vishaps use, or sorry, not the Vishaps, the Adeptal Beasts and the consecrated beasts, and so Adeptal, consecrated, and what's the other one? There's a fourth word. In, like, the original Chinese, they basically kind of all mean, like, magical energy, more or less. That's godlike energy to a degree. But in the English, they're making like 500 different flavor text words for it. That doesn't quite work. It's kind of like how some languages have, for the word of love is actually like 5 different words. And then we have other plot stuff that like hasn't been answered. Like we learned in Dragonspine that the bough keepers were people who held a bough of a white tree, the Ymir trees, and that gave them access to hear the words of the heavens, Celestia, supposedly. And Dainsleif's title is bough keeper. So that would imply that he was hearing the words of the heavens as part of one of his duties at some point. But that's not something they've ever brought up, and I don't know if they ever will, because like they don't seem to care about stuff that they have set up. All right, let's continue on. All my good deeds were clearly in the spirit of the Academy's code of chivalry, yet I received corporeal punishment for being restless and brash.
それから本当はこんな7度口にしたくないが、同級生だったスルトロッチも騎士精神を貫いたがゆえに迫害を受け、獅子の自由を失った。
And as much as it pains me to bring up his name, even my co-student, Sir Talogi, was prosecuted for following the spirit of knighthood, even lost his limbs over it. Sir Talogi. Is that the doctor's actual name? I forget.
今更こんなことを語っても何の意味もない。だが、このすべてに貴様は関わっていたのだろう、ハーデン。
There's little point discussing it now, of course, but all of this was your doing, wasn't it, Haden?
己の地位を守り、偽りの名誉を保つために、新世代の騎士たちを徹底的に潰した。
You wore a mask of benevolence as you viciously suppressed the next generation of knights, all to bolster your own position and reputation. I want to say something, but I'm not sure if you've seen it. So I really don't even look at the official Genshin YouTube stuff. I don't look at any of the web things, and I do not go out looking at Reddit or 4chan or theory mongers and stuff like that, because I don't want what someone else is thinking to taint my theories of the game, so I ignore everything else. And it's nice to live under a rock and just have what the game tells you. And in that sense, I feel like my theories of what is going on is very different from everyone else's in what's going on with the world and stuff and how things are connected. And like how the world is formulated. I think the weirdest one that I haven't heard from anyone else is that the imagery in the back of the domains where you get your battle and talent books and things like that, that imagery is a map of the world. And like it's got the tree and it's facing 2 different directions as it gets closer to that diamond in the center. So like I have weird ideas, I think, sometimes. So what the things that I have left to do is I have to do Chef's story. I didn't do that because I didn't care for it. And I have to do the Skirk story. It's after Dainslef. So we have Dainslef as the first one. And then the other content that I haven't done is the date episodes. I eventually do want to do at least the date episode with Kaya because I care about him. I like him. Maybe the one with Faruzan, if it actually goes into like her being trapped in the ruins, but most of the other characters I don't care about. Layla might be interesting because she has that dual personality when she's sleepy.
どうした？認めないつもりか？
What? Too cowardly to admit it?
すまない。真摯に謝りたいところなのだが、私は。
I'm sorry, Dainslef. I would apologize to you for those actions, truly. But the fact is, I honestly can't remember them anymore.
この姿を見ろ。アビスの力がなければ、私はこの肉体すら維持できない。
Look at me. Look at what has become of me. Only by the Abyss's grace have I managed to maintain this physical form.
記憶も心も精神も感情も当の昔にすり減ってボロボロになってしまった。
But as for the rest, memories, spirit, emotions, personality, they have long become eroded, fragmented beyond recognition.
だが、たとえそれが私にとって振り返りたくもない過去で、 かつて目を背けた記憶であったとしても
Even if mine was a past steeped in sin or in shame I once longed to hide, I would wish to remember it.
このまま本当の自分を失ってしまうことが怖いのだ
Without my history, I fear I will become another person entirely.
私が犯した罪については全て謝罪するだからもっと聞かせてくれないかカーン・ルイヤでの過去について
I would like to apologize for any misdeeds that are mine. So please, tell me everything. Tell me about the Conria we once called home.
なるほど、通りで。記憶とは人格を形作る根幹だからな。
No wonder your personality struck me as different. Memories are indeed a crucial part of a person's identity.
カーン・ルイヤでの過去か。
So, the Conria we once called home. Dainsley slowly closes his eyes. Countless memories of Conria flood into his mind. Sights, memories, feelings, everything etched into the heart and mind are gradually brought back forefront, recalling everything takes a long, long time. You seem to remember much. Could you tell me more about it? About our golden age?
貴様に語ってやるほどの時間も情けも持ち合わせていない。
I'm not interested. I've neither the time nor the sympathy.
そうか。残念だがよかろう。私には聞けぬ物語も、運命の食器が聞いてくれたなら。
They tricked him! Is that so? What a pity. But this will be quite sufficient as long as the loom of fate heard what I could not.
いえ、貴様ら一体何をした？
The loom of fate, what have you done? Tell me.
改めて謝罪する、ダインスレイブ。確かに私は嘘をついた。お前の見抜いたことは全て正しい。私ではお前を欺くことはできないようだ。
I'm afraid I owe you yet another apology, dainslef. You are right. I lied to you earlier. Your wits are too sharp to be fooled by me.
カーン・ルイヤの復興はまだなされていない。地脈の折り直しすらまだ完了していないのだからな。
The other big thing that I have a problem with this game is they have taken the storytelling method that is akin to Star Rail, what I've seen when I've played a bit of Star Rail, where important things happen off screen away from the main character. And in Star Rail, okay, I can accept it because they're a trailblazer and they've got mysteries and whatever. Like it's an anime series. Everyone has a main character in different areas, blah, 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 jump around. In Genshin, it doesn't not work because in Genshin, it is specifically supposed to be the twin exploring the world and finding out what's going on and getting everything as an observer and learning why their sister did X, Y, and Z, or what's going on with the world and the truth of the world and all that stuff. And we've had several big instances happen where the main character is not aware of this information. We had the stuff with Mavika earlier in Natlan, and then we have the stuff here with crucial things happening just to dainslef and the history of Connery and all that stuff. And the main character is not being aware of it. Like this kind of stuff, the homeland hasn't yet been revived, the ley line weaving's not complete. This kind of storytelling stuff should still be in the presence of the main character. You can do it with making Paimon shut up, because we've had instances where we did not have Paimon, because thank God she had to stay behind because it wasn't safe or some bullshit. It's infuriating storytelling where for all these years, it's been very important to have stuff for the main character to know and the player to not know. For example, we don't know what kind of information Nahida gave to the doctor to give up one of the gnosises because we were knocked unconscious, so we, the player, literally don't know. It's infuriating. Pick a lane in terms of storytelling. Good lord. All right, give me a second. I have to get up. had to change how my chair was since all that water spilled on it. And it's sugary water too. I'm gonna have to wash that seat cushion and my pants. The homeland hasn't yet been revived. In fact, even the ley line weaving is not yet complete.
地脈とはあらゆる記憶の集合体と考えていいだろう。かつてのカーンルイヤの地脈を再構築するには、あの時代のカーンルイヤに関するほぼ全ての記憶が必要となるのだ。
So Conria was not just nuked by the Abyss when the tear and the space opened by the idiots. The ley lines itself were destroyed. I still want to know what makes Natlan's ley lines inherently weaker. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why were Natlan's ley lines inherently weaker? I need answers to that, because that sounds like an older problem from the first Archon. It sounds like Natlan's ley lines were weaker because of the battle with the... What the hell was the Black Dragon King called? I keep wanting to say, like, Ragnarok or something. Due to that. So, like, that's the only answer that makes sense, is that battle with that dragon who was fighting against the Abyss monsters and the invaders from beyond the stars, so Celestia. That dragon nuked most of Natlan's ley lines. So then the only other answer is that, like, Conria existed outside of the Seven, but still existed within Tevat. So it still had Tevat, but it didn't have the blessing of Connor, because we know that there were emissaries in Enconomia. But that also just... This is saying that whenever the Abyss was given a gateway into Conria, basically by, who was it, the 7-5 Sin morons that dainslef named, one of them being Rhine-Daughter, when the Abyss came in, it nuked Conria plus the ley lines themselves. So it wasn't just a war attack of the Abyss being the gates flung open, right? The gates open wide. But also that, like, the ley lines themselves got damaged. They're laying interesting groundwork, because we've had the groundwork for a while that Durin was never dead because his heart never stopped beating. So that was interesting groundwork. We also have the groundwork of, like, it's possible the previous Hydro Archon might be revived because she's a gigantic flower being a cap at the Site Zero. I don't know, because, like, the twins' memories of the world being destroyed and then, like, the red cubes and stuff floating out from the ground, we haven't seen any other area or any area like that at all in the game. So, like, that's not Natlan, that's not Conria. I have a sneeze coming. Sorry. We can imply that it was Conria. So the twins... When the twins arrived in Tevat, as, like, their first arrival, they didn't get to explore anything because this is all new to us, the main character. We arrived to a world in a cataclysm, so we must have touched down at Conria to have seen that kind of destruction. But that also implies that the land above it was open. So that means that the Dragon Ball Z nuke crater at the Oasis, that somehow must have been, like, a bigger opening for us to be on Conria ground, because Conria is underground. And even, like, the tunnels it takes to get to Conria all imply it was a subterranean thing. And we have the snake boss that is described as, like, building tunnels for Conria, perhaps to, like, make a subterranean network all across Tevat. The origin story doesn't make sense anymore. The origin story kind of makes sense because like Aether and Lumine, because I play Aether, they came to Tevat. They had a world at Cataclysm. They didn't want to stay, and so they flew up to the cosmos to leave. And that's when the unknown god stopped them. They kidnapped the twin and smacked us in the face, and we fell to the Star Snatch Cliff area. And that's where we wake up. We wake up from there somewhere, and we have Paimon. So that gives us... We were flying back to our spaceship, which should be beyond the fake sky in orbit around the planet, is where our spaceship should be. I don't know, because like the other problem is Nahida said that the twin Lumine, that they are now part of, or they have been part of Yggdrasil's network of Tevat. So she's native to Tevat, which again, because I don't watch other theorist crafty people, tells me that I think we might be a clone or a homunculus like Albedo. Because like that, it wouldn't surprise me, because Kafka in Honkai Star Rail, in the Liar Truth game, she basically says that we are an artificial human created to hold a special Stellaron that can't infect us like a virus, yada yada crap, whatever. So like we have precedents of artificial humans. I believe, if I remember correctly, when I read a bunch of wiki nonsense on Impact the Third, there's artificial humans there too. Conrio's in control of the whole world. I don't know, and we don't know. But like this game is really dark. Like whenever you start to do the Enkonomiya story stuff, there's stuff in that storyline was never picked back up, of us going and freeing the Vishaps that were being experimented on. That's never been picked back up from the Three Realms Gateway event. God forbid they tie up loose ends. God forbid they tie up the boatsman in Inazuma and the lady in the Great Silver Hall that he talks to and ferrying people of the dead there. Like it's a... I have words for this game. I have been offered several, I think 3 times now, to do like a Google call with feedback because of the feedback that I give in their surveys. I'm just like, y'all, you're all dropping the ball. And I keep rejecting them every single time or ignoring them because like, anything you want to hear from me, I have put in the feedback surveys. If you can make an event that has crucial lore in Honkai Star Rail be permanent. If you can make an event that has no lore and it's just random side mini games and stuff, and that can be permanent in Honkai Star Rail, then you have literally no excuse for your top selling game to not have lore crucial events be permanent. We need to have, at bare minimum, we need to have the very first event that proves Mona and Scaramucci about the sky being fake, because otherwise, at the bare minimum, Scaramucci does not have a proper introduction in the main story. That was his introduction to the main character. That's the first thing. The second thing is the Three Realms Gateway needs to be permanent. And then the third is every single one of Albedo's effective character chapters for Dragonspine. All 3 of those need to be permanent. A one little sentence summary bullshit and picture screen is not enough context for someone who just did the Albedo Durin alchemy thing. That's not enough context for someone to understand that Albedo has been trying to follow in Rhindaughter's footsteps obsessively at all. This stuff should be permanent. There is no reason that it's not, and it's stupid that they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to delete the files out of the game itself too. Like, no, you you are having trouble with long-term players. You are having trouble with players recommending this game to new players. Like, oh my god, how dumb are you? Continue story. There are so many story threads that are not caught on. Like, in Sumeru, this is my last tangent. In Sumeru, they make it very plain and important and vital that you, the player, understand that if someone has access to forbidden knowledge, it will decay and erode Yggdrasil. It will decay and erode and pose a threat to the entire tree, not just Tevat, but the entire tree that Tevat is. Hi, Drew! You're really insight into these things. And so the problem is with that happening is they're like, oh, it's such a big thing. So Nahida is literally a tree. She grafts part of herself that will have no knowledge of the forbidden knowledge, and that becomes our current Nahida. And the old Nahida erases herself from the world tree so that she never exists, because it's a freaking data space in a computer. She just erases herself out of reality. And new Nahida has no idea. Okay, fine. That solves Nahida, the Dendro Archon, being the closest one to the world tree. That solves that issue of her knowing about forbidden knowledge, not being able to erode Yggdrasil. That does not stop the actual forbidden knowledge or the abyss itself from eroding Yggdrasil from the bottom up, which is what it is doing. You go farther down, the farther down beneath the surface you go, the more abyss crap there is. And then to put a friggin' cherry on it, they have literal USB drives floating around with their Google lenses in Sumeru, and Alhaitham gets his hands on a bunch that have forbidden knowledge, puts them into his Google lens, and he gets access to forbidden knowledge. And nothing has come of it. Literally friggin' nothing has come of it. And that was 3 years ago. Like, oh my god. Hi, Drew. How are you doing? We are continuing main story that has not been picked up in the last year because drip feed. Makes me really miss Final Fantasy XIV, where I can just binge the story in 3 days if I want to get to the credit roll. How are you doing, Drew? Are you still doing D&D? Is that what you were playing usually? So we are with dainslef, and we're talking to another moron from Conria, and the moron just tricked dainslef into telling him about Conria of 500 years ago during its heyday, because the bad people, in air quotes, the bad people are trying to use a machine called a loom of fate to weave the threads of the ley lines to make the nation come back as it was before the cataclysm. Because this world is a tapestry. Okay. Think of ley lines, the ley lines. Think of ley lines as the collection of memories concerning a given place. To reweave Conria's ley lines as they were 500 years ago, we would somehow need to retrieve almost all the memories of Conria from that time. League of Legends, that's what it was. The loom of fate cannot weave without an abundant supply of memories. Oh, you mean you ran into a hiccup with your fancy-ass machine that you killed someone for? Who knew there would be a problem with human sacrifice? We're also playing with Japanese voices because the voice actor for dainslef is apparently still on strike, so he is muted, and I cannot abide my beloved dainslef to have no voice. Can't do that. No. DMing D&D. I know that there's some people where they'll get together with their friends and they'll do like a Discord call and they'll do D&D that way. And so we relied on everyone in the Abyss Order to provide what they could. Even though fragments are all that remain in most cases, the more we all share, the more that can be restored. So, by screwing around with Abyss powers, you're corroding your memory. And so you needed someone who hasn't touched the Abyss.
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。アビス教団の奴らがしていた瞑想も食器に原料を供給するためのものだというのか。
So the Loom of Fate is running as we speak, and the so-called meditation your members have been performing, its purpose was to supply the Loom with memories, wasn't it?
その通りだ。500年の時を超え、残された我々が記憶を紡ぎ、夢の国を再びこの現実へと呼び戻す。
Oh yeah, this will totally end well.
に満ちた計画だ。
Indeed, we, a people in exile, you guys tore a rift in space and time and brought the Abyss to the surface because like 5 of you were morons and wanted to power electricity or whatever shit for war or curiosity. And one of you were literally playing God, bringing humans to life and trying to recreate the dragons. Like, you all are dumb. This will not end well. It never does. Whatever. Indeed, we, a people in exile, stranded 500 years in the future, this is present day, moron, will revive our homeland anew and bring the nation of our dreams back into the real world. Ah, what a glorious undertaking. Hi. The multiple souls of kings that are like 10-year-old little children that are used to power the sun in Enkonomiya, they would like to have a word with you. By the way, they were murdered to power that sun.
我々の記憶はすでに摩耗し、今やほとんど残されていない。わずかな原料では不完全な世界しか生み出せない。
This is like, this is almost as bad as Petrichor. You know, I think they're even on how bad they are because Petrichor, the civilization was tricked into giving up their human bodies to putting their bodies into stone automatons. And then their souls were coalesced into a single entity. And then that was then studied and copied and done later on in Fontaine. Like, is that what's going to happen with Conrad? We're going to see it a third time where they're going to try and coalesce all of their intelligence into a single being, except now it's a single nation. No one will be different from each other because all the citizens will have the memories of everyone else. No one will be a unique individual. What a shame it had to take this long. After 500 years, most of our memories have faded, and a world woven from broken memories shall itself be broken.
そこで目をつけたのがこの俺か。長年貴様らを狩り続けてきた敵だというのに。
So that's where I'm supposed to come in. You look for assistance from your mortal enemy who has sworn to hunt you down.
その通りだ。お前の兄が残した指輪のおかげで、お前は何度でも肉体の状態をリセットできる。
Excusez-moi? Precisely, for you possess a ring left to you by your elder brother, which continuously resets your body's condition?
お前の記憶も多少はすり減っていようが、カーン・ルイヤの末裔の中では最もマシなはずだ。
Of course your memories are susceptible to erosion, just like ours. But of all Conrians who remain, you are sure to remember the most.
たとえ教団の全戦力をおとりにしようとも、お前の心に刻まれた記憶だけは手に入れねばならなかった。そのためならば、どんな代償もいとわない。
We had to obtain the memories in your mind, whatever the price. even if it meant sacrificing our entire army as bait.
俺をここへ誘い込み、瞑想の状態へと導くこと。それが貴様らの真の目的だったというわけか。
So this was your true goal, to lure me here, guide me into a state of meditation, and access my memories.
いいだろう。俺の脳裏にあるわずかな記憶と引き換えに、貴様らの全戦力をそげるというなら、悪くない取引だ。礼を言う。
So be it. A few of my fading memories for your entire army? That strikes me as a fair trade. I appreciate your generosity. What ring does he have?
運命の食器にすがりつき、一か八かで手中の駒を全部投げ捨てるのは、賢明な一手とは言えないがな。
You're gambling everything you have on the loom of fate. This could be a costly mistake for you in the long run.
少なくともあの方にはこの戦いに参加する資格がある。そしてたった今、お前の助けのおかげで運命の食器による新カーンルイヤの地脈が完成した。
Perhaps, but that is the gamble our Highness, Lumine, has chosen to make, and thanks to you, the loom of fate has now finished weaving the ley lines. New Conria is complete.
貴様ら
Wouldn't it
が
be
崇
old
める
Conria?
者のことはさておき、どんな代償も厭わないと言ったな。
Enough about your beloved leader. You said you would pay any price for my memories, did you not?
俺を欺いた報いに、もう100度死ぬ覚悟はあるんだろうな。
In that case, prepare to be slain another 100 times for your deception. I hope it was worth it. Okay. So let's go back to our main character and finding our sisters. Never gonna happen! So while we were talking, the Loom of Fate was doing its thing. Okay. I just want to show you this. This one thing bugs the nonsense out of me. Character story 1, character story 2. The Vision. 3, 4, 5, Loom of Fate. Number 2 ends with us talking to the Animo Archon, the Dragon of the East Four Winds of Mondstadt. This literally has not been updated since 1.0. This very important summary of what the frig is happening in the game has not been updated since 1.0. This doesn't even include us going into Liyue. This doesn't include us fighting Tartaglia. This does not include us dealing with anything in Inazuma, including the hurricane and breaking her out of her bubble world of grief. This does not include us dealing with the chasm and saving Zhao's butt and Zhongli being a sort of okay father. It doesn't include anything. But if you had been like me and you saw the words the Loom of Fate way back when, you would know that like they're playing into the Loom of Fate and the three what are they called? The Greek ladies. What are they called? Where they weave the Loom of Fate literally. They weave on the Loom of Fate. They spin the thread, they make the yarn, they cut the yarn. Just, yeah. There's no way those three girls are not going to be part of it. And if they aren't part of it, then they're being referenced by the three moons, which are finally now being a thing, which we've known about since forever. And they're just now being... Sorry. I want them to continue the story without adding more questions. We don't need more questions.
何かあった？
Oh, look, the Cataclysm's back. Why is the volcano being destroyed? Oh, we finally get to, like, interact with it! Could this be the Cataclysm? This is like one of my own memories, like Aether's own tiny memories. Is this where she is right now? So she really is.
私たちは同じ世界の人間じゃない。
We're not from the same world, are we? Interesting. There's some cubes like going directly into the phlogiston there.
俺は未来の世界にいる。
I come from your future.
よかった。なら世界はちゃんと続いていくのね。
That's great. That means the world isn't going to end. Yes?
じゃあカンルイヤ、私の国はどうなったの？
In that case, tell me what happens to Conria. What happens to my homeland? No, wait. Don't answer that.
未来がわからないからこそ頑張る力が生まれるの。私は信じてる。救世主様ならこの運命を変えてくれるって。
We can only fight for our future if the future is unknown. I still believe the Savior can turn things around.
たとえあなたの助けがなくても、
I'll carry on looking for her,
彼女を探しに行く。
even if you're not there to protect me.
でもね。
So the cancer dogs were appearing before the cataclysm. That makes sense because they were screwing around with trying to open the rift to the abyss. That smaller rifts would open and the dogs would get through.
救世主よ。すべてを守り、すべてを変えられる人。
I've already found my savior. It's you. You protected me, and I believe you can protect us all. You're the one who can change everything. I still have questions about the prior descender whose body and blood was chopped up into the gnosises. Like, that's a big thing that we're just glossing over as well.
でも残念。私たちは同じ時空にいないんだものね。
It's just too bad that we're not from the same time or place.
そうだ。前から思ってたんだけど、あなたが一生懸命妹さんを探してるように、妹さんもあなたを探してるかもしれないでしょ?
One last thing before I forget. I know how much you want to find your sister. Surely she must be desperate to find you too.
だから何かあなたと会った証になるものをくれないかしら?
So is there anything that you can give me as a memento, proof that you and I met?
妹さんを見つけた
That
時
way, when
に
I do find her, I can convince her that you're also searching
証
for
明
her.
できるように。
Memento. Give her her key back. Wait. What is it?
どうかし
Oh! Oh! Screw you, game! If I'm in her future, if this is her fate, I can choose to keep the key. Doesn't that break the timeline? This is not how time travel is supposed to work, guys. Because, like, that's still not answering how the key fell out of my sister's pocket. Here, take it. Skirk? That's like Skirk's portal that she yeeted what's-his-face through. Or it's dainslef's. It's yours!
時の失勢、イスタロトの影響だったんだ。
So that's what happened. Easteroth, the ruler of time, must have had a hand in this.
そうじゃなければ、この出会いは起こり得なかった。
There's no other way that this meeting could have taken place. You knew this? I only knew the ending. I've always been curious about the events that led to it.
500年前、カーン・ルイヤの最悪が始まったばかりの頃、私はカーン・ルイヤの姫として
When the cataclysm first began 500 years ago, I, as the Princess of Conria, was preparing to do my part, to fight back with all of my might.
そんな時、この少女、
But then this girl,
キリルが訪ねてきた。
Deirdre, she found me.
彼女は世界を救ってほしいと必死に頼み込んできた。
The irony was that even as she desperately begged me to save the world, she brought me news of you.
お兄ちゃんが私
I
を
was
探してる
stunned.
って聞いて、驚きのあまりすぐには信じられなかったけど、スリープポットの
And I was suspicious of her claim that you were searching for me. But then, she showed me the key to your hibernation chamber. She actually found you?
テイワットで目覚めた時、
We'd been separated ever since I'd awakened in Tevat. I searched the whole planet
どこを探しても
and now
見つからな
found
かった
no trace of you anywhere.
よりによって
And then she brought me the news. And then she brought me that news at the worst possible moment.
当時の私にとっては
I was faced with an extremely difficult decision. So, okay, this works. We, the twins, land in Conria. We see the cataclysm, and so we go to leave. And the unknown god steals her, smacks me down to earth, and I'm unconscious for 500 years. She goes back to Conria to help them. She searches the planet looking for me, doesn't find us, so she goes to Conria to be like, oh, look, you're in trouble, let me come help you. And then Deirdre shows up being like, hey, I have news of your brother. As Conria is at the cataclysm that she has already been trying to face. So yeah, the timeline works.
すぐにでもお兄ちゃんに会いに行きたかったけど、カーン・ルイヤはもっと切実に
I desperately wanted to see you again, but Conria was in an equally desperate need of my help.
分かってた。どっちを選んでも
I knew that no matter what I chose, I'd regret my decision for the rest of my days.
罪悪感を抱えながらも
So I steeled myself against my guilt and made my decision. I went to see you. And then,
やっとのことで見つけた時、お兄
but
ち
when
ゃ
I
んはま
found
だ
you,
目覚めてもいなかった。
you were still in hibernation.
スリープ
Even the
ポット
key
の
to your
鍵も
chamber was still secure
ちゃ
on
ん
your
とお兄ちゃ
person.
んの元にあった。
3 keys existed simultaneously at that moment.
わけがわからず混乱したけど、
I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. But there was no time to think. I just grabbed you and ran. That's where we are right now, an intersection of our memories. You grabbed me? The cataclysm was happening. You found me in hibernation. And you grabbed me out of hibernation?
500年もの間、ずっと疑問だった。でもまさか。
This question has haunted me for the past 500 years. I never imagined the answer would come to me like this.
500年後の私の行動が
Though my actions 500 years in the future set everything in motion. Are you mocking me, Easteroth?
私への皮肉なの。
Deirdre succeeded in bringing us together, but unfortunately, it is versions of us 500 years apart. She hoped that the Savior would rescue Conria, save the entire world. But instead, the news she brought led the Savior to make the complete opposite decision. How awful. Is that her fate? Is that how her story must end? Has Conria really been revived?
まだ。
Not
で
yet,
も最も重要な一歩は踏み出せたよ。
but I've taken a very important step. Now, the ley lines of Conria are complete.
テイワットの地脈は天理によって固定されていて、増やすことも置き換えることもできないってことは最初から分かってた。
I had always thought that Tevat's ley lines were locked by the heavenly principles. No more could be added, and existing ones could not be replaced.
でも、ナタにあるヤガミの国だけは例外みたいで。
But then I learned that Natlance's Night Kingdom appeared to be an exception to the rule. It has intrigued me ever
そ
since.
こで私はアビス教団を率いて、ナタに陽動作戦を
Girl,
し
you
て
had 500 years, and you journeyed the planet. The Night Kingdom existed during the Cataclysm, and you're just now finding out about it and taking action? You are slow! So I directed the Abyss Order to feign an attack on Natalan, buying me some time to enter the Night Kingdom and negotiate with the Lord of the Night.
残念ながらヤガミの国は特殊で、新たな地脈を受け入れることが
Unfortunately,
できない
for
んだって
other reasons, even the Night Kingdom cannot host any new ley lines.
空間を与えてくれた。
The most I could get was some room to carry out the weaving process. The Lord of the Night did say before that she can only reconstruct Natlan's ley lines. It probably is for the same reason.
ヤガミの許可を得て、運命の食器を起動させた
Still,
の。
I received the Lord of the Knights' permission, and I activated the Loom of Fate.
一輪のインテイワットの花を基盤に、500年前のカーンルイヤを再現した空間を生み出して、今のナタの時空
What
に
the hell kind of
重
word
ね
is
合わ
that?
せたの。
In Tevat? Where's my phone? Okay, hold on. I'll just open a new internet browser window. One moment. That is not a real word. That's a fake word. Define in Tevat. I hit a chord. I'm sorry. 1 second. It's a flower. It's the flower that's in her hair. That's what it is. I barely moved. 1 second. I barely jiggle the cord, and it just does this nonsense. I moved my laptop, and that moved the cord. That's the problem. Okay, that's working. Come over here. Deactivate, reactivate. There we go. Okay, so using the flower in my hair, because it's an Intevat, using a flower as the base, I was able to grow a realm based on the Conria of 500 years ago, superimposing it over present-day Natlan space-time.
時空が重なり合ってたからこそ、お兄ちゃんも
That superimposition is what allowed you and Deidre to cross paths. Isn't that kind of dangerous? For, like, literally everyone in Natlan? That's what I saw in my dream. She's not lying. But what I don't understand is, why did the Lord of the Night agree to
そ
this?
の後、すべての教団の信者たちの瞑想と思い出によって、現在の時空に重ねられたカーンルイヤー
After that, the new Conria was enriched with memories of old, drawn from the Abyss Order's members in the meditation sessions.
記憶を素材に重ね合わせた空間をテンプレートにして、運命の食器
With those memories as... Dude, you monologue. Let me ask my questions. With those memories as raw materials and the superimposed realm as a template, the Loom of Fate finally finished its work.
今私が手にしているのは、新世界の座標図。
What I now hold in my hand is the Atlas of the New World. So where are you gonna put it?
運命の食器によって紡ぎ出され、絡み合うのは新カーンルイヤの地脈。かつてカーンルイヤと呼ばれた国は、ここから再び生まれ変わるの。
This is the product of the Loom of Fate, holding within it the entire network of new Conria's ley lines. So it's not an atlas of the New World. It's an atlas of Conria. That's not the same thing. Don't call it a new world. With this, the nation once known as Conria can rise again.
いつか必ず
One day, I will find a suitable host location for it. Why didn't you just put it back where it was? Isn't that the easiest answer? Or, like, go out onto the ocean and put it there. Why is reviving Conria so important to you? Is it really just because of guilt?
500年前、カーンルイエに来たばかりの頃、私はすべての記憶を失ってた。
When I first arrived in Conria 500 years ago, my memory was completely
カー
blank.
ンルイエの姫として王宮で長い時を過ごしている間に、
It was only after I had served as their princess for many years that I slowly began to remember everything, including you. Right. So the heavenly principles, or whoever it was that kidnapped her, wiped her memories. Your memories were erased?
カーンルイエで過ごした
But recovering old memories didn't simply erase the part of my life that I spent in Conria. I still see it as a second
第二の
home.
故郷なの。だからこそ罪悪感
That's
が
why my
胸に
guilt
重く
weighs
のし
heavily
か
on
かっ
me.
てる。
That only constitutes part of my motive.
それだけが理由じゃない。
I'd like to point out that she still has access to her full white magic powers, and we do not yet.
それ以
So
上
how'd
に
she
重
get them back?
要なのは、
More importantly,
真理と対等に対話するための資格を得ること。そのためには、一つの世界が必要なの。
yeah, I was just thinking that where she input the USB stick. If I wish to speak with the heavenly principles as an equal, I will need the might of an entire world behind me. Oh, so you're gonna brainwash the whole world? What was that?
なぜかわからないけど、ホタルの言ってることはどこか他人事みたいだ。
Doesn't sound like you.
ホタル、その計画は本当に俺たちにとって意味のあるものなのか？
最初から全部私とお兄ちゃんだけの問題。さようなら、お兄ちゃん。旅の終点で二人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
What did she find out that the player doesn't know? That Celestia is evil and should be nuked? Like seriously? Because they have control of the Heavenly Principles, and the Heavenly Principles has dropped nukes down to terraform the planet multiple times. We still don't know why there's a frickin' spire in the Night Kingdom, which proves the Night Kingdom is not a metaphysical plane. If she's able to walk there, it proves it's not a metaphysical plane. Sorry. This game needs to answer a lot of its questions before it continues. And they're not. Our hero's back! Everyone's waiting for you! The Abyss Order made a full retreat before we arrived on the scene. dainslef. Thanks to you and dainslef. You look upset. Yeah, it's just Chad! Paimon doesn't know the details either. He just disappeared after talking with Deidre, and it's like they got sucked into another world. Paimon was looking all over for him, and then suddenly he reappeared, right back in the same spot, but looking a lot more glum. It is true that Paimon is probably the time god, and it's likely that Paimon's from when there were 3 worlds, not 4, or 3 realms, not 4 realms, which also screws with the timeline. Because then that implies that Paimon is as old as the oldest dragons when there was 3 realms. I need time to take everything in. Oh, look, you're awake. No, you're not. You're drunk. Oh, God. I think I got the gist of what happened. Something to do with your sister? I spoke with the Lord of the Night in a dream just now and learned quite a lot. Good. Did you learn more than I know? You met your sister? We had a talk. No, she monologued. That was not a talk. She monologued at you. And you didn't think to tell Paimon right away? What your sister accomplished, it all but defies comprehension. I was stunned when I heard about it too. But what surprised me the most was that the Lord of the Night actually chose to allow it. That caught me off guard too. The Lord of the Night did try to explain it to me, but in a word, it's complicated. During the war with the Abyss, Mavica had an argument with Captain. Mavica believed that we should fight to protect our culture and memories. Mavica believed that we should fight to protect our culture and memories, while the captain believed the preservation of the ley lines should come before everything else. So the Lord of the Night was very intrigued when presented with the Loom of Fate, and informed of its ability to weave ley lines. She saw your sister's action as a potential third option, namely to preserve an entire nation in the form of an atlas. Yeah, it's a scroll. It's a woven scroll because this place is a freaking tapestry. I get the metaphors. It's also a computer. That's why there's USB sticks and shit and Google lenses. Preserve a nation. You've lost me. You're not the only one. 運命のショッキが今のナタに実質的な影響を与えないことを確認した上で起動を許可したのよ。With that in mind, the Lord of the Night gave the permission when she was satisfied that the Loom of Fate would not have any real effect on the real Natlon. However, I believe she imposed an additional condition of her own. She wouldn't tell me what it was. The nation of the series! I bet you money! I bet you money! Because she's from the Sealies. I know what they're setting up. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. I've played this game too much. Well, let's not overthink this for now. We just won a war. Time to drink. I trust the Lord of the Night unreservedly. I'm sure she only involved herself to take a problem off of our hands. We're not gonna go tell Mavica about this. I don't care about Varessa, I care about Mavica. She's more important. There's somewhere else I have to go. Bye. Leave him be. 君みたいなタイプにはちょっと理解しがたいかもしれないけど一人になることでエネルギーを回復できることもあるのよ This might be hard to understand for an extrovert like you, but some people need alone time to recharge every once in a while. 旅人 Introverts unite! Where am I going? Return to the cave. Okay. Oh, God. That was still just 5 minutes of dainslef. Still mad about that. They're never gonna make him playable until Conria is available, and that'll be in like what, 3 years? The only thing that I know from like the rumor peoples that I looked at last year was Snezhnaya is being delayed. So this anniversary we're going to get where is it? So this anniversary, which is September usually, we're going to get Nodcry, which is a part of Snezhnaya, and then we're gonna fill in the rest of the map, and then next year we're gonna get Snezhnaya, which just means that we're not gonna get Conria, we're not gonna get Celestia. That makes Conria and Celestia like 2028, 2029, 2030, like Oh, I miss Final Fantasy 14 sometimes. I might buy Dawn Trail if it's on sale at some point. Oh, our cooking stuff is still here. Oh no, we set it up. Is that what he did? Yeah. Before you know it, you've fallen asleep, drowning in a myriad of thoughts. You faintly sense what feels like someone clasping your hand. This time it sends you into a deep sleep where sweet dreams await. Well, on the bright side, nighttime magically. On the bright side, the hilly trail that was Deidrith was not killed by us. We didn't attack it and it ran away somewhere. So they've opened themselves up to Deidrith being able to return at some point. So that's good. Am I happy? Symphony of a New World. Eh. They have so many plots and stuff that are just left open that just bug me. And like, I'd feel happy if they picked up other things. The other thing that bugs me is the dragon boss from the Abyss, the weekly boss. His design, appearance, motifs, everything about him except for where he was inserted into story is that he clearly was supposed to be I thought a whole bunch of Noels. That was weird. He clearly is supposed to be shut up. He clearly is supposed to be Coco, like being controlled by his father's body or revived or something, because Coco's body is still underground here. We can go over here and we can see Coco's body. And like the why does Paimon sound so far away? We're taking you to Baiju. But you come over here, so like we're really far underground, right? So we see weird stone stuff. This stone texture that has like these weird like spirals and stuff. This is unique to being this far down. But you come over here. So not only is Coco's body still here, you can see it. Oops. Yeah, you can see Coco's body is still here. So Coco is still here. His body is still here. A dragon with a human soul. That's not weird at all. But then, over here on the side, is a weird-ass building. What is that? What is that? There's no way to get to it. The only thing that I can think of with that building is that it is the obelisk, the black onyx things that you enter to do those battle challenges. Some of them are puzzles, and you're inside a building that looks out onto something that looks a lot abyssal, corroded, and nonsense. And so I'm thinking that like that building is supposed to be like what you're being teleported into. No answer for that. No actual answer for that. No real like anything else. Where's Baiju? He's over here. It's midnight already. Goodness, no wonder I'm cold. Oh, okay. Okay, Skirk is next. How long am I going for? 3.5 hours? Okay, That's why I feel a little bit hungry.
あれ、白術のやついないみたいだな。
先生かい？今日は休みだから患者さんが来たら直接奥の部屋にって言ってたよ。
あ、そうだったのか。おばあちゃん、ありがとな。奥の部屋に行こうぜ。
She just said Obachan! Oh my gosh. Back door? Back door. Where's back door? Where am I going? That's a door? I never really realized that was a door. Okay then. I thought it was a wall. Okay then. Alright, let's see what Skirk has to say, because, like, she's not even part of the main story. She doesn't even appear tangentially as part of the main story. What a rip. Hey, I need cough medicine.
珍しいな。
お二人ともお久しぶりですね。
こいつ、なんか最近疲れてるみたいなんだ。あんま眠れてないのか、ひどい顔してるし。
He has dark circles like he hasn't slept a wink. Oh, I don't know what that's going to be like in a couple of hours. He keeps spacing out.
やたら多くてさ、何度も呼びかけてやっと。あんたでも体調崩すことがあるんだな。
I'm not sure.
確かに知り合ってからあなたが体調不良でここに来たのは初めてですね。
This is good music.
白術、すごく真剣な顔だぞ。
顔色は良好、胸膜に異常なし、呼吸は安定、脈は力強くも安定していますね。医者としての経験から言えば、あなたの体は健康そのものです。理論上、特に問題なく元気に過ごせるはずですが。
Why are we going to him and not going to, Dwayne? I feel something's off.
ええ、それこそが私の引っかかる点です。健康であるにもかかわらずそう感じるということは、あなたの今の状況はいささか複雑であるという。
I'm gonna guess chronologically this is supposed to take place after the main story, because it would make sense if we just met our sister and so we're now mentally fatigued from all the stress of having to deal with her.
体を蝕む病には大抵原因があり、治療法も存在するものです。しかし、体の外から来る病となると、医者では処置が難しくなります。例えば、呪いや不術などがありますが、今の段階では判断しかねます。こうしましょう。この病室をお貸ししますから、まずはゆっくりと休んでください。どのような原因であれ、糸口は必ずある。
安心しろ。精神的な病を患ってる人ならたくさん見てきた。
Oh, calming incense. Where have I heard that before?
ぐっすり寝た後、何か食べてくるといい。
私と長生は精神疲労に関する古書を調べてみます。何か手がかりが見つかるかもしれん。
まあでも、私たちも精神医学の専門家ってわけじゃないし、もっと詳しい人を見つけた方がいいかもしれないな。白術と長生にもお前の体調不良の理由がわからないの。疲れてるみたいだし、こいつらの言う通りここでゆっくり休んだ方がいいんじゃない。ぐっすり寝たら全部治ってるかもしれないしな。
Okay. Whispers betwixt stars and nights. Oh, we share a bed together. Cute. Why is there blue gunk floating around me? I don't like that. I saw that. I don't like that. Not normal. Baiju, you need to clean your house. There's weird blue gunk floating around. Architecture-wise, it looks like we're in the Night Kingdom. My breath freezes in my throat before I can exhale it. It feels like my soul has been wrenched from my body and thrust into this strange, unfamiliar space. Whichever direction I look, there is no end in sight. And worse than that, I think there's something in the fog following me like a shadow. Wasn't there a dream thing with what's-her-face? Ghost yokai girl? If this is a dream, how long till I wake up? And if it's not, then where in the world am I? The frig? Something just pierced through the fog and stabbed me in the back, but there's no blood. There's some strange light coming from the wound, and I see a familiar-looking spike retreating back into the darkness. Deep inside, it feels like a part of me is missing, and now another wave of fatigue is washing over me. Ah. Why did Skirk just stab me and take something out of me? I'm not a guinea pig for you. Oh, she's so cute in Japanese. She's annoying. She's got an annoying voice, but she's so much cuter in Japanese. Is there a cut on my back? No? Did you have a nightmare? Dreams tell us what we need by showing us the opposite. So if you have a nightmare, maybe all you need is something to cheer you up. I'll treat you to something yummy. Don't talk about food, Paimon. I did make macaroni and cheese, so I have something to heat up if I get hungry. I didn't, well, okay, I was going to say I didn't think the dainslef one would take that long. I stopped to talk a lot, and that actually is kind of right, because I was thinking it would take about 2 to 4 hours, and skirk is probably going to be 2 to 3 hours as well. Hopefully not as long. I think my biggest complaint with the story that we just went through is that excuse me, is that the I had like a weird burp in my throat. Oh, I know why I drank soda today. So I have gas in my esophagus from the soda. That was several hours ago. We had a dainslef in our party, but he was not a playable character like they usually would be. So that's irritating, that we had access to dainslef and he did not do any combat. We could not play as him, and he just teleported in and like lifted his hand and just did like a energy cleansing type thing, and that was it. That was all he did. So there's sadness for that. We did get to see a cool cutscene of him beating up some things. He did not use a sword. He used his right hand as a claw attacking motion, which reminds me a lot of Velvet from Tales of Berseria with her demon arm. We do have 2 fisticuff users. We have Hazo and we have Wesley are both fisticuff users. So I guess it is potentially possible that he's a fisticuff user, but I'm pretty sure he's done like, has he used a sword before? Can't remember. I'd actually have to look it up. So there's that sadness. And it was still kind of the same thing as what we had last year and the year before, is it was just like 5 minutes of him. And actually the year before, Caribert number 2, I think, was the worst because he's only present for like maybe 5 minutes. It's like a short ass conversation and then we divert to go and talk with Caribert in a weird space.
旅してきてこんなこと初めてだよな。それ本当に夢だったのか？でもお前が起きた時は間違いなくベッドの上にいたし。
You woke up right where you went to bed, and you were definitely in a deep sleep this morning. I don't know what to think of it.
よし、じゃあ今日は寝ないでお前の隣で見守っててやる。もし
If
悪い奴が近づい
if
て
anyone
きたら
tries to mess with you, Paimon will beat him up.
それかお前を起こ
Or,
して
you know, you can wake up first. We can beat him up together. She's so cute. There's something watching me from some corner of the world even now. Something stabbed me in my dream. When I woke up, there was no wound. If I focus on that area, I feel a vague aching, almost as if deep underneath the flesh, something is missing.
お、なんか言ったか？
You heard that too?
肉体は完全であっても魂が欠けている。このまま放っておけば心が枯れてしまうだろう。
The flesh remains whole, but the soul is incomplete. Left unresolved, the mind will wither away along with it.
うわー、びっくりした。お前は覚えてるぞ。タルタリアの師匠だよな。確かなんだっけ。
So unlike the subtitles in Japanese, she just gives up and goes, "What's your name?" Hi, Skirk. You and your creepy ass eyes.
そう、スカークだ。
What you doing?
前に会ったのはフォンテーヌの原始大会でだったよな。オイラたちは先に、あとタルタリア。
Child's been looking everywhere for you, by the way. What brings you to Wamin Restaurant of all places? Did you come looking for us?
さっきなんか言ったの。
And were you the one behind that hocus pocus just now?
いえ、何を見た？
Tell me, what is it that you saw?
警戒心が強いな。
Tight-lipped, huh?
まあ、それも無理はないか。
I suppose that's fair. I like what they've done with her hair to her bangs to her eyes. They have added the Honkai Star Rail design to her face, where you can see through her eye and brow and stuff. Traveler doesn't have that, I don't believe.
店主、酒を一杯。
A glass of wine.
ああ、ちょっと待ってくれ。はいよ。自家製でドス。うさん、チコ魚焼き。ああ。
お前の問題に関与するかし
At the end of the day, what happens to you is of little consequence to me. I'm not here to try and win you over. Trust me or not, the choice is yours.
もし助けを必要とするなら早めに言え。私がこの酒を飲み終えるまでにな。
If you want my help, now's the time to speak up. You have until I finish my drink. I have another sneeze coming, I can feel it.
この近くで軽度のアビスランドが発生したため、それを調べに来た。お前たちに会ったのは偶然だ。
I was investigating an abyssal disturbance in the area and happened to notice you.
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。これ以上は言わなくともわかるだろう。
Part of your soul is damaged. The wound bears traces of abyssal corrosion. Need I say more?
アビスラン流？
Neither of those things sound good.
欠けてる？
Yeah, so if you look at Paimon, who is a 1.0 character model, you cannot see through her hair to her eyebrow. And if you look at Traveler, you cannot see through his hair to his eyebrow. So they are older technology, and Skirk is newer technology, at least on her bangs. See? Skirk seems to know something, and given what I've seen of her strength, I bet she can tell what happened to me. I don't know what her goal is, but in this moment at least, I don't think she has bad intentions.
どうするんだ？スカークを信じるのか？
They both asked that they should trust her.
こいつ、さっきアビスに侵
She
食
mentioned
さ
an
れたって
abyssal
言ってたよ
disturbance.
な。
Maybe that has something to do with what is going on with you. But we could always find a different expert on abyss to help us. Not on short notice. Yeah, and the thing she said about your soul being damaged is scaring me. Definitely a thing we should fix sooner rather than later. Skirk's interesting, but from what Childs told us, she doesn't seem evil, at least.
1、2、7、10。さて、そろそろ結論は出
Well,
たか
have you made up your mind?
俺が見たのは霧で満ちた真っ暗な空間で
What I saw was a dark space shrouded in a dense fog that would not disperse. So that's all we know, Miss Skirk. Ma'am. Can you help us? Interesting, in Japanese she doesn't stutter for a title.
その空間の霧を払うことはできなかったか
So you couldn't disperse the fog.
ああ、事情は理解した。後で桐原に来い。酒代はテーブルに置いておく。一緒に会計しておいてくれ。
I understand. Come find me in the Gyuli Panes when you're done here. Oh, and I left cash for the drink on the table. Settle the bill for me, will you?
任せろってあれもういなくなっちゃったぞ
She can make portals, Paimon. You really think she didn't?
多いな。モラはこれで十分だ。
You overpaid. Here's your change.
これはお酒の分だからちょうどいいはずだ。
酒？お前さんたちが注
I
文
didn't
した
think
の
you
か
two ordered a drink.
いやいや忘れたのか
We didn't. It was the lady who came and sat with us. Brought it out for her.
そうだったか？そこに座ってたのは
I could have sworn there were only two of you at the table. What? What did you put in their diff? Hallucinogenic mushrooms?
そんなお前もかよ
Wait, so neither of you noticed her? Young lady, about this tall, wearing a purple dress. She ordered a glass of wine.
女の人が向かいに座ってお酒を注文
Long white hair.
ああ、そう言われるとそんな気がしてきたな。酒樽も開けた覚えがあるし、忙しすぎて忘れて
I
しま
vaguely.
ったの
It
か
happened like 5 minutes
こ
ago.
っちもお勘定
はいよ、ただいま。
どういうことだ
Okay, what's going on here?
みんな
It's like they didn't remember Skirk being there at all.
お酒の代金を渡
Even
されて
Paimon was
なか
half
ったら
convinced we hallucinated,
おいらも見間違い
but the more she left was definitely real.
考えたら背筋がゾワゾワしてきた
She still still held to the planes, right? Yeah. Is it gonna teleport me or just release me from the cutscene? Sorry, I thought I heard shouting outside. I don't hear it now. Let me get up really quick. I'm gonna heat up some macaroni and cheese in the microwave, and I'm gonna turn on my heater. Sorry about that. I had to go make sure my stuff was microwaved. And I fed my cat too, so he shouldn't bug me. Let's swap to English. Because surely Skirk will have an English voice because she's a new character, right? Like, surely? Cancer dogs.
Whoa! What are all these rift hounds doing here? Huh. Looks like they're collecting something. Let's go check it out.
The wind knows me.
Bow your head.
I was eating, and so I muted my mic. I just want to say, fighting them does not account to checking it out, Paimon.
So, this is what they were collecting. It looks
God
kinda
remains?
like...
It's nothing! It's literally just fog!
Yeah. What is going on here?
From the moment they are born, all beings with great power have an impact on this world. Even if their body is sundered and their soul extinguished, their influence remains. Gods are the most common example of that. The remnants of gods who fell thousands of years ago remain buried deep within the earth, carrying within them a warped will and a dark curse. Together, these remnants form what you call God remains, and it appears that some of those sealed here were dug up and removed. There are traces left, but they're fading fast.
I'm on. Have you ever heard of a personal space?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were, real? She's definitely not a ghost traveler. Paimon poked her, and she's solid.
The other diners didn't know you were there.
Your life hangs in the balance, and that's what you're fixated on? Strange set of priorities. It was just a trick to avoid being perceived. If someone notices me, those memories are erased. Simple as that. Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
You're calling regular citizens weak and lowly?
Now, can we please get back on track?
What kind of overinflated sense of ego do you have, lady?
Okay. Where were we? Right. The God remains. So, basically, there's now less of them here than there used to be, right? Isn't that a good thing? In our experience, God remains are 100% bad news. A lot of terrible things have happened because of them.
Maybe it's a good thing by human standards, but power doesn't come from nothing, and it doesn't just disappear for no reason. The remains aren't just gone. They were taken.
Like a part of my soul was taken?
Very clever, traveler. You aren't the only one who had something taken from you. There are victims like you everywhere. The only difference being, you can speak, and the remains cannot. So it went unnoticed. Something similar happened in Sumeru. Within the span of one night, countless consecrated beasts were slaughtered, and a large amount of the god remains buried in the desert went missing.
What god remains would be in the desert? The ones of Deshret?
Of course, god remains are just one of the targets. The culprit is chipping away at sources of power all over this world, including the Stella Fortuna above.
I'm sorry, the what?
Wait, you mean... the stars?
Mm-hmm. 42 of them have died out in the past few months alone.
Right, but we agree the stars are fake, right? Like, you're aware of that, aren't you, Skirk?
In Conria, people believed that powerful individuals have corresponding Stella Fortuna. Even should that individual fall, their Stella Fortuna would not disappear, but gradually evolve into a new constellation.
So, The constellations that we have that guide our fate that Mona reads, that whole thought process powerful individuals have a corresponding constellation in the sky. Mona finds those constellations and uses them to read the fate.
Yet now, stars are disappearing from the skies entirely, and it's not hard to deduce what's happening to the power they contain. Something has been leeching power from this world, like a parasite steals nutrients from a host. And now, it's no longer satisfied with the remains of the dead. It wants you.
Because I'm a descender?
This time, it only took a fragment of your soul. But next time, there's no telling how far it could go.
Why me?
No one knows. All I know for certain is this. Getting back what you lost will not be easy.
No one knows? Meaning you asked other people about it?
Considering how much power this entity has stolen, it must be a god-level being by now at least. But that's not the real concern. Souls are fragile things, and yours could easily be crushed if you go up against it.
So you're gonna help us, right?
We're going to help each other. You are my ticket to uncovering this thing's true identity.
Oh yay, I'm bait.
Well, great! You seem super strong and you know a lot about the Abyss, so Paimon will take it.
Don't get all mushy on me. All I'm doing is helping you get back to normal after a sudden crisis.
You know, I do wish that at some point they would address why some people have weird eyeballs and other people don't. Like, the connection that... What is that behind me? Oh, the wolves are still frozen. Sorry, I just saw the ice cube behind me. That, like, Kokomi is blind, but a lot of people have, like, the slit dragon eyes, like they're related to Vishaps as humans. Hu Tao has flowers for pupils, like... and then she has, like, this weird spiral thing. Mavika has, like, a sun as her pupil. Like, I want explanation for why people have weird eyeballs. It's weird.
And I should warn you, getting mixed up with me can have unforeseen consequences. We're on very different journeys. You don't want to be in my debt, trust me. You help me uncover the truth behind this entity, and I'll help you recover what you lost. This is a transaction, that's all.
Does she have tattoos on her boobs? Of, like, wings?
You would do well to remember that. Now, come along.
Where?
Yeesh! You'd think she'd be a little friendlier since she's agreed to help us. But nope, she's just like when we met her in the primordial sea. So cold.
Paimon, that's a pun. It's a bad one.
Well, whatever. If that's how it's gonna be, then she doesn't deserve our friendship. What she does deserve is a super embarrassing nickname.
Oh, you and Apple Tart would get along great, I think.
Ah, Paimon's got it. Frosty the Lavender Melon. Serves that ice queen right.
Is her dress supposed to be purple? Because it looks white to me.
Anyway, the important thing is that we get that piece of your soul back. So, let's follow her and see what sort of plan she's got.
Also, are we just going to gloss over the fact that it's easy for her to erase memories without touching an individual? You're still here, Hajin? I totally thought you had left. Hi. I know, we need so many answers. My gosh. I almost choked on my food when I saw that you were still here. We need so many answers, my gosh. That's creepy. Ooh.
Whoa! This place is way bigger than Paimon expected. Where are we?
This is where I live. I suppose it's the closest thing I have to a home here.
It seems somewhere in the Abyss.
It is. I brought you here because time flows differently in this place.
You just casually brought me into the abyss? Isn't it like a super dangerous space, lady? Fine. Leveling up weapons.
I don't know how much Ajax has told you, but when he fell into this space, I mentored him for 3 months. In that time, only 3 days passed in the outside world.
Oh right, I forgot. She likes to call Apple Tart Ajax. Doesn't he have another name, like a third real name? Because Tartaglia is like a title for him. And Child is a title. Wait, is Ajax his actual real name?
Ajax? Oh, right! That's Child's real name! Yeah, Paimon remembers him mentioning something like that.
Do you find out his real name is Ajax if you don't have him as a character to read his story? I don't think you do. I don't think Child ever actually tells you his name is Ajax if you don't have him as a character to read it in his story info.
So, a month here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? That should mean we're safe from that power-hungry soul snatcher for now, right?
Yes, well, I didn't bring you here just to show you around. In the outside world, the Traveler could be attacked at any moment, but coming here has bought us quite a bit of time.
The Abyss has stars. There's stars in the sky of the Abyss.
Now, we just need to figure out how to investigate that place you saw. The one full of fog. Both your description and the abyssal disturbance I felt point to that space having some connection to the Abyss. It could even be a domain similar to this one. The thief who stole that fragment of your soul is hiding there. But the Abyss is a chaotic and turbulent place. If we want to pinpoint their location, we need to see what that space looks like without the fog. Abyssal power can grant a special form of sight. Have you ever wielded abyssal power before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you plan to learn?
For now, no.
That tracks. All the information you have suggests the Abyss is something sinister, and that abyssal power is a wild and dangerous force that always spells disaster.
So I'd like to comment on like the flowers and stuff. This is basically what the Night Kingdom has with the flowers and stuff. So the Night Kingdom is in the Abyss.
And you're saying that's not true?
Depends on your perspective. Floods and hurricanes take countless lives too. But if one day you gain the power to control them, what was once a calamity is now just another tool in your arsenal.
Okay. I don't agree with you, but okay.
I'll respect your opinion, though. Just means we have to turn to the second best option.
Which is?
A little abyss crystal that contains my power. Wear it on your head, and we'll be able to perform dream mirroring when we fall asleep.
Dream mirroring?
It means experiencing whatever the other person is dreaming. Everything they see, think, and feel. Since you haven't studied the art of using abyssal power, and have no plans to jump in the deep end right now, I'll have to do the investigating for you.
The sparkles on her arm look really cool. Like, she clearly is choosing a special life. I do know that she has a tail, like a mermaid tail, like she's a dragon, or a Vishap perhaps, in reality. That'd be cool if it's ever revealed, if she has like a Vishap dragon form. Considering even Nuvalet is a dragon, he doesn't even get a tail.
With dream mirroring, every time you slip into a deep sleep, I'll see with my own eyes whatever scene plays out in your mind. Then, I can guide you through the dream environment, and we'll take back what was stolen from you.
So my idea of the Abyss in terms of location is that it is physically beneath the continental shelf of what Tevat sits on. Because as you go farther and farther down into the chasm, as you go farther and farther down into the hole where Coco's body is and whatnot, you get to abyssal crap. And that's abyssal stuff leaching up from beneath. That's probably why it was so easy for Conrad to open the rift and study the abyss in the first place, because it was physically next to it. What if those flowers are in Enconomia? There's not a lot of flowers, if there's any flowers in Enconomia. Mostly it's just like dead, weird-looking trees. But yeah, that's my thought, is that the abyss is physically beneath, because we know that we're on the world tree, and the world tree grows upside down. So we are on the roots. The trunk and the bough are beneath us. So if you picture an upside down tree with its roots and all, not just like sitting in the ground, we're in the roots, and the abyss, if it's beneath us, would be the boughs, the opposite side. And then all around us would be the stars.
Huh. You make it sound so simple.
Is there anything you need me to do?
Tough to say. This is an unprecedented situation for both of us. Even assuming we do manage to find where this entity is hiding. Like I said, getting your soul fragment back won't be easy.
Her dress is not purple. That's like saying her hair is purple. They're tinted purple and cool tones, but they're essentially white.
To play it safe, I need to give you some special training first.
Wait, you're gonna teach him some of your martial arts?
No.
Does that mean the next time we see Child, we have to treat him like our senior?
No.
Do as you want. For my part, I don't see you as my disciples. You're already a pretty good fighter. All I'm planning to do is build on your current skills and train you for the specific scenarios that I think we might face.
I do like the neon green that's around her, or sorry, neon blue.
And come with me. Time might be more lenient here, but that's no excuse to waste it.
Oh, she moves fast. Paimon can hardly keep up with her. So, special training, huh? Kind of a rare opportunity. With your skills, there's not a lot of people qualified to train you. The last time something like this happened was probably anti-Raiden Shogun training, right? Oh, feels like a lifetime ago.
Was that with Kazuha? I don't remember.
Skirk seems pretty strong too, though. Remember how she said that the all-devouring narwhal was just her master's pet? Maybe we really will learn something here.
Aha! Free move of camera! Alright, where can I go? Alright, flowers. Okay, so the weird thing with the pestles definitely looks like it's related to something we've seen in the Night Kingdom with its weird crystally things. The purple ones remind me of something from the Night Kingdom too. And then the I can't go over there. And then like the rocks and stuff, that's clearly like, oh, look at that. So see directly above my head, there's flat stones that have like a striation on them. That's the same sort of flat stone striation we see as what's underneath Natlan and what's all within the Night Kingdom, and what's also, if I remember correctly, on that meteorite that lands in Natlan. So like the most base form of stone that the world sits on is this odd onyx space rock looking stuff. Because like what I'm standing on doesn't have those striations, but that right there does. So we're still, like, we're in the abyss, but we're still technically part of the world of Teyvat. Okay. Can I look at this one? No. Yeah. Because that rock right there has the striations on it too. And then there's like, it almost looks like the abyss rocks corrupted. Because like that rock right there on my left looks like abyss rock. But then the rock on the right has the striations. But then the rock on the right is starting to also be corrupted by the abyss bubble. Like it's a virus going bloop on it. The other interesting thing is you can see through the, oh cool, thank you. Aha. We can see through the fog and we can see stars in the sky. And then there's also like this, the light source, like the sun source. Interesting. The clouds look really weird. Is that the rift? It's almost like we're within the rift that's in the sky. Or like we're higher in the sky looking at it. So like if I look at that horizon and I look up, you can kind of see the tear in the sky. But if I go this way, yeah. I wonder if like, are we on the other side of the tear in the sky? Is that possible? Oh my god, where am I? There I am. That was weird. Okay. Now we're underground somewhere. With a lot of abyssal crap around us. Okay, this is totally normal. Oh, but the stone here is also the old stone. Hi.
Ready?
Bring it on!
Your training will be split into 3 stages. Testing your blade work, elemental abilities, and reasoning skills. We'll start with blade work. You're no rookie in this area, so I won't bore you with the basics. During your long journey, you've no doubt sparred with a lot of talented sword fighters. Consciously or not, you'll have picked up all kinds of techniques from them.
You bet! There's Kaya, Master Jean, Kuching. Oh, and Kazuha, Ayaka. Yeah, we've met sword masters like you in every nation we've been through.
Really? You only named 3 nations.
You sparred with a bunch of them too, right? Nice to know it's all gonna come in handy now.
Don't get too smug. In sword fighting, techniques alone are not enough. You need a cohesive system to bring it all together. A style or school of fighting. To use the human body as an analogy, your style is your skeleton, the foundation, the framework. Techniques are the muscles and other flesh attached to the bones. This is where your strength comes from. Improving your sword fighting is like growing that body. If your frame got bigger and taller, but you didn't add any muscle mass, you'd be weak and flimsy. Then again, if you packed on pounds of flesh without a big enough frame to support it, you'd end up bloated and unwieldy.
So what's the next step?
You need to do some introspection. Take a good, hard look at your past experiences and figure out which parts of what you've learned are just techniques, and which parts can be used to form your own system of blade work. Only then will you get the full utility out of all your thoughts and observations along the way. Only then will every strike you deliver make perfect sense.
I feel like they adjusted the character model from a Honkai Star Rail version to be Skirk's model, like she's not on a Genshin model, because the way her boobs just jiggled whenever she put her hands on the hips doesn't remind me of like Jean putting her hands on the hips, or even Eula putting her hands on the hips.
Wait, is that it? Paimon thought you were gonna teach him some cool new moves. Like when you went swoosh and opened a tunnel to another place.
One day, you'll reach a new level of power where you realize that even that's as basic a trick as any other. But right now, our sword styles are so wildly different that teaching you mere techniques is pointless. There are no shortcuts in the pursuit of power. Failure is your best teacher, and rigor is your coursework. That's all I have to say. Time to make a start. Train until you're satisfied with yourself. Now focus. Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Okay. I just need a one hit.
Oh, this is making Paimon's head spin. Hang in there, traveler!
900? You serious? That's just boring. Girl, this is annoying. Good, I don't have to do it all. Friggin' 900. What? Charge attack AoE has increased. That's nice.
Windblade.
Hello? They're trying to imply that I can do a spin attack like Link, because you can't.
Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
Would I be Animo in this if I wasn't Animo, I wonder? Like people who run as Geo or Dendro, whatever, or Fire, would they be that in this trial instead? Because like I feel like if you were Geo, this would be a lot harder. I'm not even getting energy to do my burst. That's annoying. Can be other. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and sleep. I'm flipping my sleep, so I am staying up really, really late. So I normally don't stream this late. I usually am done by now. But I'm flipping my sleep, so I'm gonna be up until like 1 p.m. tomorrow. And it's only 1 a.m., so I've got 12 more hours. Come on, click, click, click.
Windblade.
Thank you for stopping in, and I hope you have fun. Yeah, no, I have sleep issues, long story short, so I have to flip my sleep by staying up as late as I can. So I made it to 8 a.m. yesterday. So I'm hoping to go to 1 p.m. today. I'm not tired. I woke up at like 3 p.m. and I'm not tired. 2 days? I can't do that. Thankfully I don't have insomnia.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Cut to the chase.
Thankfully I don't have insomnia. I just have a delayed sleep cycle, which means I'm not naturally asleep or sleepy until 3 o'clock in the morning, which doesn't work when I have priorities that I have to be up for at 7 a.m. So I cannot function on 4 hours of sleep. I just need to flip my sleep. So I tried last week going to bed earlier and it wasn't working.
Consider a moment of true mastery that you've witnessed in another person and ask yourself, what lies beneath the surface? What's their guiding philosophy? What's their state of mind as they maneuver their weapon? Now take that and practice it right away with speed, skill, and strength, over and over, until your hand is one with your mind. This is the only path to true growth.
Bye, have a good night.
Step on up. Dance with the waves.
Oh, they have Kazuha muted. Oh, interesting. He has his creepy sword. Paimon fell
If you start
asleep
to
with a
tire,
book.
Empty your mind, but do not stop. Stay in that frame of mind as you keep up the fight. Get rid of all redundant movements. Imagine your sword is an extension of your own body. Wield it just as you wield your arms, hands, and fingers.
'Twas on a deserted, moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair. Ring cutter! Feathers fleeting wet, the white heron treads water, a sight without flaw. Master of Inazuma Kamisato art Tachijutsu.
Yeah, no, I played Ayato, not Ayaka. I feel like this is supposed to be the Traveler having a voice, but because he's on strike, we have no voice.
Huh. Looks like you've made some real progress. That concludes your training session.
That was boring.
Awesome! Paimon knew you could do it!
How do you feel?
I'm fine to keep my eyes open.
As you should be. Time flies when you're training hard. You've actually been going for several days now with no rest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Paimon's had a whole bunch of naps. But you were so focused, she didn't want to interrupt you.
Go get some sleep. I'll be doing the same very soon. Let's hope you see that foggy place in your dream, so I can get this investigation over and done with.
She does have like little wings on her collar.
Sometimes you have to practice a single movement 1 million, maybe 10 million times before the breakthrough moment comes. Nothing in the outside world can help you in this process. The most important thing is to remain patient.
Go to the makeshift camp and rest. Oh, it actually shows it on my head? Well, that's amazing. I think that's the same ear the Google Lens sits on. I'm blind. You have to give me a white loading screen? This isn't the same dream. It's dark and gloomy, but that chilling fog isn't made here in my handstand. Maybe I'm seeing what's inside her mind. This is her world. It's pretty bleak. Hello? A strange looking creature. I think it wants me to follow it. It's a space chow.
Skirk, why are you skipping classes again? We've talked about this.
'Cause he's a crabby old man, and he's a boring old man. I don't like going to his classes.
Excuse me. You shouldn't talk about your teacher like that. It's very disrespectful.
All right, let's not get into a big fight about this. Skirk's learned what she needs. There's no point forcing her to sit through more classes if she doesn't want to be there. But I'd still love to hear about what you got up to yesterday. Why don't you tell your dad all about it?
Oh my god, there's a dad and mom in this video game?
I went diving, and I saw this huge fish. I never knew they could get that big. It looked kind of dumb, though, with that stupid big fat head. I tried to shake its fin, but it just spat water at me. Oh, and today I'm gonna go to that prairie up north. There's supposed to be this giant bird there that can spit fire. I bet if I climbed on its back, it could fly me all the way to the stars.
Then I suppose your old dad should get one as a pet too. Otherwise, how are you gonna hear me call you for dinner up there in the stars?
When it's time to eat, I'll come back on my own, Zilly. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
How young was she when she left?
Put on a coat at least, you'll catch a cold. I'm talking to you, young lady. You spoil that child, you know. Ever since that merchant ship arrived, she practically lives outside. Always going on about exploring the beyond one day, whatever that means.
This female voice is the Mavika voice actress.
Ah, let the kid do what makes her happy. Besides, we both know you're all bark and no bite. Come on, our little adventurer is gonna be hungry when she gets back. Let's get started on dinner.
I'm out. The weather's wonderful today.
The stars shimmer high above. But what lies beyond the stars?
What a weird little ghost shape for her. Her head looks really weird.
Mountains as far as the eye can see? An endless snowy plain? Or maybe buildings taller than the sky, like the people from the merchant ship said. I can't be the only one asking these questions. The universe is fascinating. If only I could meet some other people like me. We could set sail together and explore every corner of the world. I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them all. But for now, I'm starving. Better get back.
Okay. The little space chow is cute. Huh? What's over there? Something's going on. Yeah, it's a little space chow. It's so cute. Because it's, I mean, it's kind of a Sealy.
Don't let a single one of them get away!
No, please, spare the children! Stay back!
They're coming!
Run!
Help!
Eliminate the threat.
Take them down.
Don't be scared. Ah!
This way!
We'll never make it!
Fire. There's fire everywhere. What happened?
I told you we shouldn't have trusted these outsiders!
Why are you doing this? What did we do to deserve this? We welcomed you with our finest food and drink, showed you the best our home has to offer, gifted you cloth dyed by our own hands. And this is how you treat us?
Run! Save yourselves!
Captain, Zone 3 is clear and we have Zone 2 surrounded.
Begin extermination. Remember the orders from upper command. No one is to be left alive.
Rest assured, sir. We have enough munitions to annihilate these savages and burn their entire civilization to the ground.
Good. The only ones who put up a real fight are that man and his wife, correct? What's their status?
We shot the man in the ankles and the wife broke her wrist attempting to fight back. They won't be doing much more fighting. They're holed up in their home for now, but they won't last long. To prevent them from making some kind of last stand, we're planning to clear out the other zones first so we can send a bigger squadron to surround them.
Well, well. Turns out some of these beasts do know how to use their claws. Now the threat these savages pose will be undeniable. Let them cling to what's left of their lives for a little longer. Once the other zones are cleared, I'll cut off their heads myself.
Savages. Is she from Fontaine? Because old Fontaine had that thought process of Southern Fontanians were... It smells like something's burning. What's going on? Southern Fontanians were... they did not adhere to the Archon, and so the rest were like savages. Something like that, I remember.
Dad? Mom?
And that makes sense if there's ships, right? From
Skirk, you're all right? Thank heavens.
I'm so happy to see you, sweet girl. But you need to go. It isn't safe here. They'll be back any second.
What happened? You're bleeding a lot. Dad? Mom?
This is the place. Alert all units. Prepare to surround.
Run, Skirk! Run as far away as you can. Don't trust anyone. Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive. My clever girl, so curious. You're already so brave. I know you're going to grow up to be such a positive light in this world.
Whenever you miss us, just play this song. Remember, life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
Break down the door! Look what we have here. A savage that can pluck a tune. Well, the show's over. You! Stop singing! Shut it! I said shut it or I'll make you! Fine. Have it your way.
How did he not see Skirk? Did she already run away? Was not expecting that.
Oh, you're awake. I found a few clues while you were asleep, but it's only a start. Now, time for the second stage of your training. This time, the focus is elemental energy. Come find me when you're ready to begin.
I'm gonna guess she's Fontanian. That's what it sounds like.
Man, staying in the abyss feels so surreal, don't you think? No day and no night. It's like time hardly exists. If we weren't careful to keep track, it feels like we'd have no idea how long we've even been here. Well, except for the fact that Paimon still gets hungry like clockwork.
The way I see it, the pursuit of power is divided into 3 stages. The first is mastering the use of standard weapons. Next is learning how to harness natural energy. And after that, you're free to challenge even higher dimensions. The natural energy of Teyvat is, of course, elemental energy. But that's not my area of expertise. I draw from a different source of power. Abyssal power, yes. Also known as the power of the Void Realm.
I still think that she and dainslef use quantum power from Star Rail.
My master, Sertologi, is a true expert in that area. After all, he was one of the group of 5 that infamously stole the all-encompassing power of the Abyss. An act for which the people of Conria gave them the epithet, the 5 Sinners.
That's where I heard the name.
The elemental energy of Teyvat, on the other hand, is derived from the power of the Light Realm. These 2 forms of energy exist in direct opposition to each other. Suffice to say, there's not much I can teach you this time.
Okay, that makes sense. Light Realm, Void Realm, and Human Realm. But there's something familiar about the power you use. It almost seems related to Cryo.
A keen observation, traveler. Call it respecting local norms. The Abyss stands in direct conflict with the will of this world. So, to make my life easier, I disguise my power to make it appear cryo-like in nature. It's a technique I learned from some Conrian ruins, known as the Seven Shifting Serpent. If you ever change your mind about delving into abyssal power, I can teach it to you.
I wouldn't mind finding out about this Conrad ruin, the Seven Shifting Serpent. That sounds interesting. I have the ability to purify abyss power.
So I've heard. You seem to have a knack for removing abyssal power. But is purification really what's going on there? Like I said, power does not simply disappear.
What do you mean?
Just thinking out loud. Let's focus on your elemental training. That's what's gonna help us if the situation gets tricky.
It's going into my body. Like how they said the twin is dividing her abyssal energy.
True growth comes from adversity, but only if you make the choice to pick yourself up again every time you fall. So, it's time to push yourself to the limit, and then keep pushing. This is the only way to advance at pace. Use the power of Animo to clear the field as fast as you can.
What?
Oh, my cooldown's shorter. Hello?
Disappear!
Hi, can you react off each other, please? That'd make my life easier.
Observe your surroundings. Look for things you can use to tilt the scales of success in your favor.
That did not work.
Windblade.
That did. Can you not?
Windblade.
Over here.
Windblade.
Good, I have to do all of them. Woohoo!
Use the power of Hydro to destroy the spikes.
Oh, you think I play Hydro? I don't. Oh, right, it's mini Nuvolette laser.
Faster. Don't give them a chance to strike you. You need to be quicker than you were in your dream. You can't afford another injury like that.
Water jet.
Ah, da, wah, wah, wah.
Go. Water jet. Go.
Ah, don't touch me. I don't want to. I don't like your aim crap. I hate aiming. I don't do archery in this.
Water jet.
Game thinks I do archery. I don't.
Water jet.
Cooldown is what's hitting me. I don't like this archery crap. My gosh.
Go.
I do swords. I don't do archery. I do swords. Come on, game. Work with me here.
Go!
Don't touch me. Good.
You need to understand what makes you special. The ability to wield elemental energy without a vision and switch between the elements at will.
I cannot switch between the elements at will. You are lying.
It means your aspirations need no approval from the gods. Your power is not bound by the rules of this world. So be bold. Do not be afraid to chart your own path.
Saying hello to an old friend.
Very good. It seems you've reached a deeper level of connection with the elements. Long enough for you to lose yourself in your training, which is a good sign. Relentless practice with the elements has drained all your strength, but it's also what allowed you to make progress. Get some rest. When you wake up, we'll proceed to the final stage of your training. If you wish to master the elements at a fundamental level, you must see the entire natural world. Nature in all its places and forms. That is part of what it means to be a traveler.
Okay. This is at least more interesting than being told how to play D&D like we did in Clorin's story. So that's good. Who are you? It's a fairy. It actually reminds me a lot of Souls Rush.
What is the secret to power? Longing, hatred, self-preservation. No, it is fear.
His shape is definitely not ominous and evil looking.
The fear of losing those you love. The fear of watching your home burn. Fear of loneliness. Fear of death. Fear is the source of evolution. It forces humanity to adapt to their environment and overcome hardship. It is in the process of prevailing over our fears that we surpassed first ourselves and then the rest of the world. That fear is now part of you. It calls on you to evolve. And it is time to answer.
Okay. Ow, it hurts. Daddy, mommy.
Any minute spent missing home is a minute wasted. Practice your sword work instead. Do not make me tell you twice.
But, Master, I can barely lift the sword anymore. If I keep going, I feel like my wrist is going to break.
So it has not broken yet. Then pick up your sword and keep practicing until it breaks. I want to hear the cracking and splintering of bone. After all, bones can always be reset.
You don't have to listen to him, you know that, right? Like, that's abuse. Like, you chose to stay there. You could have gone somewhere else.
Good, Skirk. Once again, you survived. How do you feel?
Cold and pain.
These are signs that you are adapting to the abyss.
She wandered so far that she ran into the abyss, literally?
Each time the flesh is torn and the spirit crushed, each time you claw back from the brink of death, you become stronger. I now understand why these people sought to destroy your homeland. Your potential goes beyond even what I could have anticipated. But you still have much to learn in your pursuit of strength. Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak, and become master over your physical form. Get up, Skirk. Wipe the blood off your face. Cut away the rotten parts of your flesh, and mend what is broken. Then take up your sword.
Yes, Master.
So she's there for power because she wants revenge, basically? And she somehow ended up in the abyss? Where does she come from?
You're up! Hopefully you got some good rest. Skirk said to tell you that she's ready to start the final stage of your training whenever you are. So, want to head over now? Or did you want to wait a little?
Sorry. I had to wipe my face of sweat. I'm actually considering buying some of those face wipes and using that.
From your training so far, you have gained better command of the sword, and more control over your elemental abilities.
Yeah, but that elemental ability stuff won't actually affect me as an actual real character, so don't lie.
That's only part of it. Experience is the real teacher. Your journey, the friends you have made, the dangers you have faced. These have taught you more than I ever could.
Did she cut off her arms? Because both of her arms are crystallized at like a certain point.
Now, it's time to focus on how you react under pressure. You must be able to think rationally, even in unpredictable combat situations. To simulate this, I'm going to attack, and you're going to block. Ready? Not bad. That defensive stance looks near unbreakable. Just like your sister. That reminds me. You still don't know what happened to her, do you?
Hey, no fair! That's cheating!
You think every opponent has the same moral code as you? You can denounce their deplorable methods all you want. But only if you live to tell the tale. The dead don't get to complain. Strong emotions will always arise in combat. Anxiety, anger, fear. But a true warrior is never at their whim. Only when you are free from the influence of emotion can you make the right choice, no matter the situation.
Are you describing yourself?
How amusing. Almost sounds like you think you know me. But you don't. You can choose your own path. We are not the same.
That's implying she doesn't get to choose her path.
Let's begin. Try to use reason over emotion. Make the most rational and advantageous decision in any given moment. This is your final training session. Look alive. Same drill as before, but this time I'm going to interfere. Hold your focus.
Go! Go!
Okay.
Go!
Why am I Hydro still? I don't want to be Hydro.
Water jet!
Animo is way easier.
Water jet!
It has a different cooldown.
Water jet!
Hello? Come on. Can you please swing your sword?
Water jet! Go!
I didn't get to target them because I was on cooldown. I think I'm close enough and then I'm not hitting it.
Water jet!
Annoying.
Water jet!
Oh, I aimed at 2 of them. Come on.
Water jet! Go!
Come on, swing your sword. Swing your sword where I want you to. Oh my god. I hate this random archery nonsense so much.
Not bad. Better than I expected.
Don't make me do archery. I hate it in this game. It's so bad.
You're getting the hang of it. The first step to controlling your emotions is controlling your mind. You want a unified train of thought. It all comes down to focus.
She doesn't even have a shine in her eyes.
Rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak.
Stop. Let's pause here. One look, and I can tell your mind has wandered. That's to be expected. There's a limit to how long a human being can concentrate on one thing. Staying calm and focused sounds simple in theory, but in practice, it's more demanding than sword work or elemental abilities.
I think she is a dragon of Ishap species like Zhongli because she had not Zhongli, well Zhongli too, like Neuvillette because she has basically like the antenna that Neuvillette has coming out of her hair. Like I know she has a tail too at her back.
Get some rest. No point training further if you're already dead on your feet. Like I said at the beginning, the only goal of this training is for you to reach a point that you're satisfied with.
Oh, I was done 3 challenges ago.
You managed to push past your limits, which is a good start. You can be proud of that and sleep well knowing that you've earned it.
It's interesting that she says that, like, I can choose and she cannot. You know?
Warriors will train day and night to perfect their skills. But when the battle comes, their fate may be decided in a matter of minutes. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and just like that, all their blood, sweat, and tears were for nothing. You need to push yourself to perfection, or you might not even live to regret it.
I got hydro sigils from that treasure chest. Which is weird, because this takes place in the nation of Notlon, not Fontaine. So why did I get hydro sigils for that? Where are you, sigils? Where are they? They're there. They reorder this. I remember all these boxes being at the top. I did get hydro sigils because I have 4 suddenly. Interesting. Oh, we're not done with depressing history? Joy. I don't see the strange creature.
Skirk is amazing. She faced down that terrifying giant and cut its head clean off.
There's no giants in this game.
Oh, she got hurt though, didn't she? I heard it was pretty bad.
Yeah, well, that's a given. But the moment she was on the mend, she got right back to practicing her sword work. I heard Master suffered a grave injury once too. Lost an arm and a leg and still came back stronger than ever. Skirk's becoming more like him by the day.
Incredible. I wonder if I'll ever reach their level. They're always so resolute, so unshakable.
Pathetic. You're not even trying. You're so much weaker than you think.
Skirk, have you become a positive light in this world?
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth?
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
I have so many questions. I just want to jump in a spaceship, explore the whole universe, and get answers from the stars. I just need to wait till I'm grown up. Then, I can do anything.
I'm sorry. You're telling me that regular people knew what the word spaceship was?
Now, you must bid farewell to who you were in the past, and
Run! Skirk! Run!
No one in Teyvat knows the word spaceship.
Let's see here. First things first, you need a new identity.
Interesting. The subtitles say it's Alice. She's got red and black cups. Okay.
Going around telling people you're from somewhere beyond the stars won't do, now will it? How about saying you hail from beneath the earth instead?
Is she from Earth? Like planet Earth?
As the Conrian saying goes, venturing out into the universe and down into the abyss are the same in that both are braving the dark unknown.
Well, I'm a visitor on this planet, so I'll follow the rules.
It never occurred to me that she was from another planet. Does that mean she's a descender?
Splendid. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Let me offer you a piece of advice in return. although it might not be what you want to hear. I know the pursuit of strength is important to you, but taking a moment for yourself every once in a while is never a bad idea. Ignore her existence for too long, and there will come a day when you can no longer hear her voice.
Okay. Genshin Wiki Descenders. First Descender, second Descender, third Descender, fourth Descender is me. While it is known that the Heavenly Principles is a Descender, and Nahida speculates that they were the first, the precise identities of the first three Descenders have not been explicitly confirmed. Abyssal entities such as Goisoath, the Tenebrae Papilla, the Mimiflora, the Cancer Dogs, Durin, Elinus, and their children are all considered alien to Tefat. It is implied that they were introduced by Nibelung, the Black Dragon. Yeah, Melusines would not be native. Okay.
You're awake! You must be starving, right? Ta-da! A barbecue feast just for you! Of course you are! That's why Skirk and Paimon got this all ready for you.
You're best friends now?
Well, if you're around someone long enough, it's bound to happen. Plus, Skirk can cook. So, Paimon decided she can forget the whole Ice Queen thing.
Here's an idea. Let's save the chit-chat until after the meal.
Okay. It's Paimon Paimon staring to sleep.
Bugs me that Skirk doesn't have any white shines in her eyes. It looks weird.
I have good news. First, your training is complete. You have what it takes to wield immense power. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Continue to learn from your journey and hone your skills against formidable opponents. Second, I've located the culprit we've been searching for. Next, we just need to retrieve the missing part of your soul, and our business will be concluded. When Ajax trained with me, he once told me he was bursting with questions. So I allowed him to ask me 3 of them before he left. You and I may never meet again, Traveler. So if there's anything you want to ask me, now's your opportunity. Just like Ajax, I'll answer 3 of your questions.
Are you really from Teyvat?
Okay, not the angle I was expecting. What makes you ask that?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but while we were dream mirroring, I saw your memories.
I knew that was a possible side effect. Closed off my mind to you for that exact reason. Even with the dream mirroring, you should have seen nothing but endless darkness.
The Skirk didn't share those memories with me on purpose, and in fact, she tried her best to keep them from me. On my first time there, that was all I saw until a strange creature appeared.
Whatever. Must have been a flaw in my execution. I shouldn't be too surprised. Due to some recent circumstances, my self-control has been lacking as of late. Since you've seen what you've seen, there's no reason to hide the truth. All I ask is that you keep it a secret. No, I'm not from Teyvat. I'm from a different planet. And there was a time when I journeyed through the stars. A lot like you in some ways.
Like me? Do you mean you're a descender?
No, we're different in that respect. You're influencing the fate of this world. But me, I'm just passing through. Several hundred years ago, my master, Sertologi, opened the border between worlds and sent me here. But this is not my home. And one day, I'll return to the vast unknown of space. So, there you have it. On to your second question.
Okay. What is your goal in coming here?
To become stronger.
That's lame.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and purpose. Okay. You have one question remaining.
Alright, Wikipedia, what do you know about Sertologi? Where'd it go? I saw his name on this page a minute ago. Sertologi. Oh, I saw his name on this page. Oh, here we go. Searching page. Serta? Here it is, Sertologi. Nope, not Fontaine. Where'd it go? Sertologi. Sertologi, the Foul. Okay, they have an image of him holding the claymore, and he's got quantum literally inside of his chest and his sword. He's apparently from Conria. He owns the Narwhal, and he is one of the 5 centers of Conria. Sertologi was born in prison to criminals who were sentenced to death. He and dainslef were both students to Hadan. Search a Logi once... I just saw it. Once aspired to follow the code of knighthood, but was punished for doing so, resulting in the loss of various limbs. Him and Dainslef were both best friends, but at the end, after he became one of the sinners. Search a Logi is able to take on any form he desires. While traveling across the stars, he wears an attire similar to the Dark Shadow in the all-devouring narwhal's fight. That's supposed to be Search a Logi? I thought it was supposed to be Child in his armor. Okay. Skirk's goal is to defeat the Foul. I can hear how serious she is. I wonder what those certain reasons could be. But given how quickly she blazed through the answer, I doubt she wants to talk about it. Let's see, what should I ask?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing.
Maybe I should take this opportunity to get Child some answers.
Well, your last question?
You know Child is looking for you, right? Are you going to let him see you?
Ajax. His situation is different than yours. Before you ever crossed paths with me, you'd already encountered many formidable people, studied their techniques, and developed your own skill set. So, during your training, all I had to do was build upon that foundation. But Ajax was so young when he came to me. A complete blank canvas. Children can't help but imitate their role models. In the long run, that would only hinder his growth. Once Ajax has enough strength in his own right, I will allow us to meet again. Until then, let that motivate him to reach his full potential.
That was a calm and calculated answer. It's like she was talking about something entirely mundane. I don't know why, but I'm not buying it. She makes it sound like the decision has everything to do with Child and nothing to do with her. But what does she actually feel about it? The abyss is completely silent. This domain must get lonely after a while. Not to mention, she said that it's been hundreds of years since she arrived in Teyvat, and even longer than that if you account for her slowly time passes here.
Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
See, there's a fin on her back, showing that she's not human. In all that time, she never established a connection with this world. Was it really just because she looks down on the weak? I doubt she'd give me a straight answer if I asked. Besides, I already used up my 3 questions. She was happy to give me cold, hard facts. I still feel like I haven't heard her true voice.
Wake up your companion. It's time to go. Oh, and everything I just told you. Best keep it a secret from her as well.
Paimon's genderless, you know that, right? Just be clear, game. I'm getting a cold chill. It's already 2. Doesn't feel like it. I think we're gonna put off doing Chef. She's not a character that interests me.
Time to go. Oh, finally.
So I'm not super interested in doing her. I'm not super excited to do her thing, let's say. I might like her more once I do her character story, but just meeting her in the event wasn't super interesting
Just
to me.
follow me. I'll open an abyssal rift close to the culprit's location. It will take us to where he's hiding.
Oh, I'm out of stamina. That'll do it. Oh, hey, I know this place. I remember that. I know where I am.
Wait. This is near the chasm, right?
Yes. If we enter from here, we'll be able to reach that place from your dream. You have some experience with abyssal domains by now, but still, this is someone else's territory. Best to proceed with caution.
Don't worry. Paimon's an expert at hiding behind other people for safety.
Suck.
Oh, but, that means you need to stay safe, traveler.
All right. Remember your training. Time to put it to use.
One second. I just had a thought. What was that herald we fought? It was an Electro Herald. Where are you? Oh, right, because there's a new world boss. That's right, it's a dragon head. I remember that. Okay, where's the herald? Wait, they'd be in Abyss Order, wouldn't they? Yeah, they'd be up here. There we go. It would be... He had 4 arms, so he was this one. Yeah, he's this one. Inquisitus Baptist. This is the... Yeah, this is the world map boss. Who we don't know why he's standing there. Okay. Dainslef must be using Abyss energy as well, when you think about it, if he's able to do portals and stuff like that. Because that doesn't look like anything that's normal to Tevat's elements. Okay. So the floor, okay, so this tile floor, it's really shiny, but this tile floor is the old stone style. This is weird. She whispers for power. Okay, that's... Why am I Hydro? I don't want to be Hydro. Let me play with new Valette. Rude.
Bombs away!
Fearless.
I still think she uses quantum power. I just like how they're trying to pass it off as cryo. I feel like it's a cheap move when it's obvious that she uses quantum, and they should have actually added another element for her, but whatever.
Look at all these spikes! Careful, don't get hit! You know what? Paimon's just gonna float behind you. Come on, you got this.
Uh-huh. Ow.
Search!
Hey, what are you two doing here?
Who's that? Don't interrupt our research. Are you drawn by this mysterious power too?
Dusty, like an abandoned house. Let's press on.
Interesting.
Extinguished!
She can understand them. She can understand their abyss language. That's Interesting. Okay.
Oh, looks like this is a dead end. Did we make it to his hiding place? Ugh, this fog is making it impossible to see anything!
This should be the place where you were attacked, Traveler. The missing part of your soul should be nearby. Can you sense where it is?
Did her top change? It did. She's got a different top. I know it's nearby.
Our opponent must have covered his tracks just in case. Otherwise, you should have sensed it much more strongly.
Her outfit changes? I didn't know her outfit changes.
Hold on! Look! The spikes are back!
Stay calm. Let's hold back a little. Give our enemy some wiggle room so we can see what we're dealing with. If you're too reckless, we might be playing right into his hands. Our enemy took part of your soul for a reason. It's likely he integrated it into his attack somehow. If we're smart about this, we can track it down.
What happened to her outfit? It's like an over-designed swimsuit. And it does not flatter her boobs. Am I in like a certain stance mode or something, and that caused her to be affected in the cutscene? Ow. Do I have to do that over? I don't want to.
From the start, the attacks have been focused on me. Trying to break through my defenses? I see. There. I got it back.
Okay, but we still didn't fight what was stealing it.
Skirk! What happened? It looked like Skirk just got...
In the Guili Plains, you asked me why this enemy chose you as his target.
Now her outfit's different a second time. Her dress is entirely different a second time. I'm so... What is going on with her outfit? She has 3 dresses?
Now, the answer is clear. It's not just the fact that your strength is impressive. It's also because of your ability to, as you put it, purify abyssal power. Whatever that actually means. The fact is, that ability allowed him to do something that should have been completely impossible. Namely, break through my defenses and steal my power.
So you were his target?
No. He couldn't have known I'd come to his domain. He only stole your soul fragment because he knew the value of its power. I doubt he expected it to come in handy so soon. Call it fate if you want. I believe that's the term they use in this world for arbitrary coincidences like this. In any case, it works to our advantage. Once I realized what he was using that power for, it gave me the chance to get back what you lost.
You got injured in the process.
I'll cope.
Okay.
Well, done gorging? Good. Time to answer some questions. How did you get the power of the all-devouring narwhal?
The all-devouring narwhal? Oh, of course! Paimon knew that spike spike thing looked familiar.
I highly doubt you acquired that power through your own strength. Tell me I'm wrong. You're desperate enough to scour the land for god remains and whatever vestiges of power you can find. That alone proves you wouldn't be able to defeat a creature like that. Which leaves one possibility. You know my master, the Foul, Sertologi.
The Foul? Who dares call him foul?
Interesting. He's made up of stars. Look, there's like a constellation dancing through him. Looks like a dragon head.
What's wrong? Bit off more power than you can chew? You're struggling to hold a basic conversation.
Just a little longer. I'm still...
Look, it's back!
Those obsessed with power will let it devour them before abandoning their pursuit.
Oh, you mean like you? What do we do?
Keep calm and use reason to decide the best course of action.
Skirk was stabbed by one of the spikes while retrieving the fragment of my soul. In the process, some of her power was stolen. The culprit is hiding somewhere beyond the fog. I have a good understanding of his attack pattern from the fight just now. If we pursue him, our chances of winning are high. Skirk's breathing is weaker than usual. If we attack now, I can't guarantee her or Paimon's safety. It's a hard decision to make. I think we should leave.
Wise decision. Final victory doesn't always come after a single battle. You've got your soul fragment back, so we both got what we came for. Let the enemy draw breath while he can. It won't be for long. Get us out of here, Traveler. You'll need to lead the way this time.
Oh, you think I know how? She does.
Skirk, is your shoulder gonna be okay?
The wound is minor. It'll heal in no time. You should focus on getting out of here alive instead.
Uh-oh! Falling spikes! Run!
And we zig. And we zag. And we wait a second.
Looks like this place is about to collapse!
And we zig. And oh, don't fall. Ah! Get off me. And we zag. Go away.
So, this guy's power has something to do with the all-devouring narwhal. Did you know that all along, Skirk?
I had my suspicions. That's why I decided to investigate in the first place. But suspicions only get you so far. I needed to verify it for myself.
Anything else? Okay. Do-de-do-de-do. Do-do-do-do. Five and a half hours? That's not bad. The load screens are painful.
Phew. Oh, we should be safe here, right?
I no longer sense his presence. Can't have followed us out of that abyssal domain. Weaklings like him will find that my power is not so easily controlled. He won't be leaving that place until he's managed to digest it.
The all-devouring narwhal. With its power, he managed to steal from you of all people.
You seem surprised. I suppose that's fair. You've seen but a fraction of what that whale is capable of. That gaping maw could swallow a planet whole. It's called the all-devouring narwhal for a reason. Devouring is what it does best. It can extract power from anything, dead or alive, as long as it manages to make physical contact.
Yeah. When we had our run-in with that thing, Neverlet mentioned that it has an instinct to devour.
Your dragon friend recognized the nature of its abilities and used the power of Hydro to protect you. That worked because it was in a satiated state, so it was somewhat less aggressive than usual. It's a different story when it has no more power to feed off of. That's when its true voracious nature kicks in. It could devour everything on the planet in that state, which is why I cast it into that void space. But I hadn't counted on there being anyone left on this planet capable of wielding its power. To me, that says he must have encountered the whale a long time ago. Meaning, he must have known my master.
Hearing you say the foul definitely got a reaction out of him.
Exactly. It told me everything I needed to know. Hence why I said we both got what we came for. And I believe that brings our transaction to an end. Now that you're whole again, you can get back to your own journey. I'll handle the rest of this situation myself.
No way! We can't leave now! Something was stolen from you because of us! We have to help you get it back!
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become stronger. That's how it is.
But what if that monster finds you before you're all better? Plus, how are you gonna get home? It's not like you can just go swoosh and open a door to the abyss again. Not without your full strength. So, sticking with us for the time being doesn't sound so bad, does it?
You said I don't want to be in your debt. Well, I still am.
Fair enough. Then take this.
What is it?
A bag of Mora. Nothing in this world is free. I know that much. I'll leave the planning to you. Hurry up and decide where to go. We shouldn't linger.
We should take Skirk somewhere she can rest. But where? Paimon gets the feeling Skirk wouldn't like being around a lot of people. Oh wait! Baishu said we could rest in the back room of the pharmacy, didn't he? Let's head there!
He'll know something about Master. I'm sure of it. Next time, I need to be ready.
How's the shoulder?
Fine. It was just a scratch. It'll take time to recover my strength, of course. But adapting to situations like this is nothing new for me.
Why does your clothes look different?
Oh, this? It's a star crystal suit. Abyssal energy is scarce in Teyvat. Wearing this helps me access it more freely. It stores concentrated abyssal energy that I can draw from on the go. When the energy runs out, it reverts back to its original form. Found somewhere to rest. Well, lead the way then.
So, let me understand this. We are willing to take an injured person down the mountains, through a bunch of ruins, covered in monsters, hip-hop around some more mountains, and then go down into the harbor. But we could not take a random girl who had an injured ankle 1/8 that distance just to the opening of the village where people were? Seriously? That is the most dumb logic I've ever heard. Like, my voice is squeaking like a teenage boy. That is the most dumb logic I've ever heard. My gosh, the logic threads in this game sometimes are just so stupid. I was gonna say incomprehensible, but they're beyond that. They're just stupid. Goodness gracious. Okay, I think what I'll do when we finish this is I'm gonna end stream and I'm gonna make some more notes for the Kingdom Hearts any percent run because I want to do that when I wake up. So I'll be back.
This bag from Skirk has a ton of Mora in it.
Hi, Drew. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I have no idea. I'm thinking I'll take a break from streaming and get some other stuff done. And then I'll be back at maybe 8 or 9 in the morning. I don't know, because I wanted to go get some chores out at the store.
Does she have a job or something? Wait, no. After what we saw at Wamin Restaurant, that seems impossible. Can you imagine? It would go something like, I'll be collecting my paycheck now, boss. Oh, sure thing. Wait, who are you? Have we met? Can't hold a job if you make everyone forget about you. So, what did she do to get all this Mora?
Ugh. Claimed some buried treasure, took care of a few monsters that were causing trouble. Nothing untoward. It's safe to use.
Even her eyes aren't as red as they were before.
You heard all that?
A sonorous voice like yours is hard to miss. I wouldn't be surprised if the sound of it traveled to the nearest mountaintop.
Thanks.
Then, did you by chance happen to hear Paimon's little, joke earlier?
You mean when you called me Frosty the Lavender Melon?
Paimon's whispering needs some work.
No, sorry. Paimon totally misspoke just now. She didn't say that at all. It was, a Paimon lookalike. Yeah, she's a piece of work, that one. Always impersonating Paimon and giving people weird nicknames. Okay, fine. The truth is, Paimon didn't like you all that much at the start, but things are different now. You helped the Traveler in a big way, so what do you say? Friends?
They're making it seem like it was a really big, important help that happened, and yet we're done in a single story block. Like, this doesn't feel big or impactful at all. So she has a new voice actor. So the voice that you are hearing is the new voice actor. She has more variation to her cadence, where she's adding impact to words, whereas the previous Paimon didn't or couldn't. Yeah, but the actual human that is voicing her is different. Yeah, if you look up Genshin News, the previous one has said that she left on her own. Except all the other news, not coming from her, says she got shit canned. So.
I noticed there was only one bed. Go ahead and get some rest.
You're the one who's injured!
Wait, what about you?
I don't get tired, and I don't need rest. I'm going to practice my sword work. That should help me regain some strength.
But your shoulder... Hey, don't just leave! Whatever. Let her tire herself out. She'll come back eventually. Let's get some sleep, Traveler. That comfy bed is calling, Paimon.
I have met one or two people like this in real life. They're like, I don't get tired. And the only way to make them stop is literally tying them by force to a bed. I am far more perfect. It didn't like the word poop. You didn't get auto-modded. At least I had the ability to approve that one. Skirk is stubborn. Even if I tried to convince her to take it easy, I doubt she'd listen. Skirk will stop and take a break once she gets tired. I hope. I should just get some sleep. Ugh, don't say that, game. You're making me yawn. Of course she's acting like she didn't just get stabbed in the shoulder. Something seems off with her.
Quiet.
Who's she talking to? There's no one around here, unless...
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
Run, Skirk. Run! Only death awaits us here. Keep running, and don't ever look back.
That is the weirdest sleepy thing. She has, like, literal blue sparkles of some energy coming off of her while she's asleep. Right. In that dream I witnessed, Skirk was training alone, but there were disembodied voices talking to her. One of them mentioned a fire. I wonder what happened exactly. You saw her place get raided. Are you serious?
night's sleep is the best. That bed was so comfy.
Yawns like an old man.
Wait, Skirk? Have you been sitting out here the whole night? The bed's all yours if you want it.
Recovered your strength yet?
About 60%. Maybe 70.
Whew! Paimon thought it would take at least a couple of days. That was fast.
No, not fast enough. That's 20% less than last time. Same training regimen, same intensity. Nothing felt different, but somehow the outcome fell short.
Maybe it's because of the spike that stopped you.
No, I think the problem's with me. I need to meditate for the next 2 days. Deep introspection should help me find the issue.
I was watching Frasier yesterday, and they had it was the episode where all three guys dumped who they were dating. Frasier dumped Faye because he kept mistaking her for Cassandra, and then Niles dumped the prostitute he accidentally hired, and Dad dumps Bonnie, who he dates for just like 1 episode or 2 episodes. 2 episodes, I think. And the boys are talking at the bar like, we're going to go into deep introspection. Yeah, we should get some therapy. If we go in together, we can get a rate. And the dad's like, deep introspection, you don't need that. There's nothing wrong with you.
Ooh, sounds intense. We'll watch over you in the meantime, then.
Thanks. See you in 2 days.
I don't think I really understood the description of her outfit. It's like this when it's regular. It's amazing Baiju doesn't come and check in on us. Because he totally should.
Morning! Skirk is still meditating, huh? It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't she be awake by now?
No idea.
Paimon can't think of anything we can do to help. Oh, wait! Breakfast! That's it! Paimon will go get breakfast! Skirk is gonna be starving when she wakes up.
The other thing, I mentioned this at the Star Stream, Eon-san also has a new voice actress, and it was Eon-san talking to Paimon. And they both sounded like they're the same human. It's just Paimon sounds like she's making her voice higher pitched, more helium. But it sounds like it's the same human. Between the new Eon-san and Paimon, they sound like they're the same human.
Be right back.
Be right back. Skirk looks serene, like she's really asleep. You again. Is it supposed to make a noise? Because it's got a little music note. It didn't make a noise when it appeared. Can we stop with the white loading screens? Please. They should be outlawed. This place feels familiar, but where am I? There are towering cliffs, withered trees, and a strange river flowing from the horizon all the way here, but it's broken several times along the way with a waterfall at each breakpoint. On closer inspection, the color of the water is changing. The closer I get to the lower portion, the darker it becomes, almost as if... Mateo! Did you bring me here?
That's right. This is Skirk's inner world. Think of it as the threshold between the soul and dreams.
Did they say the word dreams? I didn't hear the word dreams come out of them.
This isn't your first time here, but what you remember is probably a space covered in darkness. I only managed to illuminate a small portion for you back then.
So you can speak.
Actually, it's my first time talking to someone like this. I only managed to break free and bring you here because the injury weakened her power. I guess that's why I can speak again, too. Call it fate, if you want. I think that's the word they use in this world for lucky coincidences like this, right?
Is it Skirk as a kiddo?
Now, before I take you to her, I gotta ask. You're the first outside visitor to ever come here, so what's your impression of this place?
Why are there many cliffs and waterfalls?
Oh, you noticed. This river represents Skirk's strength. Strength accumulates over time. It is the summation of a person's lived experience. So this river is where all the fragments of Skirk's life should converge into a single stream of memories and emotions, flowing forward as one.
Should?
But as you can see, this river has been severed numerous times. It's because Skirk doesn't like who she was in the past, and all she sees reflected in the river is a disgraceful shadow of who she was. She cuts through water and rock with the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past, and begins anew.
That reminds me of something.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak. And
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become stronger. That's how it is.
I see. So it was Serta Logi who taught Skirk to replace all emotion with reason. And since then, it's been a constant process of abandoning, refuting, and erasing her past self. I suppose that's the secret to her strength. But it's such a sad thing to think about. What has she been through? Why does it have to be this way?
The answer to one mystery invites another question, I see. Let's follow the river upstream. There among the cliffs, among the memories etched into her heart, lies the truth of it all. Soon, you'll understand everything.
I like how Genshin plays with gravity. In the modern world, they're like, gravity doesn't exist in these certain areas. And then also in the dream world, they're like, gravity just doesn't exist, period. Can I look around? I can. I can't quite get a good look. So the stone architecture here is nothing super... Oh wait, it's diamond. I was gonna say it's not anything of super note, but it is if there's a diamond pattern. So this is not... I think I've seen a diamond pattern like this before. It's not Paimon ruins, it's not the Conran ruins, it's not Fontaine ruins, it's obviously not Liyue ruins. The diamond pattern gives it an interesting, and then like the stairs have an interesting lip to them where it goes stone and then they have an edge stone on them. I feel like I've seen the diamond pattern somewhere, but I can't think where. It's not from the desert. I can tell that much. I wonder if it is related to It is. It's related to Fontaine. Look really closely on the diamonds. See, there's a diamond within a diamond within a diamond, like a stone. That's from Fontaine. So that might explain why, like, her treasure chest gave us hydro sigils. I think the diamond ruins are related to Fontaine. Which makes sense if she sees herself as part of that. How long is this character chapter? I feel like it's one of the longer ones. That's cute. This looks like a coastline. I recognize the drawing on the sand. Wait, isn't that the picture I drew for Paimon? Why is it showing up in Skirk's memories? Hang on, I'm Googling that. I don't remember that at all. Genshin, sand, drawing, Paimon, the frig? Prologue. I'm not finding it. So I guess at the very, very start of the game, when we were telling Paimon about how we came here after we fished her out of the ocean, because that's Star Snatch Cliff, you can see the Time God Island in the back there. To tell her our story, we drew something in the sand to tell her the story, because I don't remember us ever doing that. I remember us just like, we had already been together for like 2 months or something. I don't remember, but time had passed. So there's the 2 stars on the left and right. On the left. And then there's cubes. And then like a weird funky looking tree with a teardrop coming off it. I don't know what it is. The 2 stars are obviously the twins. The cubes would be maybe the unknown god barring our path. Why is it in Skirk's memories?
I've always thought that, even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can still form bonds of kinship when they meet.
Is this an idiom? A Chinese idiom? Even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can still form bonds of kinship when they meet. Also, I don't like this angle that they decided to do for Skirk, because they made her back arch really high up, so her boobs are just like there, so she has no chest and she has no neck. And they're trying to show it as her like looking down at the drawing, but it doesn't work because the angle that they chose and they drew for her makes her back bend in an unnatural way for what they're trying to have visually her look at.
Like meteors, you both made a journey through the stars. Both travelers who have landed on a planet that is not your home. Yet, when she first noticed your presence, although she hesitated for a moment, she still chose to walk away, indifferent as ever.
Why? If I think about it, it's not surprising at all. After what happened at the restaurant, it's obvious she prefers to disappear from other people's lives. She hasn't seen Child in years either. I doubt she's ever made a connection with this world of her own volition. What I'm seeing now is a microcosm of her entire life.
Seems like you've answered your own question. Skirk sees herself as a trespasser in this world. She's made a conscious choice to avoid altering its path. But the reason for that decision stems from events much earlier on in her life.
Yeah, she has PTSD. Her family was killed in front of her.
Let's keep going. It's still a long way to the source of the river.
Does us doing this help her repair the river? We had a thing like that in Enkonomiya, didn't we? I'm trying to think where I've seen that diamond pattern before.
You now have what it takes to wield immense power. From this day forth, I shall teach you no more. No one can become a worthy warrior through imitation alone. I have given you fangs and claws. Now, you must learn to hunt.
It's interesting that they decided to take this much effort with Skirk, but she also doesn't appear in the main story. So someone can play this game and never do her character chapter, probably, and be completely fine, because the odds of her intersecting in the main story again probably are really low, which is sad.
You wish me to travel the world beyond on my own, Master?
Indeed. Make new friends. Embark on your own journey. And piece together a new future from the shattered remnants of your past. We will still have contact through the Abyss. But know this. One day, I will take the life you worked so hard to rebuild and reduce it to ashes. Just like the fire that haunts your mind.
Why? Also, look at his chest. So I looked on the Google to find his thing, and he has the quantum element literally inside of his stomach. That quantum element is from a star rail. That weird black hole inside of him, that's from star rail. That's the quantum element.
Why would you do that?
I have told you before. Fear is the catalyst for human evolution. You have tasted loss. You have known fear, so deep it can be felt in the bones. But as living beings, we all have an instinct to detach from that which harms us. And thus pain dampens over time. And the acrid taste of fear becomes but a distant memory.
I can see how he's Conrian, because a lot of his armor looks like the Conrian soldiers' armor. Which arm of his and which leg of his was broken? I wonder. Maybe the one that's got like the spaciness, like his left hand that's grabbing her, looks like it's space gunk from the tear in his chest. I don't know. Just weird.
Yet now, I have bestowed upon you the gift of fear eternal. It will drown you in the nightmare of your childhood, or it shall drive you to defeat me, whatever the cost.
That figure next to Skirk looks familiar. Right, I saw the same figure during the battle against the all-devouring narwhal.
That is what Skirk's master, the foul Sertologi, looked like at one point in time.
At one point?
Of course. As a higher being, physical form is a triviality to him. He could appear as a beast, a human, or even a monster that defies description. The form you see him in here, clad in abyssal armor, is the one he usually wears when traveling through the stars.
I used to think that Sertologi and Skirk were master and disciple, just like Skirk and Child. Now I see why Skirk chose to distance herself from humanity. Sertologi told her to put down roots here, while at the same time threatening to destroy whatever life she manages to create.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps, walk the path he once walked, and somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and purpose.
So if the little bug is calling him a higher being, how is he related to Conria as one of the sinners? I'm confused.
I'll let you in on a little secret. The real Sertologi is terrifying. The scope of his power is impossible to understand until you experience it firsthand. It is absolute, the power to crush all things. Shall we keep going? Let's see. We're about halfway there.
So, I've played a little bit of Star Rail recently. My brain is saying that, like, according to the Wikipedia, he was born to, like, regular people in Conria in prison and was raised with Hawden and raised by Hawden with dainslef. So, like, so, like, if that's the case, he is native to Teyvat. He was born here. He was born on Teyvat. How did he become so powerful?
We've made it quite a ways already. This is Skirk, when she first began training under Sertologi.
Why is there a sword on fire?
I have set your broken wrist. Tomorrow, you're to train twice as hard. No tears this time. Good. Attempting to garner sympathy through tears is a habit of the weak. A pitiful, useless ploy.
No. It is a natural physical reaction that you cannot stop your body from doing. Just like you cannot stop your body from breathing.
Can I ask a question, Master? Why did you save me? I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
I saved you because I have a plan for you. It has been too long since I fought a battle that demanded my full strength, and I hunger for it. Every so-called genius and prodigy I have faced has crumbled like sand underfoot. Before me, even fate bends the knee.
He's full of himself, isn't he? Oh, I see where he is. He's the reflection in the sword. If he's of Tevat and was one of the sinners that got access to Abyss power and went all woohoo, basically, in like the language of Star Rail, he's trying to become, well, even the way Genshin works too, he's trying to become godlike. So Star Rail implies that the universe has gods, and then there are people that have an amount of power that does the gods' wills. So that's two categories. The next category is a planet, and then the planet has gods that overrule over them. So if you're doing Star Rail like I am in the Greek planet right now, there are gods, the humans that have gold blood, because they're heroes, right? Which is basically the blood of the gods. They are going up and they are fighting gods of their planet and taking their powers to become gods themselves. So he is basically doing the same thing. He got the power of the Abyss, left Tevat's little bubble, ended up on Skirk's home planet and saved her.
So, I will teach you everything I know. Train you by whatever means necessary, in the hope that one day you might surprise me.
You know, you're this kind of guy. You say no. I don't have to do anything at all for you. I owe you nothing. You are training me for your own egotistical greed, and I don't owe you anything for that.
But I don't want to draw my sword against you, Master.
No, I literally just owe you nothing. You're training me so that I can fight you because you're bored. I literally owe you nothing.
What you want matters little.
See? I owe you nothing.
Among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void. You of all people know that well.
Yes, Master. From that day forward, all she knew was grueling training, emptiness, and fatigue.
You don't have to listen to him or stay with him.
After some time, her talent bloomed, and she gained control over her emotions, like her master. How should I put it? It was not that human emotion disappeared from her heart, but that reason came to dictate all she was allowed to feel. I suppose it was at this point that she became the Skirk you know today.
Sertologi saved her from a disaster when she was a child and never tried to hide his ulterior motives. That leaves one final mystery. What happened with the disaster back then?
We're nearly there.
Why are we questioning like what happened? We saw her village get raided and her family murdered.
Shall we? This is the final stretch.
Like, why is the traveler questioning this? We literally just saw this in her dreams. Again, the logic threads don't make sense. Why is the traveler questioning this when the traveler saw it? As opposed to like, oh, dainslef saw it, so the traveler wouldn't know. No, the traveler does know because he saw it. Like, the logic doesn't work. We know how she is because we saw it already. Okay, these little, like, small little petal thingies, those are cool.
These are Skirk's happiest memories. What a simple and carefree time it was. Wisps of clouds dotted the sky. The sun bathed everything in golden light. And when song filled the air, not even the shyest of flowers could resist swaying along. This is Skirk's homeland. She was so curious about everything as a child, always skipping school to go exploring instead. There was so much to discover. The treasures at the bottom of the sea, the secrets beyond the stars, and that merchant ship packed with adults wearing those strange clothes. Yes, the ship. That was the beginning of the end. It was a spaceship. When it arrived, the people that disembarked wore smiles on their faces and spoke of friendship. They claimed to be merchants from a neighboring planet, looking to establish trade. Skirk's parents, her relatives, her neighbors, everyone welcomed the newcomers with open arms and allowed them to explore the planet. To them, the visitors were guests and should be treated with hospitality. No one had any idea of what was to come. Several months later, an army of unknown origin arrived without warning and carried out a ruthless campaign to destroy everything and everyone on the planet.
We're going to go to another planet, investigate it pertaining to be merchants for trade, and then we're going to come back several months later and destroy the planet. Why? Like, humans, I understand. Kill the humans. I understand that logic in terms of war. Why would you want to destroy everything on the planet? If you're going around looking at planets, you're looking for natural resources. You're looking for water. You're looking for sand. You're looking for glass. You're looking for iron. You're looking for ores. There's no reason to nuke the planet.
Skirk had skipped school that day, like so many times before, so she was not caught in the immediate wave of destruction. But when she came home that day, only fire and ruin awaited her.
You can see the fin on her back. So you can tell she's not a human at that point. Interesting.
Countless people cried out to her for help. People she knew and loved. Friends and relatives. The little girl who lived next door. The shop owner with the bad leg. The bad-tempered teacher she had made fun of just that morning. Their lives were discarded like worthless trash as the fire consumed one life after another. Skirk was helpless. All she could do was run. And so she did. She kept running until an unexpected figure crossed her path. If Sertology hadn't been there in that moment, the fire would have claimed her life too. And there she would have remained, left to rot in the scorched earth, with no answer as to why any of this was happening.
Did Sertology order the attack on the planet? Because this is not like, oh, we found a village, let's raid it and take everything. the creature is saying the whole planet was attacked. So did Sir Talogi leave Conria and decide to just like start pillaging planets for some reason and torching them? Okay, I understand that he's like psychologically insane. Psychopath. I get that. But like, why destroy a planet of all the people living on it? I understand not taking prisoners. I understand killing everyone. But you're literally losing access to the natural resources that would have drawn you to that planet in the first place.
Because she and her people were seen as a threat.
A threat?
As the initial merchant ship explored the planet, they discovered that it hadn't always had the condition to support life. Yet there was evidence of human activity, even during the periods of extreme heat or cold in the past. Further research revealed that, over time, the people of this planet had evolved the ability to adapt to any type of environment or energy source. For that reason, the outsiders viewed them as a potential threat, and decided to eliminate them before the threat could rear its head. And so, the army was called, and the so-called danger was wiped from the face of the planet.
From speculation.
Senseless, isn't it? Deemed a threat because of a gift they didn't even know they had. Perhaps it was their own innocence and kindness that doomed them. But in the end, that was lost to the blaze as well.
So who was the army that ordered the murder? Are we talking about the Janfo whatever alliance in Star Rail? They don't seem like a warring group.
If those with power get to decide good and evil, then all you can trust in is the sword in your hand. And so, before death could claim her, she ran. She ran and never stopped.
So I see why she distances herself from the world.
No one wants to relive their most painful moments. Well, that brings us to the end of the story. This is as far as we can go. Skirk is waiting over there. For both of us. Let's go to her. It's time to fulfill my purpose. And my greatest wish over all these years.
Look at these little flowers. Aren't they cute? They're like daisies. If Sir Talogi is threatening, she's like, go to this planet, just put down roots, and then I'll come destroy it from you. That implies that Sir Talogi wants to destroy Teyvat in some manner, because he's bored, basically, because he's a psychopath. But, like, still, that's implying he has the power to destroy the planet. His home planet, let's emphasize that.
So all this, just so you could bring him here.
I have things to say to you. Well, to me. I want someone to witness our reconciliation, even if it takes an argument to get there. And he is the best choice in this moment.
So you are the kid.
Her suppressed emotional self. The version of herself she keeps locked in the recesses of her mind, stifled by reason. All those rejected impulses, those discarded aspects of your past selves, they are a part of me now. I am who you used to be. Someone you have refused to face for too long. So, I came to face you instead.
You're wrong. I've faced you all along. And that's exactly why I keep you locked here. Your existence makes me weak. Moments of joy and longing are when we are most vulnerable. Don't forget, it was a penchant for goodness over reason that doomed our homeland in the first place. The vastness of the universe renders everything insignificant. Our feelings most of all.
Look at that giant cloud bank that they animated in.
Even so, learning from the mistakes of the past doesn't have to mean erasing everything.
It's interesting how quiet the kid Skirk voice is in comparison to Skirk. Skirk is like, the volume on her voice, even though she's talking quietly, has been cranked up.
Strip yourself of your so-called weaknesses. Emotions like kindness and empathy, And what makes you any different from the ruthless soldiers who slaughtered our people?
The difference is that I'm doing what is right, what is necessary.
How do you know what is right? Who decides what is right?
I allow you to exist, but with limited freedom. That is the greatest kindness I can offer. I've shouldered everything you couldn't carry. I rose above the numbness and emptiness, and it was cold, unfeeling reason that brought me this far. It made me who I am. It made me strong.
And yet your strength is failing you, so sucks to be you.
That is the problem. I want to shoulder those things together. On the grand scale of the entire universe, maybe our feelings are vanishingly small, but why should that mean they don't matter? Emotion gives warmth to the cold expanse of space. It gives meaning to the world around us. Think back to those nights of gazing at the stars, those afternoons of exploring the unknown. Think back and let them grant you peace. A brief respite from the pressure you put on yourself.
That isn't what we need.
It's exactly what we need. Aren't you curious about why recovering your strength has taken longer than normal this time?
Finally, you get to the important part. That is the only answer I came here to find.
I'm cutting you off!
Then look around. Look at your inner world. You cast aside your dreams and curiosity, and in doing so, you lost your original motivation. You severed all connection to who you used to be, so you can no longer draw strength from your past. Now, the only things driving you forward are fear and survivor's guilt. But these cannot take you far enough. And so, this river, the source of your strength, grows more polluted by the day.
I like this analogy of someone's inner mind. It's a river that grows strength from your past at the source and grows and grows and grows as you become a greater self. I like that much better than Inside Out being the thing that makes you are your memories. And that, like, they can be erased and deleted randomly from that. I don't like that idea of Inside Out. I like this idea better, where everything exists together instead of secluded off into these small little sections or islands and stuff. I don't like that at all.
And do you think that means I should seek help from a weak little thing like you?
Your emotional self isn't weak. The fact that she transcended time and broke free from her constraints to come and face you proves it.
Thank you for saying that. I knew bringing you here would be the right choice. To be honest, I'm not here to argue with you. This isn't about who's right or wrong. And in fact, I agree that in order to make it through the wake of that tragedy, we had to distance ourselves from the pain through reason over emotion. But what is right at one point in time isn't always right forever. I know you will never forget that fire. I know the fact that you were the sole survivor fills you with guilt. And I know that among the voices that haunt you, mine is there too. Because deep down, you know that you didn't turn out to be the person you wanted to be. All those unfulfilled hopes are like knives to the heart. And I don't want you to hurt anymore. So even if you can't accept me, I hope, at least, that you can let go.
Okay, I like that.
Keep thinking. Maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time.
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but...
I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them all.
What kind of planet does she live on where a spaceship just casually drops down and they see it as a peaceful thing? If a spaceship came down with people claiming to be merchants in trade, our planet would divide in half between, yes, welcome them with open arms, and kill them! You know? Like, Yeah.
I remember. There was a song Mom and Dad always sang when we went out to fetch water. Dancing water. The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey? I am not the dancing water, and you are not the burdensome sand. But if this is your wish, then I will carry you with me until the end.
Thank you.
I should be thanking you.
Cute. I feel like we understand Skirk way more than we do Malvika.
Run, Skirk, run! Remember, leave no one alive!
Heed my words, Skirk. Let fear take root in your soul.
Did you survive? Why was it only you?
Skirk, did you become a positive light in this world?
Hey, this doesn't have to be the end.
Oh, it shows the fin on her back there
Life
too.
is a
Cute.
gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
That's cute. I don't think they needed to animate this like this. They could have done it with the 3D. Like, that looks pretty, but it could have also looked pretty in the regular 3D, not just the 2D. It does look cool. I don't mind it. That's cool. See, it looks cool.
So, you saw my memories then.
I told you that already. What are you talking about?
I once asked my master if survival of the strongest was the law of the universe. He said no. But in a world without order, those with no moral boundaries tend to be the ones who survive.
That is not true strength. Power is not a substitute for doing what is right.
That's why, after hearing his answer, an idea came to mind. An idea that, one day, I would create a new world order. One in which there would never be another tragedy like that fire. One in which power was not the law of the land. But that means I must defeat him. Because my master, Sertologi, is, at the core, a defier of all rules and order.
Sound like you have your work cut out for you.
Yes. And not just because of the gap in our abilities, but also because I have no reason to see him as an enemy. Although his decision to train me was not made out of kindness, he did everything a master should. He saved my life, taught me the sword and the principles of strength. And for that, I respect him.
But he intends to face you in battle one day.
I know. And it's not something I want. But Master never goes back on his word. I have to treat everything he says as a promise.
Cool. Let him come face to fight you, and then don't lift your sword up. Accept him to kill you. You don't have to fight him, just because he wants to fight.
That, but he sends me messages through the abyss every now and then. Most of them are simple greetings, or an answer to one of my questions. Every time I hear from him, my heart skips a beat. And I wonder if this is the moment where he'll finally appear before me and tear down everything I've built to pieces.
So it looks like his right leg and left leg were torn asunder. And then the quantum is the only thing holding him together in the core.
Maybe that means I do live in eternal fear. Just like he said. Yes, I respect him, but I'm also afraid of him. And for that reason, the pursuit of strength consumes every moment of my life. I don't know what Master has planned, but I have to be ready.
You know, one thing that would be nice for them to do, other than make the story go faster, because they totally have the ability to, is, give us a good set of fights. Like, instead of giving us Dark Souls combat where we don't have dodge or block in this game, give us the ability to, like, have good fights. Like, the fight against Apple Tart is a 3-phase fight, and it's pretty fun. If he does attack you one day, I'll help you.
Help me? Why? This isn't your fight.
Hey. If he's coming to attack Tivat, I'm here to fight. Because if we want to build the world we both want to see, everyone has to be willing to fight for it. If we all do our part, we can make the entire universe a kinder place. Anything else in here? No? Again, I feel like the character story for her is way better than any of the story bits that we got with Malvika. I feel like I understand Skirk, and I like her as a character way more than I like Malvika. Way more. Okay, go ahead. Okay. It's not like Malvika's bad. It's just like, I think it's something to do with her character's story being told was told to the player and not told to the main character. And so because of that, the main character doesn't give any input, and so it lacks something.
You're finally awake! Honestly, Paimon was gone for like 2 seconds and then she comes back and finds you both unconscious? Oh, you scared Paimon half to death!
Oh my god, I'm yawning at 3:30.
You're both okay, right?
What does it look like?
I don't know. Looks like your strength is back.
Only water from the source can cleanse the rot and filth that flows from the past into the future. I taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how you fight. I suppose what happened today will become an inseparable part of who I am.
I taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how you fight. So you weren't doing what you said? Do as I say, not as I do? Now you have to do as you say. Haha, sucks to be you.
Okay, so Paimon feels like she's missing some important context. But whatever. Paimon brought back tons of delicious snacks. Let's dig in.
I like her cadence. Snacks! Like, that little bit of pump is good. The 3 of you enjoy the snacks.
All right. It's about time we finished what we started.
We're gonna deal with this thief for good, right?
Wait, really?
This time, I'm not going to tell you to hold back. But having digested even more power in the meantime, he's going to be tougher than before. The good news is, we have no reason to pull our punches this time. So, let's go. Same place as last time.
I did not expect that. I thought that we'd have to wait for character chapter 2. I did not at all expect that. I literally thought that was the end of the story. And that we would have to come back whenever they release character chapter in like 3 years. That I did not. That's super cool. I did not expect that. I actually feel like I'm sleepy enough I could fall asleep and wake up in a couple of hours. Which is good if I actually wake up in like 3 or 4 hours, because I want to wake up at like 7. That's my goal. Oh my gosh, flipping your sleeve is so freaking hard. Not you. Switch. I had that with, yesterday, where I was feeling really cold and I'm not cold right now, not yet. I was really feeling, tired yesterday. Aha, I thought that there was like a hilichurl thing there. But I was kind of okay. Oh, I haven't had the protein drink today. That's part of it. Maybe I'll see if I can fall asleep and wake up really early. I don't know. I want to try to wake up at like 7. I have to double check my notes. I believe the market shows are at like 9. So yeah, I need to wake up at 7, 6 or 7.
The fog is gone!
Why is there a quantum glow in the background?
Wait, isn't that the form the all-devouring narwhal changed into? How come he knows that, too?
That's what the fowl used to look like.
Really? So, you're telling Paimon that giant whale and this guy can both turn into the fowl? How does that work?
Wait, you're telling me the whale turned into the fowl?
It's a subconscious instinct. Any intelligent being who longs for his level of strength is bound to mimic his appearance. It's a natural response after encountering someone as powerful as Master. To them, he represents ultimate power. We know the person before us has encountered Master, and we know he stole a portion of my power. So it's not surprising that he would assume this form.
Okay. Oh, the closer Paimon looks, the more intimidating it gets.
I think this is the last wave of the story.
Nervalette isn't here this time, so it's up to us. He won't have the nerve to steal again after we're done with him. Let's teach this guy a lesson.
Wow, the breathing animation on like her upper chest and boobs looks really, really weird. It's weird what stuff they do that like catches my eye. Reminds me of there's a cutscene in Code Vein where like the wind was blowing and it made the girl's boobs blow in the wind. I remember mentioning that. I think it was to Keon, and he's like, I know what you're talking about! I remember seeing that thinking it was weird too!
Haven't forgotten your training, I hope.
Why is he spitting quantum shit at me? Ah, sucks for you.
Bombs away! Water jet!
Where you go, sir? Sir? Sir, I'm gonna need you to reappear, sir. There you are. Hi. Black. Blood serpent. Broken edge. The field of battle also looks a lot like what it does when you're inside the narwhal. Sir, can you come over here, please? Stop hiding. It's rude. Why is there a, what is that? Ow. That's rude. Can I see her,
Keep going.
Oh, she's wearing her weapon. Okay. Is she C0? She is not. She is C3 in the trial. Interesting. Her regular attack is not max. Interesting. So they're not even giving you a trial character for this. They're giving you like a buffed up version of her. Interesting. Now stay down. Watch out!
Haven't had enough of my power.
I see what she is. She's a mix of Eula and Kokomi. Her movement, like her mermaid type movement, is very Kokomi, but then some of it is like Eula's dancing.
Well then, let's see how much more of this power you can handle.
How'd she get above him to jump down at him? Look, if you're gonna do a cool anime scene, you gotta make it make sense, guys. Oh, hey, you caught my sword. Thank you. Oh, look, it's a Conrian!
Well, have you come to your senses?
You saw that my body was at its limit. So, you deliberately channeled your power into me, knowing that it would destroy my shell from within.
Yeah, stop talking. Who are you, old man?
Such power. Such keen battle instincts. So, you must be...
Skirk, Sertologi's disciple.
How long has it been? How long has he been away from Tevat?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds? Sorry, it's a lot to take in. I should introduce myself. I am Skofnungar, a friend of your master and one of his followers.
You're a little corrupted there, sir.
This is the first time I've heard your name, Skirk. But hundreds of years ago, I knew you existed. And I knew you would come here.
Skofnungar? Okay. Yeah, very, very, Conrian name. Conrian names are Norse-ish. That's the etymology they use.
Hundreds of years ago?
Sounds like you and Master have quite the history. Care to tell us about it?
She sounds so mad.
Of course. Might as well take advantage of a clear head while I can. The story starts a long, long time ago.
Oh yeah, monologue.
I was born into a noble family in Conria. As the eldest son, I was set to inherit our title. But I contracted an incurable illness as a child, and everyone gave up on me. I trained the sword harder than anyone else, defeated all of my peers. But it was all in vain. When other people looked at me, all I saw in their eyes was pity, or a strange glee in my misfortune. Even my parents were just waiting for me to die.
Oh, that's sad.
Over time, my heart hardened, and I became aimless. That was the point where I met your master, Sertologi. We were similar in age, but different in background. He was born in prison, the son of criminals who had been sentenced to death. He spent his childhood wandering the streets, facing more criticism than the literary works in the Universitas Magistrorum.
Why are they saying Sertolo G? In Japanese, which is what his name is, the GI makes a G sound, not a G sound. And now both Skirk and this guy have said it like that, and that's not how you pronounce that name. It's Sertologi. Even Paimon earlier said Sertologi.
Yet, he always wore a smile on his face, as if kindness and malice were one and the same, and he could not see the difference.
Oh, so he was a psychopath then, too. Good, got it.
I still remember what he said to me when we first met. You need to fight to survive. Even if it's a losing battle, it should light a fire under you. How can you sit back like this and go down without a fight?
That does sound like something he would say.
He was the first to acknowledge that I was worth something, and he inspired me to keep going. When we sparred together, it was the first time I'd actually felt the thrill of combat. When I was 10, he stole forbidden research materials and managed to cure my illness. It was like there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. When it came to the human form, he was always intent on pushing the boundaries of possibility.
Excuse me, sir, can you rewind your tale again? When I was 10, he stole forbidden research and cured my illness? You were training in the sword underneath a rich-ass family when you were 10 years old and faced criticism, and then you just happened... I thought it was like you were 20 years old and you ran into him, or maybe like 16 or 17 at least, but like years had gone by, you were sick and dying of this illness, and you struggled through it for like years, not like, oh, I got sick when I was 9 years old with an incurable illness, and then a year later, some other kid, also 10 years old, went and got fancy-ass research material because he snuck in and, like, what? What? Like, okay, I know the age timeline schism stuff into that is weird, and we actually do not know how long a single year is to gauge someone's ages. That is really weird though, guys. Like, when I was 10, is Diana 10? Like, she's a kid. Is Sayu 10? She's also a kid. Like, I hate this game sometimes. I would love for them to tell us how long is a year into that time. Because it seems to be that if you are old, you've actually lived for like 200 years. And yet we have an issue where people do not remember the Cataclysm. And that they don't remember Conria or speak of Conria in like, yeah, that was a place and it's not there. Like, that'd be like Ohio just vanishing out of the United States randomly. There was this great big cataclysm and Ohio was gone. Like, that's not how that works. You would not forget. The first generation would clearly remember. The second generation would remember because they would live through the impact of it. Like, it... I was 10?
But somewhere along the way, I fell behind. My talents were nothing compared to his, and at some point, I realized he had pulled so far ahead, I was too embarrassed to even ask him to spar. After his grand endeavor was successful, He sought me out and said to me,
This planet no longer holds anything of interest to me, so I'm leaving. But first, I have an offer. I can use a power I have just refined to break the curse of immortality for you.
No you can't. That curse was brought down from like one of the fancy ass gods. The creepy eyeballs in the sky. What do you mean? I will just reverse. I will break the curse of immortality on you.
Your death was once what we worked so hard to prevent. But the immortality you now face is a different kind of pain altogether.
You're native to Conria too! You also have the curse!
I'll pass. Immortality doesn't sound so bad to me. Since I can't die, it means I have an infinite amount of time to get stronger. Maybe I'll finally catch up to you one day. And we can spar like we used to.
Wait. I have cured the illness on you. Enough years have passed that you guys are no longer 10 years old, right? Like you were physically not 10, I can tell. The cataclysm has happened and the curse has been put onto the Conrians. Asshat here is talking like he does not have the curse placed on him. He does. He was born in Conria. He is part of Conria. Whether he is an immigrant from one of the other nations, he would then become a hilichurl. If he was a purebred Conrian, he would be a body. My problem with this is not that that's a problem too, that he's distancing himself from like being like, I don't have the curse on me. He's happy that he does, because then he gets to travel the stars with yeah. If they talked during the curse of immortality being on this guy, and he was young enough to have his hair being brown, why is he old enough for his hair to be white now? Actually, this is another Conrian that we've seen that has blue eyes. I wonder if that's... No. I was just wondering if maybe that's a common thing. Because Deirdre had purple eyes. I have the curse of immortality. My hair is still gonna go white?
Are you sure? I cannot say when I will return. Your body, or rather, your soul, might not be able to withstand this curse.
All I can do is try. After all, a wise man once told me, people need to fight for their own survival.
Wise indeed. Nevertheless, if you grow weary of the pain of immortality, and wish to experience a good sparring match before you wither away, seek out my disciple.
Oh, at that point he already has Skirk as his disciple? Huh?
Disciple? Never thought I'd hear that word coming from you.
Oh, I get it. The cataclysm happens. The curse is put on him. He leaves and goes and meets Skirk. And then, like, it's been years, a handful of years, and he comes back and talks to Skofnigr.
Nor I. But Vedifenir said I was destined to find a disciple out there in the universe, and bring her to Tibet.
Huh?
You know as well as I, Vedifenir's prophecies are never wrong.
Vedifenir's.
Well, now I'm curious about who this disciple of yours will be.
All Vedifenir said was that one day, the stars shall bow in her honor.
Sounds pretty impressive.
Of course. Only the most outstanding people would have the right to become my disciple.
Oh my god, he's so egotistical. I just want to kick him off his high horse.
Still self-assured as ever, I see. But you're not wrong.
See, at least like Kamina in Gurren Lagann, for how full of himself he is, he recognizes that he's also stupid.
I'll be leaving then. Oh, and if you are serious about getting stronger, I left you a little gift in the primordial sea. As I've said before, walk whatever path you want. Freedom means even the wicked get to make their own choices.
You left the whale in the primordial sea all those years ago? Seriously?
Waiting for me in the primordial sea was the all-devouring narwhal, already beaten into submission by Sertologi. In its weakened state, I was able to cut off part of its flesh and sew it into my own heart.
Ew, 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 ew. Like, I know you're immortal and crap, but like, ew.
Your heart? That sounds like torture. How did you even survive that?
The curse of immortality, you nitwit.
Because, of course, I bear the curse of immortality.
So, you used the curse to turn yourself into a vessel for power. Even with that whale's ability, devouring power like that is not something the human body can withstand. With your body and soul constantly at the breaking point, it was the curse of immortality that sustained you. But that is not the path to strength. You have to pour your heart into it, work for it, dream of it. Instead, you stole something that didn't belong to you, and it backfired.
You're right. I should have known better, but I had already pushed myself to my limits, and he was still miles ahead of me. So I had to take a leap of faith.
I'm a bit confused on the timeline here because, like, Skirk says that she knew about the whale and it was Sertologi's pet. If Skirk has been here on Teyvat for hundreds of years, hundreds of years, and Sertologi put the whale onto the primordial sea, and Skirk knew that that whale was her master's pet, why did she not go and deal with the friggin' whale? She knew it was there enough to, like, come and get Child out of there. The plot line doesn't make sense. She knew it was there enough to get Child out of there, but then she didn't deal with the whale herself, that she knew was there and going to destroy all of Fontaine.
I miss your master. I miss the days when we were all together, troublemakers without a home. I don't regret the choice I made. But if you'll allow it, I do want to apologize. To both of you.
After the beating we just gave you, I think we can call it even.
You're an interesting one as well. Sertologi's disciple. That's a lot to live up to. It can't have been an easy experience. I know what he's like. He rules with an iron fist, using despair and fear to force you to catch up to him. All the while, standing ever out of reach. We're like mountain climbers in the dark, never knowing how much higher we have to climb, or when we will see the sun again.
Why is there a quantum element back here too? Like, this is weird.
True. But I made up my mind long ago. No matter how dark it gets, I will not give in to despair. I will overcome it.
Like, the stones and stuff that are around us are clearly Liyue-ish, which is fine. But, like, are we still into that? Like, she opened a thing and took us through, and so, like, we're in the chasm somewhere, but we're in, like, are we high up in the sky? Are we deep underground?
Besides, after hearing your story, I suspect what Master really wants is not a battle that demands his full strength, but rather a defeat without regrets.
Oh?
Since you're his friend, You must have some things in common. The first time we came here, when you stabbed me through the fog and stole my power, I felt no emotion coming from that spike. But when you had to devote all your strength fighting me just now, I could feel joy and passion emanating from your blade. It was the joy of a researcher discovering the truth of the world, the joy of an artist uncovering a temple of wonders.
Interesting. I'm certain I didn't express those emotions outright. Yet you were able to read them from my blade, like a glimpse into my inner world. You're right. That battle brought me an unbridled sense of joy, and my defeat brings me no regret whatsoever.
Exactly. I think Master also craves a battle like that. One where his opponent forces him to use all his strength, unlock the extent of his potential, and transcend his own limits. A battle to end all battles.
So if he's a Conrian, he also now has the curse of immortality on him then, right?
After which, all can come to an end. Including, perhaps, his life. For that very reason, good and evil are meaningless to him. He has one purpose, one goal: to complete himself. It's one of the secrets to his strength.
Oh, you just now figured that out? Okay.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps that is his goal. What a battle that would be. Oh, to witness such a...
Are you okay?
No.
Too many different kinds of power are surging through my body. The curse of immortality allows it all to coexist, but it does not remove the pain. I won't be able to hold on to my sanity for much longer. What a shame. I would have loved to witness that battle. Sertologi once offered to free me from this curse. Now, I must ask that of you, Skirk. Can you release me from the pain?
I can't kill you if that's your question.
I can, but not through death, if that's what you were hoping for. It's not a suitable punishment for your crime. As an alternative, I can take your consciousness, along with all the power you've consumed, and smash it to pieces. The impurities will dissipate, and under the curse of immortality, your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will be back to who you were before, no longer tortured by powers you can't control, but it will be a time-consuming and painful process. The decision is yours to make.
I accept. And who knows? Perhaps I'll wake up in time to witness your great battle with Sertologi. I have faith that you'll be able to stand against him one day. Though I know it'll be a long and arduous road. If we are climbers in the dark, it appears the dawn has finally broken for me. But your ascent continues. At least, it looks like you are not alone on your journey.
I will reach the top of this mountain, no matter what it takes. And you, Skofnunger, will be my witness at the end of all things.
That's finally over. Let's get out of here.
What does it mean that the stars will bow to her?
Dash for the exit like last time.
Stars will bow to her. Interesting. I have that kind of headache that you get when you're sleepy. Which is funny because my brain doesn't feel sleepy. My eyes don't really feel sleepy. My body doesn't feel sleepy. I just feel...
We did it! It's only been a
Sluggish?
few days, but it
Yeah.
feels like forever.
A little sluggish.
Once again, we've proved there's nothing we can't overcome. We're just that awesome. Wow, you sound even more confident than usual. Guess you really have become stronger. Today sure went by fast. It's night already. Oh wait, that reminds Paimon. The stars you mentioned, the ones that died out, are they back now?
Yes. The power Skafnungur stole has been returned. So, the stars have regained their light.
Great!
Are these the real stars, or are these the stars of the fake sky?
It's crazy that you even noticed their light was gone. There are so many stars in the sky. If a few disappeared, Paimon definitely wouldn't be able to tell.
Where's Mona? Mona would notice.
I suppose it's because I have gazed upon this sky for centuries. The false stars, hanging in the meticulously planned sky, glittering with rotten light. It's not real. And yet, it is for that very reason that I can look upon it and enjoy the momentary peace it brings.
It's beautiful, I agree.
Even the most beautiful of bubbles has to burst. We will return to the real universe one day, whether of our own volition or not.
You know the heavenly principles and Celestian stuff don't want that, right?
Time marches ever forward. Even the innocent and naive will taste life's bitterness. Yet through hardship, we grow until we learn to seize the sands of time for ourselves and uncover our true strength. Though we gaze upon a false sky, its vastness and majesty is palpable. One can only wonder, what is it going to take for kindness to reign supreme in the vast expanse of the universe?
Ugh, this is all going over Paimon's head. But if she knows one thing, it's that the Traveler always finds a way. Ever since we met, he has filled Paimon's days with happiness. No matter how tough things get, he always finds a way to make it better.
I know what her voice reminds me of. It's like one of those annoying children's shows voices, where it's an adult trying to sound like a kid, and you're just like, dear God, please shut up. Like, actual kid voices like this are annoying, but this is just annoying. And there's no reason to make her sound helium. Like in Japanese, she has a soprano voice, but she's not helium.
If it's too big a job for one person, then we'll do it with two. And if two's still not enough, then three. We've met so many amazing friends and accomplished so many amazing things. As long as we don't give up, we can make any wish come true.
I suppose when it comes to you, anything is possible.
Oh, the stars are gonna bow to you, apparently, so...
Well, I should be going. Now that my power is no longer isolated from my emotions, I need more practice to get used to it.
When will we meet again?
I suppose fate will decide. Maybe we'll bump into each other on the street. Or maybe we'll reunite on a different planet entirely. Regardless, reunions and partings are but passing moments. More than anything, I hope that at the end of this journey, wherever it takes us, we stand in a world reborn. One without war, pain, or forced partings. One where new life can bloom, even where there was once nothing but scorched earth. For this, we must all work to become stronger. Goodbye, Traveler. Remember your training. Make sure to put it to use.
Bye! Is it just Paimon, or is she being nicer than before? We definitely count as friends after all that, don't you think? Hey, what do you think about camping here tonight? There's nothing quite like sleeping under the stars.
You can see the spire above Dragon's Mine.
Come tomorrow, we can continue our journey. Oh, and since Paimon treated you to that super nice meal at Wanmin Restaurant, it's about time you returned the favor.
This character chapter is so isolated from the rest of the game, and it feels so impactful and so important, and yet at the same time, they're like, You could play the whole game without ever doing this, because it could happen basically at any point in the main story, as long as you've at least met her in the narwhal. And that's a little sad. I saw a cave on the horizon. Where'd it go? Maybe we're standing somewhere else, because I thought there was like a cave. But now the mountains look the same. Oh, I think it might have been those rocks right there. Oh, wait, I see it, I see it, I see it. That is really far away. Can I really see a cave that's all the way over there? It's not a cave, is it? What is that? Oh, trees loaded in. What is that? I don't get to know. It's out of the draw game plane. Looks like there's a cave right there. Maybe it was like trying to show the tree. Maybe it is a real cave and they just haven't brought it to the game yet. Don't know. Okay. Oh my god, has the day passed? I think it has. It has! Welcome to the next day. Okay. Events? What's the event tab? Was that the picture nonsense? No? What was that weird event picture thing that made me sit through? That was weird. Okay, inventory? Why is inventory glowing? You get her guitar? Wow. I was not expecting that. You get her guitar. Okay, what's the other one? Oh, dailies, I bet. Yep. They're marked off as done? Okay. I won't question it. I didn't spend any resin today. Yeah. I didn't spend any resin at all today. We spent 40 resin at the start of stream to make one condensed resin, and that was it. Ooh, hi, Catherine.
Add Astra.
Dude. I actually might try to sleep. Down, down. Was that a rainbow orb? Oh, I'm still at 9. Bull. I was hoping it was a blue orb. I know the rainbow orbs are worth more, but like I wanted a blue orb so I could do my 10 pull. I guess we'll have to wait for the month to reset, which is just about a week away now. That wasn't bad. It was an interesting story. Aha! Yes, there were fontaine stones. Look. I'm walking on fontaine stones. So that's what her thing is fontaine structures. Okay. It's scary that I recognize that they were fontaine stones. Does this have the does this have the stair note to it? It does! So the stairs were also fontaine. That's interesting because, like,
follow the wind.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Are they trying to say that her character story, because I'm getting hydro sigils, her character story is supposed to have taken place before Natlan began? In the space between Natlan beginning and Fontaine? Is that what we're talking about here? Huh. Because, like, character story-wise, it took place in Liyue. Huh. There was nothing... Oh, excuse me. So yeah, story-wise, there were several things that we've learned.
I'll think about it.
Wait. Was there anything in Skirk's story that was something that was learned specifically in Natlan?
Can we
No.
play next time?
Not really. Yeah, no, not really. There was nothing in Skirk's story that was, like, specific to Natlan. That... Oh my god, yawning. That makes me think that the story could have taken place between Natlan and Sumeru, or, Natlan and Fontaine. Which is interesting because then you would think about it, Skirk should have been released not this time last year, because this was when the narwhal was going on, but in, like, August last year, which was when we ran into Mini Durian and Scaramouche. That's an interesting concept. Oh.
There are leaves around.
Okay, I don't know if I'm actually gonna attempt to sleep, but I am going to end stream. So I'm gonna hopefully make some more notes for Kingdom Hearts speedrun. If I do or not, we're still gonna do a speedrun on Monday today and see how that goes. I will at least rewatch Violin's instructions on Riku because I want to get through that fight. That annoys me. I would like to at least clear it, and I'd like to get through that. So that's the thing that's holding me back, is that stupid fight. Alright, I will see you guys later. I'm not too sure what time. But if all goes to plan, hopefully at like 1-ish, ideally. Because ideally, I go to bed and then I wake up in like 4 or 5 hours. Ideally. Yeah. Alright, I will see you guys later. Maybe what I'll do is if I wake up early enough, we'll just start Kingdom Hearts when I wake up. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that I feel sleepy and maybe try to sleep. Alright, I'll see you guys later on Monday at some point, which is today, for the Kingdom Hearts speedrun. Ignore what it says on Twitch of like noon to 4. It'll be whenever I can squeeze it in throughout the day. And then, probably no streams for the rest of the week as I get work done, because I have stuff to do, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then, yeah, so then next stream would be, for sure, next Monday. And we'll be doing... We could do Chef on Monday. I was going to say Harvestella, but we could just get Chef done. I did finish catching up in Star Rail, so I've all caught up in that story. And I did kind of scream whenever I went to the To Be Continued page, because I'm like, what do you mean To Be Continued? Don't you cliffhanger me? I was so upset. Because the Greek story is the only one that kind of interests me. I did get through all of my backlog of character chapters in Star Rail are done. I didn't pay attention to really any of them, except for the little bit in Kafka. The only two that I have left are Dan Hong's and Clara's, because I like those two characters. Everyone else I didn't really care about. It's all character stories for characters that I don't care about one little bit, or I have no emotional attachment to them, or I didn't pay attention to them in the story, so I just don't care. Yeah. All right. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely day. Be sure to get up and at least stretch your legs, drink some water, take care of yourself.